Good morning. It is Barbara at the East Coast Dragon Lady. I've just started the US portion of Dragon Thunder. It's around about 11:15, and we are due to start people coming in at 11:30. I wanted to make sure that everything was working. My co-host will be joining us soon. So if when you come on, you're going to see who's on screen, and I will be talking to you in a bit. So there will be periods of quiet until people start joining and start making comments. We've got about 15 minutes before people start joining. Zoom wanted to know why I wasn't speaking, so I guess I've got to intermittently speak. So I'm staying off camera for a bit. Hi, Suzanne. I thought somebody would be on before 11:30. That's why I started the video. So we're expecting people to join us between 11:30 and midday for our first speaker. So thank you. So I knew a few people would be on early. See, that's what the dragons told me. Start at 11:15.
Barbara, it's Jenica.
Oh, hi.
We've had a few calls with Caroline together.
Yes, yes, yes. So are you in the UK or are you here in the United States?
I'm actually in the United States in Virginia, so on the East Coast.
Oh, right. Same for me. I'm in the East Coast. Yeah, I always tell people. So I'm on the East Coast. So I said I knew that people would. So I wanted to. Hi, Judy. I wanted to make sure that, like, even though I've tested it a couple of times, like I was actually starting the whole thing. So I'm like, I better make sure there's no technical issues.
Oh, right. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes.
Well, so and it's a whole new Zoom. So before it was a continuation, like Kevin ran it for 24 hours, but we all had our own, like, Zoom. And I'm like, okay, let's just. So he set it up that it automatically starts recording. So we're all set anyway. But yeah, how hot is it down in Virginia?
Well, yesterday it got to 95. Right now it's only 85, I think.
Oh, right, yeah, like here, yeah, very humid though. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I know. I always say, I mean, I've lived here for like 35 years, but I always say to people, if I wanted hot, humid weather, I would have moved to Florida. I moved to New England.
Yeah, we're saying the same about Colorado. It's been in the 90s and got to 100 yesterday. And it's like, wow, this is what I left Tucson to get away from.
Right, I know,
Oh my
it's crazy.
gosh.
And yeah, I had family visiting from England beginning of May, and it was hotter in England than it was here. So I'm just outside Boston, and they were like, "What's going on with the weather?" Like back home was having like a heat wave for England, like in I think in the 80s, and here they come to visit me for 3 weeks, and they got that cold, wet rain. My brother even went into long pants, and I'm like, I don't know. And then we bounced from that to like really hot, humid weather most of June. And here we are, middle of July, and we're still having it. And I'm like, I didn't sign up for this. I didn't sign up for hot, humid weather. So, but you have to take what you get. But you're right. There's different places that are getting weather that they don't experience, right? I've got
Yeah.
friends in Arizona, and when I was complaining that it was like nearly 100, they said, "We'll take 100. It's like 120."
Yep, that's what I left to get away from.
And then it followed you, right?
Yeah, 30 years later, but
Well, that's yeah, like yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've been here for 35 years. Um, but I always tell people don't get confused. I am not in England. I live in the United States. So you don't lose your accent when you move here as an adult. My kids did. They were little and they grew up here. So they're like typical Americans, right? And when people say, "Do you miss home?" They're like, "Well, I live in Massachusetts." So I know England has. I just saw Kevin said they were on their last three, I think. So we've sort of got this overlap this year. If you done Dragon Thunder before,
Mhm.
yeah.
Oh, so we're doing like that. There was like different logins, so I was a little confused about that.
It-
So basically they're doing each
it-
different district
yeah,
with a
Yeah,
separate
that's what I was
login.
saying. Yeah, last year, actually the first year and last year, it was just one login. And I don't know, Kevin, for whatever wisdom he had, decided we would have three separate. And I think also what was confusing was calling here the Western Hemisphere. I'm
Mhm.
like, I don't get that. But yeah, so it has confused a few people as to, and then I know he listed underneath it, and then having separate logins. Um, totally agree. Yeah, because we want it as simple as possible, right?
Simple's good. Yeah.
Simple's good. Well, it is for me, right? Because I'm like, don't give me anything too complicated. But our first speaker is up, so we've got a speaker on the hour from.
Okay,
So if
so
you
it's on
pop,
the half hour now, so it's going to be what, 30 minutes
yeah,
till the first speaker?
yes, Kelley will be joining me in a minute. So Kelley, my co-host, is on on the. She's in Oregon, so she's on the West Coast. So it's only like 8:30 for her. Whereas here for me it's 11:30. So yeah, so we will have the speakers are on the hour. They have 45 minutes and 15 minutes to answer questions if there are questions. But I'll be talking about that before we get started. So we've got the lineup. I've just got to make sure they're queued 15 minutes before to jump in.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you can either go, but say Kelley will be joining me soon, I hope. And then our first speaker is Lawrence. So
Okay.
so
Well, I may turn my camera off so you don't feel like you have to entertain me.
oh, no. So
I'll putter around my studio a bit.
yeah, well, if you're in Colorado, what time is it there?
Here it's 9:30.
Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
But
I know.
interestingly, already hot. It's like 70 something degrees and already feeling kind of steamy out.
Yeah,
It's going to
I
be
know.
a hot day. It's real sunny and dry.
Yeah, here it's a bit overcast, but it's humid already. It's only in the 70s, but it's already humid. So yeah. So yeah, turn your camera off, pop around. But the first speaker will be on at midday.
Okay, well, that sounds wonderful. I
Great.
will.
Yes, I know a few of you have just joined us. We will be the first speaker will be up at midday. I'm waiting for my co-host to join. And then the actual Dragon Thunder will start at midday. So I'm glad you've joined us early. I've definitely heard from the Dragons that to start early because people will be arriving. So thank you for those of you that are here so far. Hey, hi Nadine. Kelley, I know I sent you a whole slew of messages. Did you see him in Messenger? But don't worry. Let me just make sure you're co-host. I just made you co-host. You're muted. You're on mute.
I'm like talking to you.
I know you only had a few hours sleep. I know.
I'm getting, oh, I know. I was up till about 1 o'clock after
I know.
speaking at
So
10. Good
I
morning.
know.
The USA
Good
started
morning.
dragon.
Yeah.
Hang on a
I
second.
said the dragon said to me, they actually said to me this morning, start early. So I did.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said
What?
the dragons this morning said you better start early. So I started at 11:15 and people started joining. Um, so it was a good, yeah. I just wanted, like, because it was, and of course, even though I made you co-host the other day, it was a different recording. So you're co-host now.
I'm not, I need to bring up the site.
And then,
I need to bring up Dragon Thunder site. Do we have a way in as speakers? Because I don't know where that is.
no, so if you go to, so what I did, if you just go to Dragon Thunder 20, and actually anybody that's listening to this, so dragonthunder2025.com and scroll all the way down till you get to Lawrence. He's our first speaker. And then they're all in order after that. So we're at the last 10. So if you just scroll all the way down, because I've got it on my phone.
Okay.
And then it's all of their bios are there. So we are not going to be reading the whole bios. We're just going to give a quick introduction. So if you want to read about them, go to dragonthunder2025.com and you'll find them all. So because they've only got 45 minutes and some of them have very long bios.
Well, we'd rather let them be speaking to you.
Exactly. Yeah. So when our second speaker comes, we've been backwards and forwards because she actually has said she wanted us to like post stuff, and I'm like, I can't guarantee I'll get all that up. So I'm going to make her co-host when she comes on, so she can do it herself.
Okay.
First of all, I sent it to you and said, "Can you do this?" Because I can't.
Yeah, if somebody sends us a link, I can get us in. So.
What's that?
Hang on a second. Okay.
Oh, you've got people asking for the link?
For the link for Dragon Thunder?
Is that what people are asking for?
I don't know.
Oh.
Ask them.
No, I've not had any of those requests. No. So what I was saying, the request was from our second speaker. She sent us a whole PDF and said, like,
can we
could
load it?
Upload it? And then it was like, can you do this at the start? And I was like, So, but what she now has said is if I make her co-host, she'll do it. So,
okay. Well,
so
I should be able to take people's information off of the site. And if I have access to the speaker bios,
right.
Yeah, we can copy and paste from the.
Yeah. But some of them are really long.
I'm getting to the speakers here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I have all their speaker tags, but I don't have their speaking.
No, but if you find, like, you'll see it starts off with if you've got to keep scrolling, you don't even have to go into Dragon Thunder, just keep scrolling.
Okay.
Where it says all that stuff, keep scrolling until you start seeing like Kevin and all of those bios, your bio, my bio. Keep scrolling past that till you get to Lawrence. He's here anyway. So
Okay. Well, I got to the bottom of us and it comes to Kev, and then it jumps to I may be on a link that I got from Kev. Hang on a sec.
So I just go into dragonthunder2025.com.
Yep, going there.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be right there in a sec. Get past all our heads.
I know.
Okay, here I am to us. I caught Robert last night. Oh, a bit of his talk before me. Delightful. Wow.
So I literally only figured out last night that they were all in order.
They're here. Oh, are they?
They're in order. So it starts with Lawrence and then it goes all in order for us. So,
It starts with him?
Well, no, I'm saying for us, for the USA. So if you keep scrolling till you get to Lawrence, then that starts the USA speakers.
Oh, they're all together.
Yes.
Kevin, how wise and helpful to us.
I know. I said it took me till yesterday to go, oh, look, because I thought, have I got to look for everybody individually? And then I realized that they were under Australia, England, and then then the USA.
Happy dragons. We like this. Woohoo. Lawrence. Valencia. Yeah. I've got him. Beautiful.
Yeah,
all right.
So Kelley and I have actually, this is our second year co-hosting. This is the third year of Dragon Thunder. So we're pros at it, is what I'm going to say.
Well, we should be.
Yeah, we should be. Yeah. And I think there's plenty of dragons that are like holding this space for us because they were certainly chatty this morning. And any of you that have heard me talk about my dragons, mine are very bossy and very prescriptive. And they were like, you'd better start at 11:15. So,
they were like, get your tail over there. The tail needs to start. I've been telling people, look out. We're the tail of the dragon.
Yeah.
We're going to be pooping out the most beautiful golden stuff.
And then what was interesting was that they were, I completely forgot what I was going to say then. But yes,
there's Lawrence. You're here.
Yeah.
Hi, Lawrence. Hi, Angel. Oh, good morning.
Yes, point.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You know what I said.
Yeah. So I know what I was going to say was Merlin, because every year when we do Dragon Thunder, Merlin always has to step in. So he started early. He started talking to me yesterday. And he's like, I'll be there.
I'll be there. I had these beautiful, last night in Australia, when I was speaking, these 3 beautiful celestial dragons came. And I took everyone on journeys. It was such a beautiful talk. I had a wonderful time. It was amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah. And they were amazing dragons, and they're still with me. And they're absolutely here with us. We have these incredible celestial dragons that are flying into our creation fields now, helping us in every way. They are magic. Okay, I'm turning off everything that can beep and bump us. Beep and bump us. Including Facebook for the moment.
Right.
putting all of the email away.
Right. And there may be people joining. I mean, we hope that more people will join as different speakers come. But it is being recorded, and if you signed up for it, you will get access to this year's speakers across all three. And I think you can also connect with the first year as well. So this year I think is the most speakers because it was 10 in each time zone. So that's 35 speakers. So yeah.
Bravo.
That was, yeah. So I was going to say, so Zoom, I realized, doesn't like it if you're not speaking. So it suddenly came up and said, we'll stop recording because you're not speaking. And I'm like, okay, I'll start speaking again.
Say something. Say something.
Yeah. But it wasn't long before people appeared. So.
All right. Well,
yeah.
We put out a grounding cord right now to wrap around all of us to come into this moment. Deep breath, plugging us into the Trigaya, the earth hearts. Calling in our guardians and light to surround us. They're just going to have the most delightful day with all of our speakers, with everyone who's coming in to join us, feeling the love, feeling supported, feeling like there's arms of dragons wrapping around you. Our angels, our guardians, our light family, they're all here. We are so collectively part of this unifying love growing in the world. And we get to come together as this dragon family that share from our hearts about the most beautiful ancient friends that we all know we have. And it's so special to be able to come together and share with our hearts like this. So welcome everyone as you're coming in. We're getting set up and ready for launch. We are about, I guess, 15 minutes away, letting more people come in before we start the USA end of things. Myself and Barbara have been doing a podcast. We met in Dragon Thunder at the first one when she was co-hosting with Kev and I was a speaker. I was the 21st speaker that year.
Oh, right.
Yeah. It was so amazing.
Yeah.
Woo! We had such a great time.
Yeah. So I just pulled some dragon cards and
oh great, share those.
We have the Star Dragon, the Guardian Angel Dragon, and the Ancient Elder Dragon. So no big surprise. We've got, the elders are here, including Kelley and I. I always say we always include ourselves in the elder wisdom. So I'll take a picture and I'll post it because actually I'll see if, oh yeah. So there's Stargate Dragon, which doesn't surprise me because we're opened up to the galaxies of dragons. They've been coming in for a long time. The Guardian Angel, there we go. The Guardian Angel Dragon is to remind us that we're not alone, and we know that we're never alone. Whether it's angels, archangels, dragons, we're never alone. And then the ancient elder dragons are here to move us through our ancestral paths and patterns. So,
thank you.
Not surprised that they're here.
Barbara's deck is so beautiful. I keep it. I have it next to me right here. And I pull her cards regularly and love it. If you haven't gotten her deck yet, grab a hold of it. It's worth having.
Yeah.
It's been really inspiring.
You can go to my website, which is no big surprise, www.eastcoastdragonlady.com, and you can connect with me there.
So great to be here. And we have been doing a podcast show for the last year, and we took a pause while I was rebuilding a new platform, and we're about to start again. So Dragon Elder Song is coming back soon. If any of you have been wondering or missing it, Barbara and I are going to get back on that together.
Get right back on that. Right.
Yeah, the dragons are singing. The blood, the beautiful dragon lines and the plasma lines, the rose lines, the guardians. All of those awakenings are happening in our fields right now and bringing us to So much remembering, so much reclaiming, so much restoring of our truth and light. It's amazing to be here with all of you. Woohoo! Getting ready to
Yeah,
hear from our friend Lawrence, who's going to kick us off for the USA tale of the dragon.
I
We
like
begin
that,
to
the
tell the
tail of the dragon.
tales. I always think of it as Australia's the head, UK's the body, and we have the tail. So thinking of our whole event as a dragon itself, the dragon thunder dragon, and the body of it, we take up the tail. So it's a wonderful time. Think about what tails do. They are for direction and steering. And so a lot of times we bring that. We bring direction and steerage. And everything's always good, purpose and meaning. But yo, what a wonderful, wonderful day. It's beautiful here in Southern Oregon where I live. Sunny, warm, completely blue skies. I don't see any clouds right now, but oh, they might come. They might come.
Right, yeah. Yeah, we talked earlier about how the weather has been crazy, and it's like it's
Yeah.
actually humid here. We've had some really hot
Wow.
days, but the humidity has been that's the hardest bit. And you've heard me say this. I've said if I wanted to live somewhere hot and humid, I would have moved to Florida. And I'm on the East Coast, and I don't like the hot, humid weather. And we're about 6 weeks of it now. So, well,
Wow.
yeah.
Wow. It's really hard when it's thick heat. I remember because I grew up in Louisiana and it's
Oh,
really
right.
muggy and very humid there. Yeah, most
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah. When I talk to anybody that lives south of me, they're like, that's nothing, honey. Like you said, you can cut it with a knife. It's that humid, right? And
Oh
I'm
yeah,
like,
it's really heavy there. The humidity in the south and the southern parts of the states. Woo! And
yeah,
God bless Texas for the flooding they've had and the loss of life. We've been saying lots of prayers and sending love to them. Thank you, Mexico, for kicking in and showing up to rescue people in our country who floated over to yours. We had people writing it. Whoa, I'm in Mexico now. Thank you very much. Rescue me. Oh my God. I can't imagine being there for what just happened in Texas, but wow.
yeah.
That was amazing amount of rain to drop in a very short period of time. Whew. So when the water comes, look out, especially if it comes hard and fast.
Yeah.
Wherever
Those
you
flash
are,
floods.
any
Yeah.
place can flood. When I was living in Colorado, I thought, this place will never flood. It's just. And then this massive rain downpour came in Boulder, Fort Collins, from Boulder to Fort Collins, this whole area of Colorado flooded badly. I mean, like, my parents' home had 4 feet of water in the basement. They had to leave. It was like, oh my gosh, a place that I never thought would flood, and it did.
Right.
So, rivers, no matter where they are, they can only hold so much, and when too much comes, the banks let go. So, it's sort of like us. When the energy builds and the waves come, we have to just release and give into it and let it take us. Sometimes that's really hard to do, and we need support. Lots of
It is.
healers here at Dragon Thunder. Lots of people who do service and love that way. So many of us are here for that, here to be
Yeah.
of support.
Yeah. So
We
I
are
did
9
remind
minutes
myself,
away.
I reminded myself that we should actually do some housekeeping before we bring on Lawrence. So if you're used to Zoom, like please mute yourself. If you want to be on camera, that's fine. Sometimes people that are speaking like to see people's faces, other people don't. But if you want to be on camera, you're welcome to show your faces. I said, make sure you're muted. the things that we've learned from previous Dragon Thunders is this is very high energy, very high frequency, and you really need to make sure you're grounded. If you feel lightheaded, if you sort of feel a bit spacey, it's because you need to ground yourself. Drink plenty of water. It sounds like we're all in areas that it's very hot and humid. So again, all those symptoms, if you get headaches, you need to be hydrated. We've designed this so that the speaker will speak for 45 minutes and there will be 15 minutes or so at the end for questions. If you want to write your questions, that's fine. We'll be following it in the chat, but we won't be stopping to answer questions. And you probably know where the hand raise is. If you have problems, just message us and we'll point it out. And also, just out of our interest, if you want to, please share in the comment or the chat where you're from, whether you're from the USA or you're from another country, just so that we all know. I know some of you, so we're from across the country. Oh, Canada, yeah. So that'd be great. So I'm here on the East Coast. Kelley's on the West Coast. So I'm just outside of Boston.
Yep, and I'm in Southern Oregon. I'm in Talent.
Right. Yes. I thought you were kidding when you said you're in Talent.
I'm in Talent. Talent, Talent. Talent. All my talents are here in Talent. I live in Talent. It's an actual place. It's right by Ashland, Oregon, and Ashland is famous for our Shakespeare theater and art and music here. We're kind of a little small hamlet right over the border of California. And here in Southern Oregon, a lot of artists, musicians, teachers, writers flock here. The voices of our friend Neil Donald Walsh wrote his books from here. Really amazing. People, Jean Houston lives here, wrote her books from here. The chicken soup guy, he wrote his books here.
Oh, interesting.
So a lot of famous writers have been here, and I always call this the mouthpiece of Shasta. So the holy mountain, Mount Shasta in Northern California, is 45 minutes from here, and the ley lines from it come right up into Ashland and like into our valley. And we have a valley here called Rogue Valley. And it's a beautiful, beautiful place. And I'm so glad to be back here. I was away for a while and left right after I left to go care for my mom. COVID came through, and I was away from here during COVID, but I came back a year and a half ago because this is my tribe. My family, the people I love are all here. All my water sisters. So, and brothers. All right, we are 5 minutes from starting, you all. Everybody get comfortable, get ready, get yourselves grounded. We are so glad you're coming to join us. Thank you for coming on live, those of you who are here. And blessings to everyone who's going to be watching this with the recordings. The same thing is true for you. When you listen to this, remember to stay grounded. Drink water as you're listening. Pay attention to our bodies. They really need us. So much going on right now with the earth shifting. We have to take extra care of ourselves. All right. I believe Kev is going to join us. Yeah? Is Kev coming on?
Well, I know they're winding up the UK, so I don't know whether he might pop on, but we'll see. Okay. We've got 4 minutes. We're not going to wait for it. So
it's really exciting. So for us to be together, Barbara and I co-hosted last year, and it's so great to be doing this again with you, Barbara. So happy to be here with you once more. Yeah. And thank you, everyone. We're going to be starting in the next 3 minutes here. We're counting down. Yeah, Lawrence is here, our first speaker for the U.S., and he's getting ready. Thank you, Lawrence, for joining us and being on time and being ready. All right. So taking a deep breath as we come into this moment to begin Dragon Thunder USA. We are so happy whenever we come together. The speakers are not necessarily from the US. We are just the US co-hosts. The co-hosts are the holders for the country, and the speakers come from all over the world. So people are coming in from wherever they are. So Lawrence will be telling us more about himself. I'll share a little bit about him from our site. You may have been able to read about him as well. And we'll just be reading a little bit about our people as they come in, as we introduce you, just to share a bit and then let you tell us even more. So get ready. We are going to start here very quickly. And I'm so excited for us to kick off right now. We're at the moment. So we're going to invite everyone to be welcomed as you're coming in and joining us here from the USA. Barbara and I, East and West Coast Dragon Ladies, we are co-host partners, podcast partners, and sister friends of dragons. We're a
Well said.
couple of
Yeah.
ancient grannies.
Well, people use the word elder wisdom, right? That just means we're
People
old.
get annoyed being called granny, but man, I love it. I'm a grandmother and proud of it. I have 6 grandchildren and they're all beautiful and a lot of adopted ones. I
Oh,
adopt your children if you come and work with me. Look out. So, the care of everybody's children. I have a few thousand grandchildren.
yeah.
So,
Apparently, I take care of orphan dragons. So
oh,
I guess
and then
I'm
there's that.
a grandmother dragon.
I can believe that about you. You're so
Yeah,
ancient. They all love
yeah,
you.
they
All
do.
right.
Yes.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are at the hour. Here we are. 1 minute here. So we're going to kick off here with ourselves. Welcome to Dragon Thunder USA. If you're just coming in, please get comfortable. We're getting ready to ground in and begin this part of the tale of the dragon, taking up this end of it. So we have beautiful 10 speakers to share with all of you today. Our first one is here and get ready. And Barbara and I are going to be swapping back and forth, introducing our speakers for you all today. Don't forget to stay hydrated, be grounded, and just be ready to open your hearts to share and listen. So, I want to start right now. Here we are. And we're going to invite Lawrence, our first speaker, to come on. I'm going to share with you a little bit about Lawrence. Lawrence is in Valencia, is a dragon light language healer, artist, fascinating mystic. He loves to communicate and often associates with the world of spirituality. It's a way of connecting with the wisdom and energy of dragons and in this unique language. Symbols, sounds, gestures are used to convey deep spiritual messages, healing, and insights. It's a way to tap into the ancient knowledge and the guidance that dragons possess, helping individuals on their spiritual journeys. Like I said, he's beautiful here to help, and I'll let you tell us more, Lawrence. Unmute and introduce yourself. Say hello to everyone and welcome, and thank you for being our start of the show.
Mic test. Can anyone hear me?
Yep.
All good? Okay, thank you. So, hi, I'm Lawrence. I used to say I'm a representative of a collective, but that went over that for a couple of months already. And technically, I'm a psychic surgeon. I'm a alternate self illustrator. So technically, I can draw your higher selves or lower selves, whatever it is. I'm a Akashic reader, but I'm also more inclined on my psychic surgery part.
Mm.
So that's what I commonly do right now. So as well,
Beautiful.
yes, that's it for now.
Well, lovely. That sounds like amazing service. Where are you from? Where do you?
I'm from Ontario, Canada.
Ah, lovely. Beautiful. So, what are you going to share with us today? What are you going to be talking about?
There's a lot of stuff. So what will we be doing today is gonna be like I'm gonna share some stories, but that may have hints that I couldn't really share. It's meant for those who needs to hear it. I will install normally as a psychic surgeon, I just don't really open you up and everything, right? But
Right.
I will do an install to everyone.
Okay.
Skill that I just had a download this morning because I was like asking what do I need to install to them right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so they gave me a skill that is affecting your manifestation per se.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be the bonus today. And they said they will allow me to install my bundle, what I call bundle, which is the service that I provide.
Yep.
And it's only good for 1 week.
Mm-hmm.
But the big thing is that once it's in you, it affects your lives some part permanently. But I will explain more on it on what it does later on. But there's a
Yeah.
1 week that you will be availing it and everything. So
Well, it sounds like we're going to be receiving your medicine bundle. In our native
yes,
tradition, we call it that. And your codes of light that you're going to be gifting through you to us are going to be a resonant field that we get to share with you, experience from you, and receive from you. And I'm looking forward to that with you. And I'm sure everyone else here is. So you're welcome to begin, and
thank
we're
you.
all yours. So thank
So
you for joining, being here.
thank you.
Mhm.
So hi again, I'm Lawrence, and if everyone is still awake, thank you for coming to Dragon Thunder. This is probably your 20th hour in the session. So I hope you're still more energetic along the way. I think since we are in the tail of the session, will be discussing a little bit more advanced than the previous ones. And when I say advanced, it's way beyond your 7 chakra um, template and everything. And when I also say advanced, the things that I will be discussing is about beyond duality and technically beyond ascension. So technically you have your duality, then your ascended master's phase, then you will have to be in your deification. Technically you're going to your God self per se. There's a huge sorry they a lot of my team or spirit guides or whatever you call them are keep on telling me this one, discuss this one. So I'm trying to sort them out. So they are telling me to let's clear the space first. I will be affecting all of your spaces, creating barrier, clearing everything, ejecting what is not needed. Done. Yep, all good. So I cleared the space. I created a barrier that will stay with you for like 24 hours. Now, no, none of the highest best good will be able to enter it or hear anything or do anything. And you will receive what you are intended to receive in this session. Let me see. Yeah, that's all done. Sorry about the interruption. They just sometimes interrupt me and sometimes I'm channeling and they're like, do this. So I lost where I was at before they interrupted me. So we will be talking about deification and how we will be able to do that. Also, there's a huge push for people to be accelerated, especially for the star seeds, because as you notice, everyone are starting to awaken their psychic gifts. And when everyone becomes psychic, don't put this in a negative thought, but chaos comes first before order. So a lot of awakening gifts are opening up, and for order to come, they will allow everyone to develop fully their gifts. So that's why there's a huge push with clearing, healing, and everything. And I've seen insane amounts of healing to the point that it's not just energy, it's to the point that you can see it physically, like curses and everything. I've seen it since I was a child, so I was exposed to that environment to be able to deliver and tell you about it in this moment because it's fine to be ignorant about it, but it's out there. It's now in the age of Aquarius that everything is now surfacing for everyone to to be aware of it, not to scare you, but to the point that they are saying that you have a choice and you can do it too. And there are possible ways that you have support. Your team, your angels, your ascended masters, your ascended ancestors, galactics. There's like a football team right in your back right now. And there are many for you to be guided in this moment. And they took me off topic. Okay, where do you want to discuss right now? So you're in this session because you are meant to hear this message. And what I'm trying to, everything is divinely guided. And everyone have different truths. My truth might be not your truth. And specifically my experiences are different from your experiences. And all truths are true, no matter how absurd they are, because not all dimensions or realms play the same laws as what we have in here, especially for those who have been exposed to other extraterrestrial norms or cultures in even physics and planets. So everyone can have their own truths, and you will not be judged. Some of what I will say will resonate. Take those and run away with it. And what else doesn't resonate, just leave it. You may have to rewatch these sessions, like the whole Dragon Thunder sessions, for you to get a second perspective on what the speakers are saying, so that you can see it in a different lens, in a more mature way. So some of our speakers, you couldn't understand what they're saying right now, or it hurts your pride, or it hurts your programming that you don't see this. But later in your journey, you will come a time that you will say, so that's what they are talking about. So you may not experience it yet, but somewhere along the way, you will be. And it's fine. There's no point in, it's hot, sorry. There's no point in forcing yourself to be accelerated. Also, a lot of us have like, I wish we could have their gifts. I wish I could learn that too. But the thing is that you don't have to. You have your own gifts. Everyone have clairs. The same thing that every one of us learns math, learns English, learns a different language, and how to do different kinds of jobs, right? We have our own fortes. So the same thing with psychic gifts. You have your own fortes in your gifts, your weaknesses and strengths. So try to focus on your strengths, and the way you can heal someone can be different in multiple modalities, and depends on what kind of gifts you have. Like, I'm gonna tell you a lot of them, what I have been exposed to. Some can send a request to their spirit team, and they will discuss with the spirit team, especially the higher selves of their clients or themselves, on how to heal them. And they will go like that. Some talk to the body and even talk to the cells to deal with that one. Some talk to the subconscious selves, so that to release the trauma, and so that they don't need to relieve the sensation. One example of that one is that there's one client who got hit by an arrow in his alternate life. I couldn't say past because they are happening in the now. And in this life or iteration, he have an asthma. As soon as he realized that he had an alternate life, that he died with a arrow and drowned with his own blood, suddenly asthma gone. Technically, he laughed about it when I asked him, "Hey, how's your asthma?" He was like, "What asthma?" So So there's these kinds of healing. There's multiple ways. There's Reiki. The thing with Reiki is you're transferring energy with to another person, but you're sacrificing. So technically, that's not a balanced type of thing, unless there's multiple ways to divert it. Like you are connecting to something that's taking from that energy, diverting it to that person, and you're becoming the conduit of the Reiki energy. So there's multiple ways on how to do these kinds of healing, and I could name multiple more. Depends on what kind of clairs you have. And the thing is that when I my guides on how they teach me is they let me experience it. The fun part of it is there's one time they let me because I'm dealing with people with physically, and I touch their physical part so that they can go beyond this physical reality and beyond. And there's one lesson they have to teach me, like it's called anesthesia. Technically, that's what it means. It's anesthesia. And for me to develop it, they have to let me feel pain. It's so painful that I have to like feel it for 1 hour, 1.5 or 2, that I feel like I'm being stabbed in the face in here. And I was like, shut down that nerve. Oh, detach this. So I'm struggling while I'm in pain. So that's excruciating pain. I feel like I'm dying. And that's how hard my lessons is. For me to create these skills or system, they have to let me experience the things that I have to deal with to create the skills that I install to my patients or customers. And to the point that I can even experience like psychic attacks, or you can even see the dark entities blowing to you with your like your mind splitting, whatever. There's multiple like the worst thing that I have experienced is like what they call kill curse, like your Harry Potter have Adava Kedavra, something like that, but it exists. We operate in a large scale manner that we try to keep on hitting every timeline in every dimension and every realm to keep all of this from happening. And that's what we are doing with my collective. And my collective signed me up, or my higher self or oversoul signed me up for almost all of the light workers job to do. So I've experienced majority all of them. So it was like crazy. What they want me to discuss. So if you want, this is my brief what do you call this journey when I was awakening. And sorry, it's a Dragon Thunder, but I keep on yapping like this when I'm channeling. So I'm trying to get the information as fast as I can, because they're like chattering in my back end. I'm
It's
trying
all
to choose
good.
which one.
It's all good. It's all good. We're with you. And it's okay. Just you find the channel, and when it comes in, we'll listen. So
because
you're
I
doing
created the
great.
script. I
You're
created
doing
the script,
great.
but they was like, no, oh hell no, we're not gonna follow that one. Do this, do this.
They wouldn't let me have one either, so I'm with you, brother. You
Oh
just
boy.
have to be in the moment with all of us. And most of us here are really receiving what you're saying. So trust you're talking to an awake audience. A lot of us are right
Mhm.
there.
So
Thank you.
a little bit on, thank you. A little bit on my awakening journey. I started awakening when I had I usually work like 9 to 5, then I do my renovations afterward. So technically I work 9 to 5, then after that I do my construction like 6 to 1 a.m., 12 a.m. So I'm more like what you call a zombie per se, to the point that I drink coffee for like water. And one time I suddenly have an NDE. Technically, my body got shut out of my body. I went through the roof. I can see the insulation and everything. The roof all pulled out all the way to the sky, to the point that I can see the curvature of Earth. And if you ask me, in this timeline, Earth is not flat. Certain for so that's my truth. You don't have to push yourself, because I've seen the flat earth. I've seen it, that timeline, and it's not good. So don't try to go to that flat earth timeline. But it's there. And I've been asked, are you willing to go? You're technically done. But if you go, you will face more lessons, more timelines, more things that you want to experience that will need multiple lives. So I said, I don't know. And the thing with that OBE is that it's not like you're just conscious. You can feel your skin, you can see it, you can hear it, you can feel the air fluttering and everything. The thing is that when I looked down, I saw some dark entities, like humongous dinosaur type, brontosaurus, huge dark entities going to my house. And at that time, I let my emotions just go through with it. And there's one thing that's holding me in the shoulders here, and I just remove it. I remove it forcefully, and I couldn't fly. So for that time, I know that I can force some kind of energy in my hand and create a spear and throw it on one entity, and it splattered. I dropped, and when I dropped, I landed right in front of my patio doors. And when I saw my reflection, that's normally, if you're an astral traveler, you will see yourself. If you look in a mirror, it's either an orb or a light body. And when I look at myself, I was like, oh, I'm not human. I was like a 30-foot angel with 5 flat horns with wings. And I was like, I have wings. Why did I drop? So that's the funny part about it. But when you go to your astral realm, some people fear looking at the mirror. And I keep on looking at the mirror just to confirm, like, is this really my soul in this earth? And yep, that's my soul. So I've confirmed it multiple times. And after that awakening, I've been attacked and everything. I saw attachments from my family that, like, I'm just beside my wife. Suddenly there's this dark entity pop out. He noticed that I noticed him. He shoot like a vibration, like a shouting vibration that you couldn't hear, but it's almost splitting your head. So I was like, I need to wake up. I need to wake up. So because I couldn't do anything, so I wake up myself. They taught me some mudras for light protection. I think it's this one. So I do that, enter my what I call this astral self, and hunt that guy down. And that's the last dark entity that I killed. Last. Because there's multiple ways to deal with them without banishing them. Because there's a lot of later more stories about that one. I think I talk about it on my podcast, but I'll push that story for now. So I got hopeless because the parasite is keep on going back. You kill, you got replaced. It's technically like having honey, killing one bee, there's another one replacing it. So it's the same thing with people. So they said, how about crystals? So that's my introduction to crystals. So that's my technically what do you call this? Temporary protection for now. So I started using crystals and everything. So after crystals, there will be a stage where you started what do you call this? Sun gazing or moon gazing. Technically, you stare at the sun, and to the point that you started to see energy particles or mana, what they call it, or ether. And at that time, I suddenly got introduced to like golden symbols from my angelic selves. And I was like, what's that? Then there's someone in the washroom in the
I
can
know.
you
I'm just gonna shut her camera off.
Yeah, yes, please. So my bad. Sorry about that. So so that's when I started light language. The first light language form that I have is like what do you call this? Symbols. So I started drawing them, and each of your this is the thing, each of your higher selves or lower selves, I'm not giving them anymore, alternate selves, they have a skill that they can teach you. Especially my dragon higher self is a galactic, the crystalline dragon. He's black, but his wings are like made of amethyst, similar to this one. And he taught me about how to scribe light language. So I started drawing them. And when I started drawing them, I started joining the group for like light language, what do you call this? Groups. And people started feeling things. And when I started to join Dragon Thunder, that's when I started to draw my dragon higher self. And like the thing that he gave to me to transcribe is what he called Dragon's Blessing. I think it's way old post from before, and he said that you just transcribed it, and people who will get it will just get what they need or what they want for that moment. So that so after that, I have a voice that sounds scary, but I don't know what it was before. But as soon as I entered a phase where you're starting to let me, they said, how about you try speaking light language? So that's what my dragon light language is. It's my initial, and I use it more, but each light language have its own function. Like sometimes you will get multiple dialects, like some from like with what we call divine mothers, and they become like soothing types, and some can be upgrading type like Arcturians and everything, and some have dragon types, sometimes most of the time empowering or something to do with your pride or masculine energies, but it could differ. And that, don't limit yourself with what I say. It's just a perspective, and most of us see the cup in multiple ways. Some see it circle, some see it as square, but it's all true. It's just my perspective. So take it as not take it literally, but as a perspective on what I have been exposed to or what I have been experienced to explain. Okay. Enough with storytelling. Okay. So we will be installing, they said. Let's install first. The thing is that I'm not sure how many at the moment. Last time I checked, I have created like last year, probably 3,000 skills. I think it's probably 5,000 now. To the point that it's all intermingled, that I just create auxiliary skills. Technically, like skills supporting skills that is supporting skills. Like, let's say, if I give you some kind of protection skill, you need energy to power it. When does it activate? What's the trigger? Who does it affect? Who doesn't it affect? So there's multiple branches per thing. Does this affect your lessons? Does this? So something like that. Because I'm a lazy spiritualist, so they said, you cannot really keep on focusing on your spirituality because you have to focus on your present, because you're a father, you're a breadwinner, and you do construction and everything. So we have to put away these things that is hampering you to fully automated. But for me to go from that lower end to right now took me probably 6 months to totally develop the initial base of it. But still, until right now, I'm still creating skills because of what we are being exposed to. My last skill that I created is the one that I was about to give for free. And the skill that was exclusive to me that I created is, I'm allowed to say it? Who votes no? It's all yes. Okay. So they're like voting, yay! So sorry. So because sometimes I cannot divulge some truths, like, okay, I'm not gonna say that. I cannot even give a hint. Okay. There's truths that I already know that I couldn't even divulge yet, but it's exciting. But it depends on what kind of perspective you are going to see it. But the thing is that when you see it, when I say it right now, you won't understand it. So majority will have a negative effect. So it's rather be left for future messages. So they said you cannot really just keep on doing your spirituality. So we have to develop it to the point that it's automatic. Multiple ways can do it automatically. I can tell you multiple ways right now. You can even tell your chakras to do automatic clearing. You can tell your body, do this. You can update yourself. You can create updates yourself. You have to create, command yourself to be, like you can even say to your DNA, expand, unlimited. Remove the, technically you can will it technically. But the thing that's the issue with that one is the repercussions to balance it out. Everything has a law balance. So I experienced that one by, like, sometimes they say, hey, you cannot go through this because you ask for us guidance. If you go through this, there's consequences. But I said, oh, I like it. I'll do it anyway. So I did it and I was like, yep, that's the consequence. I didn't regret it, but I'm responsible for what I did. So there's multiple ways, like I'm gonna have this 24/7 protection. I said, cool, protection. But the thing is that it made me sleepy in the middle of the day because it's eating energy. So that's why I said, though, so you have to create protection, triggers, and everything. And there's also detection. Things that you are not aware of or unknown to you, you may not be in under the clause. There's a lot of gray holes with entities or existences are going through to get to you. And sometimes you're protecting yourself from outside, but they're already inside of you. Like they're pre-exist before you reincarnated, or they are bypassing with the things that you eat, you consume, you breathe, because you willfully do that. Like you put the food in your mouth, that means by intent, you're giving them the, what do you call this, consent, that I'm willingly putting this into my mouth and body, therefore I give you power over it. So there's multiple ways to, I have to sort through all of those, and that's why there's 5,000 skills and counting, and there's multiple ways, and I work with crystals as well. I'm wearing currently, it's not recommended, I'm wearing almost 80 crystals right now. In my neck, there's like a, Egyptian, like a headdress. There's like this. I have some kind of like that crystals in me in here like this. And they say, oh, it's heavy. I said, no, it's not. And some people say it have conflicting energies. That's true. You cannot wear multiple or too much crystals without conflicting energy unless you program them, unless you start to harmonize them. And like, say, you can even say it as simple as like, I'm gonna wear these crystals and everything, but when I need, what I want, and when I need it in the moment, you give it to me. Let's say I have amethyst and I have carnelian. I'm not sure which one is for the energy, but amethyst is calming, right? When I'm angry, you need to calm me down. So technically, that's what we call intent trigger. So you can program them all like that. Then you can hook them up to your energy that you use to hook up with Reiki, so you don't need to re-clear them. Or you can transmute what they absorb negatively and change it from muddy water to clear water, and you absorb it yourself, which powers your manifestation, and you get what you want. And you're happy when everyone is giving you negative energy, because you're taking it all in, transmuting it, and absorbing it, and it powers your positive manifestation. So there's multiple ways on handling things. You don't have to keep on blocking. Blocking takes too much energy. And sometimes when you start blocking, have you ever heard the word energetic ping pong? keep on sending, they keep on going in like this, and it never ends. So I got blamed by one of my guides for doing that for one time. And I said, just stop, just transmute this to something. So there's multiple stages on how you have to approach energies like this. That's why I can show myself in multiple like large crowds, and I'm fine because I'm transmuting everything automatically. And that's why I'm like I just came back from like mudding. I'm doing construction as well, so for fun as well. So that's so much. Let's install. They said, well, let's install. Okay, so let's install. I always preset my skills to will not trigger. It will never activate if you're planning to use it on bypassing your lessons, or you're not going to use it for the highest best good of all. It will not ever trigger. And especially malicious intent and everything, it will not trigger. And I also preset, I forgot to tell you that I will be assigning each and every one of you a specific guardian. You can tell in your mind which creature you want, but it's fine. It depends on what you want, but I will assigning you. So when you see them, they're just there to guard you in regards on whatever else is preventing you from moving forward. And I've assigned multiple guardians with my clients and everything, and they've seen them, and sometimes they look scary, but they said, oh, I saw him deal with someone, and I was like, oh, that's fine. So they started thanking them and everything because they started thanking me, but I said, it's not me, it's them who's guarding me. So I just delegate. And here's the thing, in some healers, especially the ones that I told before, that in one healing modality, you send a request to your spirit team on what you want to heal, and they will go discuss what is the best approach to deal with it, and they will technically deal with your subconscious mind and everything and let it heal on its own. Sometimes you have to go to astral and deal with it. Like I told you, I was working like 12 hours a day, 16 hours a day, heavy construction and heavy computing. I program. So I'm a programmer as well. So I do mind stuff and physical stuff all at the same time. So everyone with my kind of schedule will burn out easily. And right now, with so much, I always modify myself before I release it. With so much modification I have a modification on the moon where they said, quit drinking coffee. Imagine someone prolifically treating coffee as water, as me. The next day, I don't have some kind of like recoil from abruptly stopping coffee. I just drink water. So they have to let me change that one to work on my brain and everything. So I didn't have recoil and I stopped drinking coffee. Since then, I drink coffee from time to time for fun, but I didn't have the recoil. The other fun things that I did with my physical, modification to myself, I work out. They said, work out right now. You're fine. You did your modification. Then I work out. Sometimes some people feel soreness the next day. I don't feel that anymore. So what I do is I try to lift the heaviest that I can do because you can feel still the limit. But the next day I'm like, go on working. I sleep. I can work even with just 2 hours or 3 hours sleep. And the next day I'm still like, I slept the whole day. So there's multiple modification that I did that I haven't released yet. Okay, fine, okay.
So I'm just going to
Okay.
give you like 10, so we're at 12:36. So
Oh
sort
yeah,
of 10, 15 minutes if you want. I don't know how long your activation is, but just give you that sort of like,
okay,
want to be wrapping up in about 15 minutes.
sure, it will be quick. So they just want me to explain shortly about the packages. Technically, I have 4 packages, 2 that I didn't release, 2 I bundled up. The first package is technically healing, releasing everything technically the groundwork to deal with what's existing right now in your body in whatever sense. I couldn't enumerate more because there's a laundry list of healing that needs to be done. Ancestral wise, genetic wise, emotional, physical, everything. The second one is prevention. So that's why I bundled them up, because one is dealing with the current, then stopping it from reoccurring, really clearing and everything, and the stuff. And prevention, technically, like invasion, mind control, everything, to the point, curses and everything. The third one that I didn't release is technically expansion. So it expands your gifts and everything, skills that expands it. And the fourth one is acceleration. Right now, my manifestation is almost instantaneously that it surprises me. And there's also a skill, what I call, what do you call this? Manifestation prevention. Because when you think about it, it doesn't just manifest your positive things. It manifests negative. That's why worrying is the worst kind of prayer, because you give them energy with your thought, future, emotion, action. Great recipe for manifesting negative. So when you worry, you hit the 4 major manifestation recipe to make it a reality. So I canceled that one too. So installation, we will be installing right now. Let me know. The only thing I'm just asking confirmations with your higher selves, because it won't happen unless they agree, or it's not meant to be. Okay. Now I need your consent. Now, if you consent for me to do a psychic surgery on you, or like touch you, because technically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna touch every cell of you, every particle of energy of you, and implement this, because it will affect everyone around you, especially your aura. If your aura is as big as a city, then everyone within that city will be affected by you, and you may be absorbing and clearing all those energy. And sometimes you may get a heavy palpitation. Just try to breathe through it, or if you need medical concern, just go, because you might get a surge of energy, because I don't want to waste energy, and I want to transmute them and give it back to you. So that's what I want as well. So let me see. Okay, guardians have been assigned. You will see them immediately, or they will let you know within the dream. Most of them are elementals, fairies, whatever you wish. You can change them. You can tell them to move away or go back where they came from. It's all fine. You're in control. Let's install. So if you agree to this installation, I will be opening or modifying all of you in all different timelines, and even dimensions, planes of existence. And I will be installing the skill, which is what I call this. Let me see. Let me just, I forgot about which one they want to install. There's too many. So don't worry about connectivity or power of it. It's all predetermined, or like I manage the energy, so it doesn't eat yours personally, or it's so little that you don't even feel it. Let me just get the skill. Freebies, thank you. So the skill that I will be installing is what you call opportunity magnet. So what opportunity magnet does, it detects and attracts and notifies you about opportunities that you may have missed, even from the smallest one to the biggest one. And sometimes it could trigger you to like tingling in your ear, or depends on what kind of clear you have. So it's not limited to what I'm saying, or sometimes they give me a mental flick to wake up or something like that to not miss the opportunity, or some people get a twist in their tummy. So it depends. So you may have to meditate to see what kind of trigger are specifically designed for you. And if you consent for this installation, also, I'm doing a flash 1 week bundle 1, which is the one full clear and maintenance for you, which is good for 1 week. But doing just the first package is already pulling a lot of healing stuff on your end. I couldn't enumerate enough on what it's in it because of the limited time. So if you consent to this, just say only for the highest best good of all. Close your eyes. Opening all up. Installing to all of your bodies, all of your souls, all of your selves, all of your iterations, all of your particles, micro to macro, past, present, and future planes of existence. Closing your app, disconnecting. All the energy that have been taken, or which is like negative energy, curses, ties, and everything, will be returned to you. You can just think where it needs to go. It could power your wealth, health, relationships, or you can tell them to go evenly and everywhere where it's needed to be. There's gonna be huge changes for this week. So if you feel awful, it's just your body starting to readjust to your new self, to your new timeline. And I'm happy for you, and I'm thankful for me to be able to be of service. Disconnect. Here's your sliver of energy. Put it back. Sorry, I took a sliver of energy. I forgot to give consent. I take consent, but I have to give it back because I don't take other people's energy. You can transmit it back to yourself. And I'm sorry, there's not much time, and everyone quiet. So, so it's a Q&A. So if you have questions, let me know. Sorry if it's a rush.
I was going to say you can either like speak now, turn on your camera, because we've still got a few minutes before we're going to welcome the next speaker. But thank you. That was even though it was very short, it's very powerful. So thank you.
Also, if you want to, you can put questions in the chat for later too. If Lawrence, if you're going to stay around, sometimes people might put chats, and I put your links in the chat for everyone for Lawrence's information. It's there in the flow.
Let me just, it's mine. Oh, I'm gonna put in the other thing.
And people are saying they felt that download. So beautiful.
There's a huge hint as well. You may, or if there's not much question, I can continue yappering.
Yeah, you
I'm
can
just
keep
kidding.
talking.
So
You can keep.
the,
You can make this is your time.
so
Please
this
do.
is one, I'm not sure, it's a concern that I have, is that you don't have a it's like a operating system. You don't have to download templates once. So you can tell your templates, your DNA, your energies to update to the maximum that you are allowed or your body can take right now to the most highest it can take. And you will suddenly see, or you can even ask your body, what's my highest dimensions that I can access? And it sometimes can go from 1 digit to 2 to 4. I've seen people go to beyond. So there's that. So you can update your own templates and your what do you call this, codes. Technically, it's not just you activate it once and it's automatically updated. And that's part of the what do you call this expansion, because you have to automatically update all of those multiple subjects that everyone is talking about. There's like what's that one? Too many to enumerate, to like update like codes, patterns, templates, and soul patterns and everything. Installed guide was one. Already have. Oh, there you go. What's is there any other questions, or you want me to discuss something?
I don't see anybody asking anything or anything. I just want to tell you, it was really great to hear you talk about how, you know, we don't have to be trying to put away things. It's like really being able to embrace life and show up the way we meet things. You know, I believe
Yes.
everything's crying in the world to be met, and that everything is here to heal, that literally every particle, every being. So I love that you're an empathic superhero, and that you use your empathic superhero powers to come in and meet people. I've experienced that in my work too, where I feel people for days before they arrive, and that way I know where to go and how to go in to empathetically meet what's there. And it's a really powerful gift to have that ability. And I admire that you're doing that while working several jobs. It sounds like you're very busy. You're a very busy daddy. Um,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. So, in your expansion experience, of late, are you noticing that a lot of new gifts are arriving like almost every day?
Um, some of the gifts that I have seen, it's like I was biking and I've depends on which gifts you are. Some people are time elemental, or different kinds of element, but one of my pre-gifts are time and space.
Mm,
So precognition, that this it. So I've seen this squirrel cross the road and it got hit by the car. And to the point that was like a split second, I was like, whoa. Then when I was nearing him, he was about to do the same thing. So I tilted my bike in front of him and he went backwards instead. So there's that one. And there's one where you have another um, third eye. You are not limited to one.
mm,
Oh, by the way, my third eyes are all dragon related. And I have two third eyes when I wake up, one moon, one sun, because
mm,
one is purple, one is gold.
mm,
And I keep on seeing them to the point that every time I look outside, I can see energy particles on demand. Whenever I need them, I can see them. So I'm not sure if it's aura or something, but it's like energy particles. When I
I
ask them what
understand.
kind of,
It's space dust.
yeah, I asked them what are you? It's like they call themselves mana or ether,
Hmm.
but I forgot
Nanos,
what I was.
nano
Yes,
angelics, you know,
yes,
nano angelics. I work with them too. They're amazing. Oh, so fun. Your
I
background
know.
reminds me of that.
Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy. There's too many stories from galactics to gods to
Mm,
ascended masters. There's too many to tell. So, but time wise, we couldn't do it. There's even one time that when the galactics goes to my house,
mm,
Actuarian, and they have to beam up the update to my forehead. And I was
mm,
like meditating. I know it's real because all the dogs in my neighborhood started going crazy.
mm-hmm.
As soon as I can see them from far away, they're like, "Brrr," then the dog's like, "Wow, wow, wow, oh my God." Then I was like, what's up? Then they were like, beam. Brrr. I was like, what's this about? It's an update, your vessel couldn't take the new changes that you've been doing. So okay, okay. Then suddenly they gone, then everything started quieting down. So there's multiple experiences that
Mm-hmm.
um and if people ask if they're still waiting out there, if
Mm-hmm.
there's UFO, they're already here. They're underneath your feet. They're underneath the sea. They're in the clouds. There are people with walking beside you. I keep on seeing them sometimes just standing in the middle of the road. They're everywhere. So
We are not alone.
yes.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Lawrence, you are so right. Well, you have about 9 more minutes for your time slot. You can keep talking and keep
Hmm.
sharing right up until the very end.
This is a mind twister that I just they just taught me right now. You know Maldek, right? By
Yeah.
do I need to? Am I authorized to say this? Yes and no. Which parts? Okay. So in a timeline sense of, I like timelines. I keep on crossing timeline that where I am at from my previous timeline, it's night and day. My wife from that timeline and my family from that timeline is way black and white from what I have right now, to the point that people saying trying to escape their it's a deviation, sorry. People will try to escape their major lesson. But what my team is saying, the long you resist the lesson and not face it, whatever for what it is, the more it will persist. The fastest way to go through your spirituality is how much it's determined by how determined you are to face your lessons. The faster you more conquer your lessons, the more expanded you are, the more you catch yourself, the more you conquer your emotional body, your mental body. Your mental body, untrained and unconquered, will keep on saying, that's not true, that's bullshit, you're crazy. Your emotional body will say, be angry, they're bullying you, you're the victim here. They keep on telling you that, but once you conquer them, you can tell them, shut up, I need to learn this. What do I need to do with this scenario? Oh, everyone's falling apart. What can we do with this? That's how calm I am right now, that in a crazy situation, I was like, oh, so what? Okay, group meeting. What do we do? Physical body, are you feeling in pain? Mental body, what's your thoughts? Emotional body, what are you feeling right now? Oh, I acknowledge that, but what can we do to deal with this situation? How about my team? What kind of lesson is this? What I need to know. So there's multiple things that I approach things, because as soon as you go over your main disabling lesson, because the first one is always the hardest one, always like this. As soon as you go across that highest bump of lesson in your life, everything is gonna be just like this. And you will feel it. Every day is a new, exciting day to wake up with, and there's always something new lessons every day, new fun stuff. So there's multiple like that. So anything else you need to say? Any questions so far? We can go to multiple rabbit holes, but we don't have time.
One person has asked a question, Lucy's, any multi-dimensional expert galactic need legions of the benevolent ones for
Yes.
years of mess and interfacing
Cyborg,
and
AR,
like
yes, I have encountered those multiple timelines, negative timelines. Now I'm gonna tell you, this is one of, I'm not sure if everyone is advanced enough to take this message, especially for those star seeds, advanced star seeds. Some of the advanced star seeds are here. Fine. Oh my God. So that's why you gave me that download. Some of the star seeds here are here to correct all of those negative timelines. And for me to go back a little bit about the Venusians, the Mercurians, the Martians, and all other aspects may be not in the same timeline. It may be us, humans, on a different planet, where that is our highest best timeline on that planet as a Venusian, but we are now trying to help Earth because that is not our highest best timeline. We couldn't go forward development wise on species to go, so that's why we created humans as an Earth being. Similar to multiple timelines, that we are sometimes an Orion, Dragonian, Reptilian, and we are an AI, or sometimes we are consciousness as a rock and everything. But the thing is that all of these negative timelines is up to us. So our jobs to fix, because especially those who are talented with time and space, you can technically revert it back. I'm not allowed to say this, but one of my gifts they give me as an opportunity when I fully awakened or ascended my abilities. If I want to go back to the time to decide if I want to still live with this family, and they showed me that timeline, and I'm different, and I'm alone, and I said, I don't want to touch any timeline, because one small mishap could change my kids, could change my pets, and like the butterfly effect. So I just say, I like it as is. I'll make it. I'll make this timeline better. So there's that.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Yeah,
So
everything
right
affects
on
everything.
time.
And we
So
are right at the end here.
yeah,
We're going to wrap up and thank
Yep.
you, Lawrence, so much for your incredible sharing and your gift sharing, your light sharing, your healing and support of all light and life, and for being a lover of all life, holding to your accords, your gifts, your partnerships with your divine families, your guardians, and your families of light, your multidimensional bodies. Thank you for all of your sharing in every dimension, realm, and part of existence. I thank people in the expansion, because we are here in a very expanded way now here on Earth and New Earth. So thank you so much for being your galactic self. And we are so grateful for our time with you. Thank you, Lawrence. You can find Lawrence's information in the chat, you all. And I'm going to turn things over now as we thank you, Lawrence. That was beautiful. You're lovely, and
Thank you.
bless your heart, and blessings to you, your family, and in all dimensions, worlds, universes. And thank you, thank you, thank you. Big hearts for all of us who are transmuting and shifting through the lights of everything that's coming to meet us in this time of great change, and galactic families in the Reformation project that's happening in our universe. Barbara's going to take over now. I'm going to turn things over to Miss Barbara
Thank you
to
for having
introduce
me.
our next speaker.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Lawrence.
Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, deep breath as we switch to our next speaker. Next. So again, just a reminder, drink plenty of water, make sure you're grounded. But that was fabulous. So thank you again, Lawrence. So I am going to introduce our next speaker, and we're doing really well with time, so we need to. So the next speaker is Anu Shira, who is a cosmic scribe, also known as the cosmic scribe and curator of the Royal Lyran Project. In this current incarnation reality, I am mother, grandmother, sister, and divine counterpart in union with my other. I'm going to hand over to Leonie, and she is going to tell us more about who she is and what messages she has today. So thank you for being here.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the introduction, Barbara, and Kelley for holding the space for us. I'm beyond thrilled to be sharing this platform with so many stellar beings, and I've only managed to listen to a few of the other speakers. And what I'm really loving is that we have this oneness consciousness. You can feel everything coming in that others are experiencing as well, and that gives me full body goosies. So yes, I am Leonie. I'm also known as Anushe Ra and the Cosmic Scribe. And I'm really looking forward to walking on this path to joy with everyone today to see what manifests. And I think to start off, I'd just like everyone to receive the invitation to just close the eyes, put your hands on your heart, take a few deep, gentle breaths, and call in your power team. If you don't know who they are, just ask them to be there, and they will be there with you. And set an intention for spirit to reveal to you what is perfect in this now moment. Just a minute. Thank you. Thank you for that. We trust we're going to have fun today. It's a monkey day in the galactic mind Tolkien, so it's a day for me to play and to invite you all to play with me. And here we are gathered as dragons, sharing amazing wisdoms and gems. And I will share a little bit more of my own journey, because that is where I'm coming from. It's what I can give to you, my self-realization as a dragon. And as we know, there are so many dragon realms, rainbow realms, the crystalline, the inner earth, the elemental realms. And I personally come from Lyra. So this is my original construct. Perhaps you've been shown your original construct, and if not, you call in your power team and ask them to open that doorway. And believe me, as dragons, they will be very happy and very efficient to show you where you are from. And knowing how efficient they are, things will flow very quickly from that. So when I started preparing for this, I really wasn't sure what the theme would be. And I always go in and I ask Spirit, what do you want of me today? And nothing solidified. There was nothing clear. It was like an open book. Just let it flow. So I trusted that. And that was a personal step into faith and trust and surrender for me. And however, a few days ago, I was guided to share what I refer to as Indra's web, which is, it comes from mythology, from the Hindu mythology, from the Vedas. Indra being one of their higher gods, the god of rainmaking, of water, thunder, lightning. He's the king of the Devas. And to show how this web covers the entire cosmos, it's a huge infinite web that covers all the constellations, all that is in our universes and in our world, and how bringing it down into this microcosm that we are, that Indra's web, we're all connected to it. And what we do affects everybody else. So knowing that we each have a logoic spark, or a spark of God, logos being the word, we have that within us. And so at this time, we're being called in to be co-creators in anew. I'd like to go back to who I be, and just to give you a little bit of background of that. I was a recorded speaker last year, so if you need to know a little bit more about things that I will just touch on briefly, you can go back to those recordings if you have signed up. So I am a fully merged Lyran dragon, and the story of receiving my name, Anushe Ra, which is the first higher aspect that was shown to me, is quite something. I was divinely guided to go to Portugal. It was not on my, it was not in my field to do that. But in 2010, by divine orchestration, I went to Portugal, planning to stay for 6 weeks, and I ended up staying for a year. And in that time, I met my soul family, who are part of my greater monadic family. And what I loved is that they were doing a healing modality, which I had been doing for many, many years, but I didn't have a name for it. I just did it. And meeting these people helped me to understand what my gift was in that particular modality and to expand it. So I was working with one other. We were doing a healing on a client. And when we'd completed that healing and transmutation, she left and I decided to stay in a meditative state. And all of a sudden, I felt myself at the control of what I can only describe as an ultra-terrestrial craft. And it was controlled by my mind, by my consciousness. There was a panel in front of me with a lot of green energy, and there were things to do and move, but it was all done with the mind. And as I was flying in this craft, I heard the voice. Now, you'll hear me refer to the voice quite often. It is that which is within me, which has been guiding me since my shamanic initiation in 1986. I hear the voice and I know the voice, so I trust the voice. And the voice said to me, your name is Anushe Ra. You are not to utter this word until I give you the instruction to do so. So this was quite a mind blow for me. I was like, okay, so what do I do with this? And I simply held it within my heart knew the name. I heard it so clearly, Ra, and I held it within my heart for 7, 8 years. And then I think it was in 2019 or 2018, I was told, okay, you can come out now. And I know that one of the other, I think it was Viviana, spoke about coming out as a dragon, sharing it with your family. We all feel a little bit sort of apprehensive about that, because who's going to believe that we're a Lyran dragon and that my name is actually Ra? But I did that. And when I stepped into that sovereignty and into that power and into my name, that's when things started expanding for me. With my connection to dragons, what is fantastic for me is that everything started happening at around the same time. In 2017, I went on a shamanic journey to find answers to questions about life and death, which had become very personal for me. And in that journey, I connected with 13 beings. And the full story is in last year's recording, but just so that you have a picture in your mind, those 13 beings downloaded codes to me, and we played, we had fun. And then I was told, and I did a second journey a few days later with the same 13 beings coming forward, that the 13th of those was actually me from the future. And that was quite it was a revelation to me, and it helped me to understand, my path and what I need to do and how I must bring my gifts. So at the same time that happened, a couple of months later, I was working on my laptop, and suddenly I could hear people who were across the veil, as well as people who were alive, but in different parts of the world, calling my name. And I looked up at my laptop and I saw an image of a lioness cub with my own face in the background and the face of a lion shaman. And this really grabbed me because I knew the lion shaman personally. I cannot say his name today because he has crossed the veil. And out of respect to those San Bushman people of the Kalahari in South Africa, they do not use their names once one has transitioned. But there he was in front of the screen, and I got goosebumps, and I was like, what is going on? And then I heard other people calling my name, and I sat with that and meditated with that for a few days, and the Royal Lyran project was birthed within me. Tied in, so the theme of my talk today is about Indra's web. Did I mention that? Things are going so quickly. Indra's web, the Hindu god, yes, I did mention it. So that web is what is connecting all of these experiences that I've had as the cosmic scribe, as the curator of the Royal Lyran project, and as a dragon. And a couple of months after I received the Royal Lyran project, I noticed on Facebook that an amazing woman from the States was coming to South Africa to awaken the female black dragon of Mu. So there are, for those of you who don't know, there are 12 dragons of Mu who hold the templates of the earth. They are in pairs, the elementals, earth, air, fire, and water, a male and female black dragon, male and female white dragon. And when I saw this post, I connected with my beloved friend, Araya Unra, who is the dragon lady, and we had a discovery call. And I'll never forget the time that happened. The discovery calls that she does are usually about 15 or 20 minutes. And we spoke for a good 45 minutes. And something ignited within me. I knew that I had to do the program. And that's what I did. I stepped in and did the 9-month program with Araya, and that's where my own journey to my dragon self accelerated. I was put on a fast track, and just all these amazing things have been happening since then. So that was in 2019. What is interesting is that the dragons were appearing to me many years before. I would see clouds and take photos of them because they looked so amazing. And then I would see something in a tree and I would take a photo of it. looking back now, all those photos were dragon, but I was in denial because I was still under the remnant of the religious programming that dragons are not good. But they never let go of me, and they kept on, and this is how they came to me. So I look at those photos now, and I'm so grateful that they showed themselves to me. Do we have questions?
I don't see any right now.
Okay, great.
And you're good. You can just
Okay,
keep going. And I have
keep
your
going.
images if you need me to put anything up from your file you sent
Thank you
us.
so much.
I
Yeah,
have it
thank
right
you.
here. You just can tell me if you want me to put your wheel up or your 7 solar system, that piece. You
Great.
just tell me.
I'll
I'll
thank
see
you,
if I can put
Kelley.
it in the chat for you.
Okay, wonderful. That'll be great. I can
Yeah.
I'll give you a cue when I get to there.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
great.
was also thinking that as you were talking about you know Casca Graham, who presented in England.
Yes.
She just did a whole thing on the dragons of South Africa. So I just wanted to mention that.
Lovely. Thank you. Won't you put it in the chat for me so that I
did.
can remember?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah. So as this journey of mine expanded, I came to the realization of my dragon lineages. So the Lyrans actually started speaking to me, and I was basically aware of them almost my whole life. However, I think it was in about 1999 or whatever, we as a family had this incredible experience with a leopard. And looking back on that, I realized that's when my Lyran feline aspect was coming in and calling me. But back then, I didn't have the awareness that I have today. However, being able to connect those dots and to draw all the threads of Indra's web together into what I'm experiencing today has really been an incredible experience for me. And that whole story of my feline connection is available in the Royal Lyran Project PDF, which I'm happy to share with anybody. If you'd like to send me an email, I think my email will come up on the screen later. You could send me an email and ask for the Royal Lyran Project storybook. It's beautiful. I love it. So in this, I started looking at my dragon and Lyran lineages because I have a paternal lineage and a maternal lineage. One is dragon, one is Lyran. And I did this by meditating with intent, going into a meditation and saying, show me my ancestors, show me my family. They would sometimes come to me in dream time and tell me who they are. Or when I was in a session with Araya, a number of my guides have come through and just given me the gift of knowing who they be. Often I would be out in nature and suddenly there would be a crystal in front of me and I would pick the crystal up and I would get this download. I am Gebra Daleth. I am a dragon, Lyran dragon from the solar realms. So this kind of thing was happening to me, and I really loved that. I want to show you this one. So I didn't pick this up. I was supposed to go on a rock hunt with Araya and my beloved other Jonathan. And that morning I didn't feel well at all, and I was so disappointed I decided I'd have to stay at home. And what happened is that my beloved picked this up. And what I love is that he was meant to find it rather than me. Perhaps if I'd gone with, we wouldn't have found this. But I don't know how well you can see, but it looks to me absolutely like a lion. Oh, good. I'm not very good at this. So there's a very lion-like, the nose and the eye. And this is the crystal that I'm working with at the moment. So yeah, as I said, there was so much happening at the same time. So Kelley, if you could put up the number 2 image, which is the Cosmic Scribe story about my codes. So at the same time, there was, as I've mentioned, the 2017 getting the codes. and then the Royal Lyran Project. The Royal Lyran Project is very much about earth grid work, and this was very, very new for me. I didn't know what it was. You know, even with the codes, with the scribing, I didn't understand what sacred geometry was. I didn't know what it was that I was drawing or scribing, but I just trusted. And I really want to encourage everyone who's listening to do that. Trust your inner compass. It may feel or sound like really weird, but be prepared to step into your sovereignty and into your power and bring your gifts, because each of us has a beautiful gift, and we should all be bringing it so that we
I'm
can
so
anchor
sorry.
in
It's
this new
saying
earth.
it won't let me put it in, darling. I don't know why. It
Ah,
says
that's
there's a
okay.
restriction. So I'm not sure why, but it says it's restricted and won't let the file as a PNG in.
Oh, okay. All
So
right. Well, it's not
apology.
meant to be. I'm not going to
But
stress about it.
okay.
Yeah, great. So back to the Royal Lyran Project. It started in the beginning. I would hear locations on Earth. The very first one was connecting Uluru with Brandberg Mountain in Namibia, where the Sandbushmen people are, and Mount Kilimanjaro. So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll do that. And I drew a trine connecting those, and then I would receive a code that goes with the geometry for the Earth grid work. And one of my past lives that Araya unearthed for me, and which I really felt into, was that of a medicine woman from the Aboriginal tribes in Australia. And my job was to walk the song lines and to sing into the song lines. And that memory was very emotional for me because it's what I do today. So when I receive a code, I sing my heart song and I sing the code into the land. And I do whatever I need to do to dance them to life so that they are in the morphogenetic field and that they are doing what they need to do for the greater good of all on the earth. So with these geometries of the Royal Lyran Project, that is what I was doing. And in the beginning, I was working very much on my own, just bringing them in. And then I was guided to invite others who felt resonant to that to join me. And we did it together. And we went through phases where I was working on my own or working in a group. And what I think is really important, and I'd like to say this, I'm a serial journaler. I've been journaling since 1986. In the beginning, I used to write in a little A5 notepad. And eventually I had so many of those, I thought, no, I've got to switch over to digital. So I have a huge library, and I have a memory of being in the Library of Alexandria. So that's no surprise to me that I do that. But in this journaling, it has helped me to make sense of my life. So as I mentioned, my spiritual awakening, or what was actually a dark night of the soul, a shamanic death, happened in 1986 at around the time of the harmonic convergence. And if I hadn't been journaling to the extent that I do, I would have lost so many of these beautiful keys and codes and threads and dots that connected and gave me ahas about my life and who I be and what I need to be bringing to the world. So I would really encourage you to keep a journal, no matter how small something may seem. There's a lot that will help you to understand who you are and what you should be moving towards in your journey. So as I say, storytelling, really, really important for me. And because we're not able to bring up the banners that I made with information, I'd just like to mention here that I do have a Substack account. It's called Incension, or the Cosmic Scribe, and I will try and put those things into the chat at some stage. But a lot of what I share as far as my sacred offerings and my experiences are on that Substack, and a lot of my stories. And it's really mostly as a legacy for my grandchild, for my children and their children, and for the future generations. I'd like them to know who their who their grandmother is. So, right, let's get back to now. We're moving into the age of Aquarius. We've already started moving into that. So we've left behind that Piscean age, which was very much about the individual and with a strong masculine energy, moving into Aquarius, the water sign, the bearer of water, the bringer of wisdom, and the divine feminine. And what has been shown to me and others that I work with in the energy grid work is that the templates of the earth have been held by the dragons for eons, these amazing, powerful beings. And you really and truly can see them. So even if you think, I'm not so sure that this is true, go and have a look on Google Earth, and you will be guided to see where these particular dragons lie. And this is Araya's domain. She holds that energy of the 12 dragons of Mu and their connection to the templates of the earth. This process of ending that Piscean age ties in with the new age that we're entering into. And there is this handover from the dragons to the gold-winged lions or lyrans. And the process has been ongoing for quite some time. The lyrans are in place. The final handover, in my opinion, has not yet happened, but they are pretty much there in the background, in place, and ready to bring in this new template for the earth. It's a divine blueprint that will bring us into a higher frequency. And as it is anchored and held by the Lyrans, I believe that it is a template of pure, intelligent light, because this age of Aquarius is very much about light and sound and the multidimensional nature of who we be. And all of us can be contributing to that. So it's a new horizon, one where we can co-create together. And what I call the return to the garden, our state of perfected grace and harmony. So there's a lot that I can share, and we're still doing okay for time. There's so much that I can share, as Lawrence also said. I mean, it's just, there's this vast store of information and beauty and gems and wisdom that is available to us. And I love that as we're going into this time, we're looking at one consciousness. And it's all about group and doing things in group as we are gathered here together today. It's extraordinary. And I love that every single person here, whether you know it or not, is bringing a glorious gem to the greater morphogenetic field, what we call the noosphere. So I'm going to try and grab some key elements to make sense of what I'm speaking about with regards to Indra's net. And I will be speaking from my own personal experience. So as we move into this, we obviously need to address our own inner wounds, our core wounds, our traumas, things that trigger us and make us less than the perfect person that we are, because we are still embodied here in human form. So as we go into the age of Aquarius, as we move into oneness consciousness, we cannot take with us anything that is discordant, that is not in harmony. And so that which is within us that needs to be transmuted will be coming to the surface. And please believe me, in the last while, I have had so much coming to the surface. I'm like, who is this person? What is this? Why am I experiencing this? So a big thing about this moving out of polarity and duality, which has been the energy of the previous Piscean age, is that we are all of that. So if we look at archetypes, most of you will know of the archetypes. There are at least 20 major archetypes, the warrior, the helper, the rescuer, the persecutor, the villain or the oppressor. And then we have the opposite of that. So if you experience yourself as the oppressor, know that you have also experienced being oppressed. And if you are the frightened child, know that you have also been the opposite of that, the one who loves the child, nurtures and mothers. So as we see ourselves in this duality, we can do the transmutation by bringing the polar opposites together, raising them up to the divine and asking for it to be transmuted within us. And of course, as we transmute ourselves, we transmute for the collective as well. And this is why it's important to be courageous and to be strong and to make a decision to go there and do that transmutation. And of course, at this time, we have a resurgence and a reclamation of the divine feminine, which is all about love and nurturing and being in gentle and loving and kind strength to hold the chalice for the divine masculine to also be raised up to his full potential. So as co-creators and moving through these constellations, I'd like to share a little bit about the 7 solar systems, and this is information that comes from the Vedas and the Himalayan teachings. So they have 7 solar systems which are connected to constellations. So in the bigger cycle of 250,000 years, we move through those, and then it comes down, steps down into a microcosm where we have a smaller cycle moving through that. And so we move through these time cycles. And as I say, currently we're in Aquarius. So I'd just like to speak a little, if I may, to these 7 solar systems. We have Draco, which is connected to the base chakra. No surprises there. The dragons, they came in right at the beginning. They're holding the templates, and that is what they do. Then the next one up, so I'm going to share with you which chakra they are connected to. We have Antares, which is connected to the sacral chakra. And then Orion, Betelgeuse, which is connected to solar plexus. And here I'm going to throw in a personal thing. When I was in the program with Araya and we were learning about the dragons of Orion, I had such a physical, visceral reaction to it. It's like, I don't want to know anything about Orion. And I didn't understand it because what's Orion? When I started exploring, I came to learn about the Orion Wars. And that is where my own personal core wound came in. I'll speak to that more. I don't want to detract from the 7 solar systems. So I believe that Earth was created in order that those who had suffered the trauma of the Orion Wars would have an opportunity to transmute. And then we have our own solar system, Earth, which is connected to the heart. No surprises there either, because what are we doing? We're being called to be love in everything that we do. Pleiades is the throat chakra. Sirius is the ajna, or the third eye. And I love, thank you, Lawrence, for speaking about the second third eye. And also what you see when you wake up in the morning. I often get it. I close my eyes and I just put a little bit of pressure on my eyelids and I see these amazing vistas of color and images and things. So thank you. That's obviously my second third eye. And then the Great Bear, or Ursus Major, which is a constellation that is connected to the head or the crown. And just dipping in a little bit into the Great Bear, there are 7 major stars in the Great Bear, which are known as the Big Dipper or the Plough, and each of them is imbued with the attributes and the functions of the 7 rays of God. And this was so beautiful for me because in the last while, I've been hearing a lot about 7s, connecting things that are 7, and so that's what I've been working on in the last time. So just running through those quickly. Benet Nash is commonly known as Al-Qaid, and that is the first star in that Great Bear constellation. It's connected to the first ray, which represents the will to power. Then we have Mizar, which is a second ray, the will to love. Alioth, third ray, which is all about creative and active intelligence. Megrez is the fourth ray, which is harmony through synthesis, which is what we are doing right now. This harmony that we're bringing in the polar opposites, harmonizing them and synthesizing them so that we can have peace, raising them up into a higher frequency. Excuse me. Then we have Dubé, which is connected to the fifth ray. It's a science of consciousness, the science of deity, the awareness of the will to feel on a higher, almost godlike level, frequency. Then we have Merak, which is a sixth ray planet. And the sixth ray is devotion to the spiritual path. And Fekta is the seventh ray, which is all about divine law and order, or what we can also refer to as ceremonial magic, but good magic, not that stuff we were doing back in Atlantis. So what I found very interesting in the ageless wisdom teachings, and I only learned this in the last while, that the masters of the wisdom of those teachings are known as the dragons of wisdom. So there's another beautiful golden thread on Indra's web. I'd also like to share with you about my beloved Dragonheart family. These are people that I've been connected to through Araya's program. We are 11 in our core group, now 12, but up until now, we were 11 in the core group. And for the very first time, we connected in real life, in person, when they heard that I was going to be coming from South Africa via Portugal to the United States of America. Araya arranged a gathering for us, and we went to Mount Shasta on the solstice. I mean, you cannot ask for more magic, more power, more beautiful encounters and sharing time together. So that was really incredible. We did an activation at on Mount Shasta, down in one of the valleys, and each person brought their beautiful piece, and it formed this amazing tapestry. Mine, I was given on the way to the activation. I was told you need to bring in the energy of the 4 royal stars. Now, for me, the royal stars are very feline. It's Regulus, the lion. It is Fomalhaut. It is Antares and Aldebaran. And you can go ahead and research that. But these royal stars, they've come to me previously when I've done work, but not with the power and the direct energy that I experienced on the solstice. And what I realized is that they are the 4 directional points that hold a cardinal cross in the greater cosmos. And they come in when humanity is at a point of great change. So, as we say in the Dragonheart group, we cannot make this up. We cannot make it up. Sometimes it seems beyond belief, but it's all true. As Lauren said, everything that you're experiencing is real. And once again, this is a thread connecting all of the sacred service that I've been offering. Now I'm going to move on. I'm good for time, Barbara?
Yes, you're doing good.
Okay,
We're
great.
1:40, so 10 to 15 minutes, and then you do have some questions. Yeah.
Okay, great. I'll try and get through this as quickly as I can. So in 2023, I've been scribing and bringing in codes. And at that time, I was mostly doing my own grid work, bringing in a transformational code. So if there was a situation on the earth, for instance, a political problem or wildfires in Australia or in problems in Venezuela, I would receive a code and I would do transmutation for that. I would send the energies in to heal the situation, to bring calm and to bring peace. So at the time I was doing that mostly, as well as personalized soul expression codes, which I do. They sometimes take weeks to land from when I start the initiation, and I call them in. And then in 2023, the voice said to me, I want you to bring in 13 codes and you must call them Antakarana. And I was like, okay, cool, I'll do that. And then I was told, you need to bring in one a day for 13 days. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Because when I bring in a code, it takes some time for me to integrate. It takes a huge amount of energy from me to land that code. And I was like, I don't know how I'm going to bring in 13 codes one day after the other. But again, I trusted the process and I stepped into my power, into my sovereignty, and into my magic. And the codes just landed so beautifully every day. When I'd completed that, I was like, okay, now I dance them to life. And Spirit said to me, no, no, no. Now you bring in co-creative energies that support the code. And that's where I felt a little bit overwhelmed, because I was told to bring in 11 other energies, the galactic, mind galactic signature, the constellation that it was attached to, Hopi moons, all sorts of other energies. And I was like, I don't even know how I'm going to do this, but I will do it. And I stepped into it, and the only way I could envisage it was to create a wheel. So this is another banner that I've made, or image that I wanted to share on screen for you, that explains the wheel. But I wasn't able to do that myself. I tried this morning, and I see Kelley's also struggling with that. So we let it be. I will share in some way to all of you, or you can send me a message and ask me to share it to you. Anyway, as I began working with these cosmic codes, it was very, very clear to me that this was the Antakarana building a bridge between this earth and the higher realms. And I was told it's no longer about me doing my thing on my own. I need to create a workshop and put out a clarion call, and those who are meant to work with me with these codes will come in. And that's exactly what I did. I created a workshop. We would meet once a month. So for 13 months, we met. We worked with each code and with the wheel and with the energy. And in doing that decoding and unraveling with a small but very powerful group, yay, there we go. Lovely, thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I got it up for you here. Keep going.
Wonderful.
This is what you wanted us to see, and I can do that with anything else you want me to share, okay?
Fabulous, thank you so much, yes. So you will see here, I was given the code, so that is Antakarana 1, and then I was told to connect it to a galactic being, because for me, these constellations, stars, they're all either stargates or but they are sentient beings. So the galactic connection is Lyra. The aspect of the Sephiroth, or the tree of life, is the crown. The Kabbalah name, the what's that? Cosmic relationship is the attribute, and so on, all the way around. So the only way I could make sense of all these energies was to put it in this wheel. Then I was also given a grid that is connected to that code. So this Antakarana series of 13 is actually the 18th geometry of the Royal Lyran project. Thanks, Kelley. That's great. And in working with this, it not only expanded my own trust and gift as a grid worker, but it was something that just landed beautifully, creating this bridge, which I believe is there, and it is for us to step across. And what I loved is that in the Antakarana, the constellations that I was given are connected to this, to the 7 constellations or the 7 solar systems that I spoke of earlier. And in unraveling all of this and decoding, we are bringing this energy into the noosphere, and this is the way we contribute and co-create. I must be honest. Right, there we go. These are the 7 solar systems. So you'll see the outer is the 250,000 year cycle. Within that is the cycle of the 7 solar systems. And these are the ones that we work through. Draco at the base, working through Antares until we get to the Great Bear. And of course, Alcyone is our great central sun at the center of all of that. So what I find is sometimes it's just, there's so much information coming in for me that I don't feel overwhelmed, but I've got to step back from what I'm doing and just take a pause and integrate. And I find that making a mind map also helps me to connect the dots, helps me to put together the ahas and the synchronicities, which is what I'm hoping to bring across to you today, that all of those things that you experience, those are also your dot connectors, or what I like to call crystal drops. It used to be breadcrumbs in the old days. I now call them crystal drops. So I'm going to...
So you do have a question, which was, could you speak a little more about the connection between the will and the Kabbalah?
Okay, so everything within that decoding of the code, of the Antakarana code, I was given intuitively, connect to the tree of life. So each of the 13 codes is connected to a point on the tree of life, or so the Kabbalah is the Kabbalistic name for the tree of life points. That's the easiest way that I could explain that. So in the tree of life, we have like a middle zone, which is the place between the above and the below. So many of those codes, well, all of those codes have a place on the tree of life, and they are connected to the Kabbalistic name. Keter, for instance, is the crown. Okay, I hope that answers the question. I do have some things to speak about. If I have time, I'd like to just run through it very quickly, because in the current astrological cycle, it starts with the full moon in Aries, the full moon in Taurus, and the full moon in Gemini. So those are 3 major spiritual festivals. And these are times when there is this greater vibration of these cosmic energies coming in. So the first spiritual festival is that of Easter in Aries, which is the ascension of the Christ leaving the physical body here and ascending into the higher realms. Taurus full moon speaks to Wesak, where the Buddha appears to his followers in the valley in the Himalayas, and that is alignment with cosmic will. And then in Gemini, we have the Gemini full moon, which is known as the Christ Festival, or the Festival of Goodwill. And that is absolutely for humanity. It's a gift to humanity for us to ascend into our higher aspect. And what we're invited to do in the remaining 9 months of that cycle is to work on ourselves and embody who we be. It is an opportunity and an invitation for us to become our fullest selves. And in doing that, we need to look at those things which we discussed very briefly earlier on, being the duality, being the oppressor or the hero, being the persecutor or the persecuted one. And as we look at that as our own experiences, then we can use this remainder of the 9-month cycle to raise our own vibration. I just want to speak very quickly. I want to bring this in. I don't know if anybody else has memories of life on Atlantis. I certainly do. I know that, yeah. I know that we had several lives on Atlantis and that we were operating with so much power and so much beauty and love and all good things. And then something came in and we started abusing our gifts, abusing power, becoming greedy, becoming self-centered, and basically causing the fall. So for many, many years, I used to get these pretty frightening tsunami dreams where I could feel the earth rumbling beneath my feet. And I was like, oh my goodness, here it comes. And I would look out from my vantage point and I would see this wall of water coming in. And I would shout to everybody around me, run, run, run. I personally was never submerged or consumed by the water. I was always land up in a high place. But when I looked behind me, everything was gone. And that was a call for me to work with my own inner wounding from Atlantis, because in Atlantis, I have been the one who was doing beautiful white magic for the collective. And I have also been the one who was working with dark magic. And I think we need to own that. We need to own our sheet and work through it. And so if you're getting that, I'm finding that there is a lot of Atlantean energy when I speak to people. I pick it up and I'm recognizing it. This is your Atlantean wound. So it's another opportunity for us to bring about a redemption and a reclamation, a restoration of what fell at Atlantis, and to make a different choice.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So we do have some technical questions, which is people liked your charts, but we can't actually post them in the chat. And I have posted, I believe, your email address. Is that where the best way to connect with you?
Absolutely. If anybody would like to know anything more about the energy grid work that I do, the codes, if you want a personalized code, I'm going to do a little bit of a self-promotion. I'm wearing a t-shirt with one of my codes. So this is not ready yet. I'm in the process of finding a print-on-demand company. Thank you for all the loves and the likes. Looking for a company who will be able to do this on demand. So if you're keen on that, I have 7 that are ready to be printed with 7 different designs. And I can't think of a better way to bring in the divine will, the divine love, the divine wisdom than by wearing a code on your shirt and walking around with it. So that's one of the things, but people are more than welcome to contact me. I've got several email addresses. Cosmic Scribe at incension.co.za is probably the easiest one to remember. And yeah, please be in touch and I will answer your emails. I'd like to just mention that I am going to be doing a road trip. We're leaving on Thursday or Friday. So I'm going to be on the road, traveling 1,200 miles across the United States from Nevada to South Dakota. So if I don't answer immediately, please know that is why.
So thank you. I put your Substack, substack.com link from the website up here. I also wanted to ask if you were willing to put the chart images on the Facebook page. We can add it to when you were talking here, and we can ask Kev to add those, or I can add them to the Facebook page on Dragon Thunder if you give us permission. Is that okay to share
Yes,
those?
absolutely.
That way, if anyone really wants to see them more up close, they can. Great. I'll add those to the Facebook page shortly.
All right.
Thank you so much, and fascinating, beautiful talk. Thank you so much for your share.
Pleasure,
And
Kelley.
yeah, I
So
have
I
deep memories of Atlantis. I really meet you there. I was there when the fall happened in the third dimension. There were multiple dimensions of Atlantis falling, and I have lots of stories about it. And totally with you
yeah,
there, sister.
yeah. Thank goodness we have the opportunity to transmute.
No, and
So I would
heal
like to,
everything. Yeah.
yeah, if I may, very quickly end with quotes, because I love quotes. One of them is from my oldest brother. He's 86 years old. He'll be 86 this year. He's been a student of the Course in Miracles since 1975, and probably one of the most beautiful and wise elders that I know. And he said to me the other day, it's really and truly about forgiveness. Unconditional love, unconditional forgiveness equals unconditional love, which equals God, source, all that is, spirit, wakantanka, whatever you wish to give the name of that which is the highest in our universes. And then I love Krishnamurti, because he's very much about self-awareness and freedom and a deep understanding of life. Only when your hearts are empty of the things of the mind is there love. Then you will know what it is to love without separation, without distance, without time, and without fear. And a second quote of his, which is really lovely, in oneself lies the whole world. And if you know how to look and learn, the door is there and the key is in your hand. And so that is my prayer and my wish and my intention. I trust that everyone who's here today on this call has received all the keys and codes and crystal drops to bring you into deeper relationship with Source and yourself, your own magnificence, your self-mastery, and may you unveil the mystery within. Thank you so much, Barbara and Kelley, for holding the space for me to be able to share my story. Thank you to everyone who has been online with us and those who will listen to the replay. And a big thank you to Kevin for creating this platform. My heart is full and fully expanded. Lots of love.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got full body chills, so thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, everyone.
That was lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we've got a couple more minutes if people want to refill their water or whatever. Katara Sky is that bio break yet? Katara is up next. I know she's online, or Ra Sky, I should say. So a couple of minutes
remember
and
to drink. Yep, drink
yes,
water.
drink
Get
water.
Up and move your body a minute. I've been moving over here, wiggling and jiggling. Good to get up.
I'm surprised I didn't drink water during the session. I've got a big glass and a jug next to me, and I didn't need to.
It's amazing when you're talking, you're just focused.
Yeah,
That was a beautiful share.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank
everything you shared. Just lovely.
Thank
lovely.
you so much.
And good luck on your cross-country trip.
Yes, thank you. That's
Blessings.
the next focus.
Blessings on that journey. And I got the share screen thing down. It hit me. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't need to put it in the chat. And I just came on and went, oh, I
Well,
think I just shared the screen. Wow.
It's so interesting because I've had many Zoom meetings that I record and I share screen all the time. And excuse me, I tried to do it last night and I thought, no, it's going to distract from the flow of my talk. I'm going to ask if you can do it for me. And then this morning I thought, no, I must be able to do this. Let me go and have a look. Do you know that I could not share one single thing? So I wasn't meant to.
Well, I also think as well,
horrendous.
for you to be able to share on this platform, you have to be co-host.
Yeah.
So if you had to be on the Zoom for us to make you co-host so you could share. So that's but I think, you know, you weren't supposed to do it, right? It would have been
right.
flow. So
That's
Yeah,
right.
after we had those exchanges, I'm like, well, no, you won't be able to do it unless you're actually on this platform.
Right.
And I always
And
believe too, right now, there's so much beautiful light just in you hearing you being present with you. When you started talking, by the way, two swallowtail butterflies came in front of my window here and they were dancing together. And they stayed together and they went way up into the air and then they came back down and they
Oh,
kept dancing for at least 5 minutes in front of the window while you
oh,
began. So I feel this deep, like, I was just like, oh my God, that was just so beautiful. They're like my
Thank
favorite
you, Kelley.
butterflies. Tiger,
Thank you.
these were yellow tiger swallowtails and they are beautiful butterflies, a great symbol to my angelic family that I'm from. So for me, it was
Thank
just
you.
like, wow, so
They
precious.
have they have
Yeah.
great significance for me. There's a deep message there which I receive with
Mm.
so much love. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, yeah. And it was a
Wow.
pair. It was a
Yes,
pair.
exactly.
So
Exactly.
love coming to you, love coming to all of us, and our
Yeah.
own divine coupling happening in many, many different ways. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that. We'll talk later.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Oh,
right.
darling.
Awesome.
So,
Bye-bye.
right, we're 3 minutes up for our next speaker. So everybody just continue to kind of take a deep breath. Let's ground into all the love we just received from our beautiful speaker. Oh my gosh, sister friend Dragon Ma. All of the love and the light that comes through all of us. So much remembering, so much deep awareness that stirs in us, especially when we're talking about these lines of memory, like bringing up the catastrophic events of Earth's fall, Atlantean fall, and it was so much more than the Atlanteans. For me, it was the Earth and so many other families of galactic brother sisterhood that were here when something catastrophic hit the Earth, and it was much more deep than a lot of us understand. I've been ciphering that story throughout my lifetime and for lifetimes, and I understand a lot more about it now. So a lot of us are beginning to speak and clarify and understand what it is that we're actually healing with and from and moving through. So as we hear speakers talking about events and things that were traumatic, your own traumas might get stirred, you might feel it. You might become, I saw several people mentioning they were crying. I want you to understand having your emotions. It's just like really a good time too to take deep breaths, pick up the part of you that's crying and don't get rid of it, but give it a big hug and say hello to it. It's important to come and meet the things that are coming up and rising up to meet us. So in the joy of being here together, know that you can work to integrate, and you can always reach out to any of us you feel resonance with for support if you need it later. So if something really stirs you, know that we're here for you. And I'm certainly here for all of you as well. So I want to get us ready. We're getting ready to bring on Katara and just inviting her to come up and unmute yourself and get on the screen here. I'm not seeing her just yet.
hello, I'm
Oh,
here.
there you are, my darling. Hi.
I want to say I love your backdrop. It's a little different than your usual, but it's so beautiful.
Thank you. I'm really embracing the mother line now so much. Sophia
Mm-hmm.
has taken over my journey. Yes, I have so much to share about
Absolutely.
that. But that is why I'm here with the big rose behind me because of the rose line that I'm now carrying and standing for. I am totally in
Oh,
that. So I'm so honored to be introducing our beautiful Katara Sky to all of you. I'm going to share a little bit about you if you don't mind. And
please.
let me put on my wizened glasses here. My elder self needs these now. So, Katara Sky is an intuitive healer, channel, and cosmic weaver. She is a mother of dragons and a soul guide. Her mission is to help facilitate conscious purpose seeking people to be more deeply remember who they are and reclaim their sacred power so that they can co create life of joy, fulfillment, and no purpose. And she's giving us a talk today on the Dragon Mother Phoenix daughter. And she shares her own story of birthing her son, her dragon son, and the journey to self love and power. So I want to invite you to embrace my dear sister Katara. We've had such a beautiful connection, even ourselves in relationship to our sons. I don't know. I shared about that in my talk last night in Australia, just so you know.
Oh,
And I
wonderful.
think it's amazing that we're getting to be here together now. So I really am so happy to hear what you're going to share with us. Take
Thank
it
you
away.
for the beautiful welcome. And I'm just loving all the points of connection. Like, I've managed to catch a few speakers today, and it was Yumiko from Japan. Then I was also listening to Alessandra, who's in Italy, and just those connections because they mentioned the obviously Japanese dragons and whatnot. And so I'll just begin by saying my son, who is a dragon. His name is Ryu, which actually means dragon. And so this is the story that Kelley and I are kind of referring to. I guess it would be a year back now. In June of last year, I was in Japan and there was, yeah, just lots of information and dragons coming through. So points of connection is Anusha Rastelan. Yes, I wanted to say thank you for all the crystal drops and lovely to actually connect with you online. I actually am in your Royal Lion group on Telegram. I was like, oh, how fascinating. You know, we're all connected. We're all connected. So, crystal drops. I just actually wanted to share some of the crystals that also wanted to be part of today's session. And I'll start with a Lemurian. So, I hope it's clear enough. This particular Lemurian is actually called Holy Dragon. And it helps us to obviously connect to our inner dragon, but has a lot of the Lemurian codes. I know that we just spoke of Atlantis, but I've really felt that the Lemurian energy is what wanted to come through today. Another Lemurian, this one is a record keeper. So, you know, for those who work with crystals and especially the Lemurians, they carry so much information and helps us to connect to their frequencies, but also all that we can remember from them as well. And of course, we cannot be complete without seeing the dragon crystals. I have the lovely gold pyrite dragon and the black dragon who has decided to be part of today. So, a big hello to all my dragon sisters and brothers. Yes, I see some Lemurian dragons. I think we're so much and so many different pieces of different dragons and different frequencies. Can we really ever be just one or in one lineage? I don't know. So today, maybe it is the Lemurian dragons that are coming through. Maybe it is something else. And as I mentioned, I was catching other people's talks and I've been feeling such the high vibes of the day. Like my heart is fluttering. It's been fluttering for hours. Or maybe I'm just feeling the energy of everyone as my time to come online to speak was drawing nearer and nearer. And much like our beloved guest and our last speaker who said, oh, not sure of, what she was going to speak about, even though I gave Kevin and, all for the write-up purposes, what I was going to speak about, as it was coming closer and closer, I kept asking the dragons, what am I going to speak about? Like, is it just, again, the story of the birth of my son? And I've had the pleasure of speaking already to Kelley and actually Barbara on their podcast. Such a powerful time. And the more I got closer to the talk, I realized that actually I was encountering or meeting up against all that was arising. All that was arising that wasn't really in alignment or in the fullest frequency of my dragon self. And I suppose everything that I have to share perhaps might be an invitation for you and as a reflection of what things the dragons might help you to reflect, what they might help you to shake off that are not the truest alignment of who you be. So the closer I got to today's talk, the more I realized just be the most raw and most authentic, and whatever pieces of the stories that I'm here to tell, it will draw in the right people, it will hit the right resonances and frequencies and be the medicine to whoever needs it. So here I am. So let us maybe just ground a little bit, or let me welcome all of you maybe more into this space, or me into your space, because of all the beautiful energies that are around. I can feel so much fiery energy. I can feel so much rainbow energy. And I know that I intend for my transmission later to be more of a clearing and to be more an inwards song and drum transmission, and perhaps I'm already feeling a lot of that in the field. So I invite us all to take deeper breaths, all the way down, 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 really feeling where we're seated, and really even feeling that you're not just seated on this chair or wherever you are, but right onto the ground, right onto the bosom of Mother Earth. And let everything in this talk, in this sharing, be of potential medicine for you, whatever codes may serve you, whatever transmission frequencies that may help you to activate, to open, to release. And if you do already have your dragon guides or any of your spirit guides and allies and your higher self, your multidimensional self, to welcome, we welcome them into this space. And hold that intention that only the highest possible frequencies of source light be able to come through. May the path of light guide and protect for our greatest good, for your greatest potential, for your greatest healing, and for whatever it is that you need to receive or hear today. And let us take one breath all the way up, as if you're reaching into the heavens. And I'm seeing this visual of this grand tree as it reaches up. And already grounding down into the earth and connected into the sky. Yeah, someone can already feel the drums later, not now. Perhaps it is the heartbeat of the earth. Welcome, welcome everyone. All right. I am always so inspired by all of the dragon speakers and all of the stories, medicine, activations that everyone has to bring. And I think I've heard it so many times today already, that we have it within us and that each of us bring different gifts, that each of us have different gifts in this big web, and we're just merely finding our place of belonging. And I love that we just followed on the footsteps of hearing a little bit about archetypes. And I feel that often when I'm speaking to people about dragons, sometimes I just say, you know what, even if you don't believe in dragons, dragon as an archetype, dragon as a symbol. And then people feel like they're able to more easily to accept that medicine, more easily to accept that message. And so I think that archetypes and working with the mythos is so powerful. It really helps us to have certain maps, and just maps, because the map is not the territory, to help us to understand the unfolding of ourselves. So whatever maps work for you. And lately I've been really feeling the power of myth. I'm hoping that everything is still okay, because my video looks frozen to me, but is it all good? Just getting a thumbs up from Kelley.
Yeah, we can.
Yes.
We can't see you, but your screen just went black.
You froze for a minute, but your voice
How
didn't.
about? Okay, fantastic. That happens sometimes.
Exactly.
My eyes were closed as well, so I'm like, I don't even know what I'm looking at.
You stayed, but you were just still on the image.
Okay.
Keep going. You got
All
this.
right, coming back. So I was talking about myth and how powerful it has been for me sometimes just to work with a particular guide. Like I mentioned that I love Kelley's background of the rose, and she's talking about Sophia and the mother line. And, some of my talk today is absolutely about that, about motherhood, about the archetype of mother and all of the shadows and the light of what that archetype holds. And so much of my unfolding and blossoming into and deepening into around dragons has been about this. Okay, we're working with the mythos, we're working with the archetype of dragon. So what is it helping me to learn about myself? And I think, as much as I love going into the esoterics of dragon and dragon lore and all of the stuff, like I find it particularly helpful also to come back to the groundedness of, okay, so how does that help me in my life? How does that help me day to day? Because going to meet someone and saying, oh, hi, I'm a dragon, I know that over here, that would be totally fine. And you'd get that. And we would probably understand, okay, so what does that actually mean? But I think to the average person, maybe not. So I really like to work with dragon in the sense of understanding, okay, if it's about power, well, what does power actually mean? And what does it look like in my everyday? Okay, we're working with magic. Well, what is magic? What does that look like on an everyday? And all of these kind of themes. So I want to come back to the mother. I want to come back to the mother as the archetype and why I'm using that as the entryway into, I guess, this story, my story, one of the stories. I've spoken about how I met dragons before. I've maybe in last year's talk, maybe in one of the dragon talks. And actually the name, Katara, usually I don't put the accent, but I was inspired to. That is actually my dragon name. But meeting dragon was the beginning of really facing the truths, really facing how to hold that truth, that integrity, how to meet all of the aspects of the I am presence, how to embody, how to be that frequency of dragon. And again, what does that look like on an average day? What does that look like on an average day? And since dragon has come into my life, both as spirit ally, as self, dragon self, and as my son as well, and we have certainly lots of karma together, it has completely toppled my world upside down. In fact, I think I heard Anusha Ra mention the dark night of the soul, and I think I'm still in it. Actually, I think I'm so still in it that I don't even know when I'm right side up or upside down. That to be able to bundle my gifts into an offering, into who I be and what I am doing and offering, like actually, since going through and trespassing the birth portal, sometimes I feel like I have not a clue of who I be. And that power of the dragon, which still walks alongside me, is around me, is with us, is what gives me strength to trust, which gives me strength to be safe in this womb of co-creation with the universe. They remind me in their thundering voices that this is it, and I have been here before. You have been here before in these moments of the unknown, in these moments in which you are just at the edge and precipice of birthing something. You have been here before, and at these great times of transition, of evolution, of elevation to be the next version of yourself. I think that they are here walking alongside us and guiding us in these big upheavals, but they are breakthroughs and not breakdowns. And I don't know, like for all that are listening in, whether you are a dragon sister or brother, whether you are just new to the dragons or you have been teaching them and walking alongside them for years, I think that we meet new allies and new beings, and we meet the dragons when we need their medicine, when they are needed, when their power, when their strength, when their magnificence is here as a cosmic mirror to help reflect back to us just who we are. And so I really have, I think, welcomed them to help me walk now in the dark. And in that actual literal portal of birth as well, in which motherhood felt like another initiation, yes, into mothering and all that being a mother means. But everything is about examining self. Everything was about examining into identities. Everything was about examining, like a mirror was held up to me, of where I have given power, given things away. Because, we might talk a lot about reclaim your real self, reclaim your voice, reclaim your intuitive and mystic self, right? So if we have to reclaim, it means we've given it up, we've forgotten about it, or other stuff is just taking up space, maybe. And I certainly feel that, again, working with myth, working with the narratives that we are potentially telling ourselves and our conditioning, whatever they may be it our childhood, our religious, our spiritual views, we have to make room to release all that is ready to, and in the way of accessing more of our true self, accessing more of our highest self, accessing more of our dragon self. So this book that I'm working on, Dragon Mother, Phoenix Daughter, which I'm working very slowly on, but in due time, it feels like a transmission of, sure, my own healings, my own stories, but a lot of remembrances. I see that my video probably is going on and off.
You're still here. Keep going.
Great. So the book is really about the continuous fire that we walk through and the selves that we release and grow out of, evolve out of, the phoenix part, so that we can step into. And I almost see it like a toroidal field, almost. Kind of, we are growing and blossoming inside out, inside out, inside out. And it's always like, this movement is what I feel is happening. And so I will share a drum journey first. I come to a place I feel in my power. I come to a place I feel in my most truest and authentic space. Sometimes and mostly without words, because it's allowing the sounds and the frequencies to flow through. And my intention is to offer this song and drum transmission to hold the space, to allow for perhaps something that you need to see, perhaps something that you are ready to transmute, or perhaps just a whimsical journey with spirit, or whatever it is that you need to experience. So if you are here on this talk, or if you are listening, I ask that you set an intention. Perhaps some of you are hoping to meet dragons still, or learn something else about your dragon self. And I trust in the dragons and all my allies, and I trust in spirit to allow the frequencies to flow through. So hopefully the audio will not have any issue. And I invite you to take a nice deep breath. And if you're able to have your head rested back and not have to hold yourself upright, that would be great. But if you cannot, that is also okay. And if you can allow that breath to have an even longer exhale. And hold the intention in your heart of whatever it is that you desire at this moment. In working with the dragons, let the beat of my drum remind you that there is the heartbeat of the earth. Oh Mayashiakane, and we can be one with her. We are one. And if you've done journeys before, perhaps you'd like to start in your usual place. And if you do not have a usual place, you can just imagine yourself in a wide open field. And in the wide open field, to begin to be aware of all of your psychic senses, of all of your inner senses. Your inner knowing, seeing, hearing, tasting, feeling. And let the sounds and frequencies be aware of what it is that you experience. And the instruction is simple, to simply notice what you notice. Aniansa yasuaki yakam manianaka yase o me yasanta yano. Yourself the utmost permission to just allow. And if you get lost in what you are seeing or what you are not seeing, then just go into the drum beat. Nanate, anyate, anyante, anyante, anyanta, anyanta, so yourself that you are meeting in this space. Perhaps they are old versions of you, old energies, old friends, old objects. Notice all the symbols and all the things that you encounter. Symbolism is rich in this place. Notice where these memories are stored within your body. Yes, yes, hey, yes, hey, yes, hey, yes, oh. Yeah, power pieces. Perhaps for some of you, it's actually pieces of soul, things that you are ready to remember and bring back into your everyday, bring back into your field, bring back into your light body. Feels like there's a warrior call to access, to tap into a place, let me correct that, an energy available to you, be it from a past life, an alternate life, another universe, a place where you can access, have more access to more power, more of yourself. Maybe in shamanic terms, I might call this soul retrieval, but just imagine that wherever you are, whatever you see, whatever you feel, that there is something to retrieve. And that whenever you feel that you have touched into that, to use the breath to help bring it back. You to use the breath again. I'm seeing the toroidal field around you. Breathe in, bring that breath down to where you're seated. Allow it to go right into the core of the earth. And as if it fills up, somehow reaching up around the sides of you, all the way back around and around and around, all the way up to the skies, and it curls back down and down your center line. And if it is convenient for you to do so, I invite you to actually open your palms so that they face each other. Kind of like you're holding a big beach ball in front of you. You can keep your eyes closed. You can cup your palms just lightly and feel that field in between your hands. As we concentrate, as we focus this energy running through your toroidal field, your torus, and in fact, I want you to take your breath there. So inhale. And as you exhale, just imagine that the breath goes into that donut shape through your central channel and then through that space in between your hands. And notice the physical sensations between your hands. And observe with all your senses of how your field is. Okay, I want you to now tune into, imagine the toroidal field of the earth, and that your torus field aligns with that of the earth. Tuning back in with her. And all that is available through her medicine, and the visuals I'm getting is actually a deep, deep connection into inner earth, maybe the inner dragons, the inner earth dragons if you work with them. But really the earth energy, our earth mother. And the power that we are able to resource simply by our connection, our reconnection back into her. right, one more attunement, and I want you to imagine, sense, feel like you're tapping into the even larger toroidal field of this galaxy, of the Milky Way. And as if you can see the alignment of your little field with that of the Earth, with that of the Milky Way. And again, just notice the energy that is between your hands. And if you so perceive what that feels like, if you so perceive what is the frequencies and energies of the stars that run through you, for it is all available actually in our field. And I invite you to note, to write down if you would like, and to remember what and if you brought something back from this space. And whenever you are ready to do so, you can open your eyes. I might continue to talk a little. Being with drum, being with song is my easiest way that I have been able to connect with my dragons, with my dragon self. I often actually catch myself doing this sway whenever I'm connecting into dragon energy. And so I think it's important to mention that everyone has a different access point and different ways that we find it easier to connect. For you, maybe it is song and dance, maybe it is movement, maybe it is through art. And I know that every time I open and allow myself to just be the transmission, to be the channel, it's like I don't control, I release, I relinquish the control and allow the frequencies to flow through. And I often get the visuals, and they help inform me of what dragons, what spirit is here to tell me. And these days, as I say, I am asking for what is it that I'm letting go of so that I can be more of myself? What is it that I'm letting go of so that I can be more in my authentic power? And it isn't an easy journey. As I said, it is walking hand in hand with these beautiful, magnificent beings of, yes, I am a dragon as well, but knowing that this too shall pass, knowing that we are the portal, that we are the change that we wish to see, but it is all happening, and it's all happening for us. And that the story, which I haven't focused on, but of Ryu, of my son, of the dragon being literally born from my womb, reminds me that we are all creator beings. We are. But the first thing that we are birthing over and over and over again is ourself. The identities that we release and the energies that we step into, that we allow, that we can access. Because if you asked me whatever number of years ago about dragons, I'd say, yeah, it's all lore, it's all fairy tale. But I've always loved the dragons. In fact, I don't remember much of my childhood, but I remember Puff the Magic Dragon. I used to love reading those childhood books, and I've always loved fantasy movies. All the dragon movies, all the Harry Potters, and, Lord of the Rings, and all the things. So I think no matter how dragon comes to you, I come back to, some of the big archetypes of dragon energy, right? Power, transformation, or alchemy, magic. We all have that within us. So what is your magic? What is your unique signature? What is dragon helping you on this journey? Because it is so important not to just get carried away in the glamour of it all. Oh, I'm a dragon, cool. What does that mean? What are you doing? What's your dragon self doing in the world? How can that help people? And I've these wonderful speakers, which I've had the pleasure of some working with them, holding space together, being on each other's talks and things. It's so cool to be connected into a dragon family. It is. and seeing all the ways in which we can express our light and just be in the world. So I don't know yet how my offerings will change, but surely, it will continue.
Someone asked a question. Do you mind taking it? I'll just mention it.
Yeah, sure.
Was that a song or channeled light language? They're asking what you
Yeah,
just gave. Would you like to talk about that a little
sure,
bit?
sure. I think words can be very limiting. It is light language, but we're all, speaking, and we are light language, right? So even the hand movements can be your light language. I used to call it more toning. So it is a little bit of both. It is a little bit of both. As I'm more worked with really focusing on, let's say, activating and being aware of light language, I often call it light language, but I also just call it song transmission. I also call it energy transmission. I also call it toning. When I studied with my shamanic teachers, he was so against all light language. He hated the term. He hated all things with, ETs, and because they're not all bad. So there was no light anything. So that teacher called everything toning. So whatever works for you. I think that when we are connected to our expression using our vocals, it is an expression of ourselves. And we can call that the soul language, and we can call that light language. That is what I think. Thunderstorms. Yes, hopefully you can catch all that. So I'm curious if anybody would like to share on what happened in the transmission or in that. I will also, so if anyone wants to comment or raise your hand, I will speak a little bit about the book, because I think the idea didn't come from my mind. It really came when I was in this year-long container in a shamanic woman craft container. And as I tune in every so often, as I get the cover art done, which I believe my dragon brother might be on this Zoom as well, I commissioned it to be a channeled piece, and it's just stunning because it spoke so accurately to the energy that I'm trying to convey. And I realized that everything about this book is a transmission, just like each of you are. Just like each of you are. It's a transmission of energies that through story, through word, through song can be felt on the other side. And that's what I mean about allowing people, places, things, recordings, the talks to be a mirror to help you. What did that person help me to reflect about myself? About me coming back into that powerful alignment of who I be.
We have a question or a person who's raised their hand.
Yes.
You can
Please.
unmute yourself,
Hey,
Melania.
Hello.
thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I'm just trying to figure out how to take my hand down.
You're good.
You can keep
it'll
it
come
up.
down.
There we go.
It'll go down
Hey.
automatically.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share my experience. Thank you so much for doing that transmission, toning, light language, all of it. So this was kind of interesting. So the first time I met you was in a different group, and this is kind of my second experience really hearing your voice, and in a live interaction. And I notice on my end, I can actually hear crystalline frequencies when you speak. I've never heard this with anyone else before, but it's like the sound of if you like drop a penny on the floor, except much brighter, like a ding, or like if you were
Crystal
to ring.
drops.
It's literally like a crystal drop. It's like it's higher pitched, and has more clarity and facets than um than ringing a bell, but it sounds like a crystal. It's the only way I can describe it. But I don't know if anyone else noticed that, or if it's a clear sense or something. But I kept hearing it like relatively frequently throughout the transmission. And it's like the minute you set up the field and said ground into the earth, I had a frequency come through my ear, and it was like ding, like this high pitch. And it
Yeah.
was like, okay, getting the downloads already. So
Yes.
that was really interesting. And then also during the experience, I brought in an aspect of myself that is a dragon that I've never met before, which is really interesting to me because I've like my house is like surrounded by dragons, and I also identify as a dragon as one multidimensional aspect, but knowing that there's so many different multidimensional layers and dimensions of different groups of dragons, this one I don't know who or what it was, but I mean it's me, but I brought through my own dragon tongue, which I've never heard before, so that
Mm.
was a really cool experience.
Yeah. And do you speak light language?
Yes, yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
but
Well,
it was so different than anything that I've ever spoken.
yeah. Well, light language activates light language, I guess.
Right.
And I think, in the medicine of frequencies and resonance, it's like there are always little bits and pieces. It's like that resonance, right? Like a tuning fork. So whatever frequencies I'm bringing through, it's hit and caught onto that one of yours and activated, if you want to call it that. Like that's how I experience it when I listen to other people. Sometimes there's like just no resonance, right? Even if they say they're speaking dragon light language, whatever, right? It's like saying there's a million healers out there and they're all powerful and can really help people shift, but not everyone's your cup of tea. So why? So sometimes it's our soul story. Sometimes we know each other. Sometimes there isn't. To me, there just isn't a resonance. So there's an aspect of me that's reflected, I guess, to you. Maybe you hear it as this, crystalline frequency. Maybe you experience it as this part of your dragon self. I
That's so
feel.
interesting. And
Oh,
I mean, I'm very diligent about setting up my own field and my own boundary and space that I'm only allowing in the frequencies that are here to support, because I've heard a lot of light languages before and different, transmissions, and not everything is everyone's cup of tea. And if we all received all the frequencies of all the things, it would just be a cacophony.
oh, totally, totally. So, like
Thank you.
you just experience and you allow, and if it's for you, it will come through. I believe setting boundaries maybe, but like I say filters. If it's meant for me, it'll come through for me
Right.
and you. Like that's what I mean.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. And I see that Elijah's on. So Elijah is one of, we met in another dragon group, and he is a beautiful artist and channel. So he's channeled my beautiful art piece for this book that I'm mentioning. So I just wanted to give him a shout out for that. And also that, all the light language and all the transmissions and all the sharing of dragon codes and dragon stories will be such a huge spectrum, such a huge range, because there's just everything under the sun, right? And you think that you've met a rainbow dragon and then you meet another one and it's like completely different. So, and I know I experienced this myself. It's like, oh, but I think I'm a white dragon. Oh, but I think I'm a black dragon. Oh, but I'm also a rainbow dragon. Well, maybe we are a little bit of everything, but in our lifetime that there are certain pathways, timelines, aspects of self that are more destined to be activated or remembered in us. Yes,
We have another one. Yes, please,
please.
if you can, if you're able to turn on your video as well. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, dear.
Hello.
Go for it.
Thanks so much for that. That was me with the questions. And about the light language versus the song,
Yep.
because interestingly, so I've also been channeling like dragon light language. It's just been coming to me. I don't really do it for anybody else, but this morning, I was singing something that sounded very similar to what you were just singing. So I think that's really fun.
Yay.
And so I was wondering if this was like I'm like super excited right now. Like a memory of like knowing that song through like a shamanic life in the past,
Totally.
or if it's just, I'm channeling it because it's in my field because I was meant to hear it like later on in the day, So
I feel like when I started exploring light language, and like some people say, oh, I'm channeling the Pleiadians or I'm channeling that, and then I think, oh, should they sound the same? And I don't know the answer to that because I never, went down that rabbit hole. But I feel that all of us can connect to the Pleiadians, the Lyrians, the whatever, but how it comes through probably will still be through our channel, right? Or through our experiences. So if my song feels familiar and that you've heard it before, believe me, you are not the first person to tell me that. So actually, I just heard my husband come back home with our son. When I first sang to him, and it was in the early days, when we just met. And I remember leaving him a voice note, and it was like, I don't know, 30 seconds. And I just sang, something. And then he replied, and he's like, I've heard that song before. I'm like, yeah, of course you have. So I think there are remembrances within us, but I guess I would go one level deeper in saying, so what is that song helping me to remember? What is it actually activating? And as you sing for yourself, as you channel for yourself, then ask the question, okay, so what is that telling me? So when I was experimenting more with my light language, so not now, because I don't know if I'll listen to my transmission again, maybe, I'll actually listen to myself again and ask, like, okay, or perceive, right, as a witness as well, like what was happening. But if you listen to it again, if you receive it again, I believe that the information probably can still change, because you keep evolving, or you have a different aspect. It's like looking at the same information from a different angle. Those who pick it can channel it. So Lawrence is another dragon brother. I know that he speaks many light languages as well. It will come out regardless of how many mediums are conscious. Yeah, perfect. Exactly. So I definitely don't, say or claim that I speak X number of light languages. I feel like I just speak one, which is mine. So it does sound different. So sometimes it might sound more like my shamanic self. But I reckon that that's probably because I'm channeling more from a place where I'm familiar with. I feel like there are aspects of myself that I'm more grounded into, that I'm more comfortable. And on the outside, maybe it feels like particular kinds of sounds. But another way, I have other sounds that I maybe feel a bit more weird making those noises, and therefore I don't. So I know that my melodious light language is much more fluid for me than my verbal like, like I don't know, like I feel a bit of resistance in the spoken light language. So maybe that, might help some of you that are experimenting and trying. So I think that light language is a beautiful way to access more of your soul self, and again, to connect to dragons if that's what you want to do. And that we have more than just our dragon guides, right? But here we are at the Dragon Thunder Summit, so I'm going to be speaking about that. And I have, thank you, Kelley, for sharing all the links. You can find me on Instagram as Awakening Dragons. And I feel, like there's many in my field, and that even just having that emblem, right? Like the archetype, the dragon leading the way, it will call the people that are ready to work with dragon. And therefore that means ready to work with your truth, ready to work with power, ready to work with your integrity, ready to live from the heart. And so much of my book theme, so I think, because it hasn't fully written itself yet, is like the tenets or the principles of, well, what does it mean to be a dragon mother? What does it mean to be able to live in this way, to be the kind of mother that is needed in the world right now? There's this book I read a long time ago, and I would love Lawrence to share as well, which was called something like the Tiger Mom. I don't know, like it was talking about, the really demanding Asian kind of parents, and growing up in Americas, you had the violin lessons, the soccer lessons, the whatever, like just really the overachiever. And that's definitely the kind of childhood that I had. And one of my final chapters of my book is going to be titled something like The Dragon Mother is the New Tiger Mom. And I mean it in the way of, yeah, okay, you can demand and be asking for excellence. But I think that excellence in this time of the golden era is also being connected to our intuitive self, is actually drawing upon our gifts and understanding that it is not about the I, but about the we. I believe that the characteristics of the new dragon mother is raising the, crystalline children, rainbow children, I don't know what they're called now, the 5D children, we have to be different. We have to live and walk proudly in our intuitive nature, in our dragon ways. as a symbol and as real dragons as well. So that really is the theme of the book. And later, I think, or I can share it as well, it's whenever it's launched, I think the first 100 people to opt in, I'm just going to share a free ebook. So I'll find that link after. If Lawrence is on, I'd love to hear, you mentioned both of my light language formats. Interesting. Did you want to comment more on that, or you don't have to? I just thought that was interesting for you to say that. Yeah. All right, what else? And anybody else want to share anything or ask any questions? Just love the way they sound. Yes.
Yay.
Yes, go ahead, Kelley.
I was going to ask you to talk a little bit real quick about Phoenix. What inspired that part in your title of your book?
Yes, I would love to talk about that. So I'm going to just grab these two links over here. Makes sense. I feel that I have connected to Phoenix way before Dragon. Phoenix has always been with me. Like, I think one of my earliest tattoos, and that's always a sign, right? Like when you want to get tattooed something, it's like, oh, that's probably your spirit guide. Anyways, I've had Phoenix for ages. And what's interesting is actually even the tattoo of Phoenix has evolved over time. I had changed it, I added color to it, became a rainbow Phoenix. So I understood walking through the fire. I understood, this thing of constant change. I understood this thing of rising from the ashes. Like, I feel like I really understood and I understand the medicine of Phoenix. And interestingly, for those who might be a little bit familiar with Asian culture, the Phoenix and the dragon is the ultimate yin and yang. So if I had been journeying and walking alongside Phoenix for a long time, maybe now I can actually be with my own inner yin and yang, the Phoenix energy and the dragon. And yes, okay, they could mean the masculine, the feminine, but I see them as just as archetypes of different energy. But to become the dragon mother and to become this version that I'm still stepping into and that I don't know what the finished will look like, because I don't know if it ever will, it's also embracing Phoenix at the same time. It's always being able to walk through the fire. And in saying that, I often experience that in a lot of my transmissions and a lot of my drum stuff and a lot of the processes I facilitate through one-on-one work, group things, and drum making as a process, as a medicine process. It is always about shadow stuff. It is always about releasing. It is about, just stepping out of the old. You cannot keep one hand here and one hand here. And I see this visual of, like the trapeze people in the circus, you have to let go to catch on to the new thing. So Phoenix medicine really teaches me a lot of that often, even in the dragon realms of becoming, like you have to be able to let go. And I feel that as I'm learning and unfolding more of myself, I really need to tap into the Phoenix energy at the same time. Otherwise, there's no room to take any more. It's like, especially as a mom, it's like I'm at capacity. I got to let go of something else. Something else has got to go. So that's how I experience the Phoenix energy, really more in an embodied sense, because it's like I don't need to be like, I call on Phoenix. Like I feel like it just happens. I'm done with that. Okay, let go. I'm done with that. I feel. I mean, maybe others, you might perceive to say she has issues letting go. I don't know.
I think there was something that really happened for me in the beginning of this last year with the Phoenix, but it was really specifically the white Phoenix that came in.
Yes.
And I changed my logo to it and moved into it fully with my Cherokee line. The Cherokee people took on the symbol of the Phoenix as part of their medicine, and it's their emblem. And they're Palladian people, the Cherokee come from the Palladians. And it's a very interesting thing, that dynamic with the white Phoenix was about purity. And I do think it's something moving us at this time into something, relative to the unifying consciousness and all of the changing of everything going on in our world. So I love that you're using that in your book, and I relate to the Phoenix a lot. And way before dragons, I was playing with phoenixes too, but I didn't have a tattoo. I
Ah.
don't have any tattoos.
Well, you should see my dragon one. But you mentioned the white phoenix, and in fact, it is the white phoenix energy that's, part of this energy in the book. And I am also an author in a multi-author book, which I was only attracted to literally because the publishing house is called She Rises, and it was about, and it's called Phoenix, but Phenix. And so I had a contribution, a small chapter, and I just channeled the white phoenix. So there was the opening invocation was that. So yes, the phoenix energy is very much part of me. I shared 2 links. One is simply if you would like the book when it comes out, and the second is to the beautiful art piece that is the cover. And I think I do have it here. I'll actually share I've called it an invocation. Elijah, if you want to comment, I will welcome you to do so just after. But if I can, I'm just going to read the 13 lines that is the channeled message that came with this artwork, which really has been an opening, has been a pillar to help me to bring through whatever codes is going to come through. So for the last minute, if you'd like to feel the energy that comes through here, and then I ask if Elijah wants to pop in and say hi. The first pulse of creation, the crystalline matrix of rainbow light, the dragon mother heart beats at the center of all becoming. And from the helices of her golden scaled womb rises the eternal flame, a fire, a flower, neither and both. She is the primordial birther of codes, the original dreamer, the sculptor of protection and resurrection. Her heartbeat is the current that births stars and galaxies. Her tender diamond heart takes form, and with every gaze into this sacred mandala, a veil is lifted, a soul is remembered, a lineage reawakens, a divine universe is created. She is the great mother of light, and she is the source of sacred creation. She is the dragon mother, and her heart is your own. So I do want to share that is actually channeled by Elijah. If you would like to, there we go. Hi, Elijah. Did you want to there's a minute left. I do want to share your art. So I put the post to your gallery, but he's a beautiful artist and singer as well. Please have a look at the gallery and have a look into the visual of this.
Thank you. Thank you, Katara. Thank you, Elijah. Thank you. It's beautiful. Go for it.
Yeah.
Elijah,
So
we are
so
ready
we've
for
got, yeah. Caryn is, yeah, Cara, you get the break.
Get ready for our next one. Yes. Thank you, Katara Sky.
Thank you. Big thank you to everyone for all the organization, for the hosting, for the beautiful guests. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your share, darling. It was beautiful.
Thank you.
Always special to have you be with us. Thank you so much. Awesome.
Yeah, so Caryn, so I've got it right. Okay, so I've got it. It's Caryn is up next. I know she's here. So well, excuse me a minute. My voice went just there, right at that bit. My voice went. So Caryn is up next. She has a beautiful bio. I am not reading all of it, but I will give you a quick introduction. Caryn O'Malley is the Dragon Doula, a high voltage transformational coach, quantum channel, a multi-dimensional body worker with over 20 years of experience unwinding trauma at the cellular and soul level. She is the founder of the Flamekeeper Journey and the Sovereign Flame, guiding visionary women through the deep energetic recalibration so they can rise as the leaders they were born to be. So that is Caryn, and welcome. Thank you for being here. Over to you.
Hi, thank you. Hello, everyone. I love that the poem that she just read, literally, like, I was like, okay, so I don't need to talk. There's my whole talk. You go back and listen to those 13 lines. She's hitting all Eternal Flame, something else. I was like, these are, is she peeping my brand over here? What is happening? Which I think is a perfect, like, example of frequency and how important it is for us to recognize that we're already exactly where we're always supposed to be, right? Like, I couldn't have asked for a better intro than the last 13 lines of her presentation, right? And for us to like have no idea, not meaning to, we sign up for these talks like, I don't know, 10 months ago is when we all start filling in our slots, and yet somehow perfectly the intro, whatever, right before what I talk about, which is, I'll warn you all, completely different than all the other dragon stuff you've probably been listening to for the last 24 hours. Barbara knows this. Some of you who've been here a few times know this. I'm gonna come shake you awake a little bit after all the really heady stuff that's been going on. Um, so I am Caryn O'Malley, Dragon Doula. I am in Salt Lake City, Utah, and I've been doing this for as long as I can remember. I was raised with in an earth-based religion after being Catholic until I was 8. We did a 180 and became pagan Unitarian Universalists, and just really decided that I wanted to understand the patterns. I don't know if it's my tism or what it is exactly, but I can see patterns. And after learning about Buddha and then Muhammad and then the Aztecs and then the ancient Egyptians and then a bunch of Polynesian gods and goddesses and the Norse and ancient Rome, all of these, I was like, huh, we have a singular thread story. It's like the same thing over and over. Maybe we're capable of resurrection. Maybe we're capable of overcoming really crazy, painful experiences, losing everybody and everything multiple times, and still being able to have what I call superconscious abilities. They're not psychic gifts. Everyone has them. It's not like, oh, I'm special, I'm telepathic, oh, I'm special, I'm claircognizant or clairvoyant. No, everyone has the capacity to do that. It's just, are you willing to do what it takes for you to be able to turn water into wine? Because that's not just something that we just inherently do, right, as humans. So the talk title that I apparently came up with, this is real fun for me because I come up with talk titles and then I forget all about it. And then I just channel it by rereading what it was that I said I was going to talk about like an hour before I go talk about it. So this is going to be real fun for all of us. So the Bridge of Liberation, which is really like the framework of everything that I do, is we're all trying to like cross a bridge, but we're always so focused on like, am I there yet? Have I crossed the bridge yet? Instead of understanding that the bridge is like what Alan Watts says, like the conveyor belt between the maternity ward and the moratorium. That is the Bridge of Liberation. That is the Christ consciousness story. That is the resurrection story, however you want to phrase it, in understanding that you came here with certain lessons, limitations, whatever, trials, tribulations that you were willing to go through, because on the other side of it, you are a motherfucking dragon. Like, I'm sorry, we're gonna just, okay. Now that we got the swearing, the first one out of the way, please be warned for anybody else. I cuss like a sailor, and I have no shame around it at all. In fact, like, let's just, okay, can we all just do this? All of you, it's weird. There's a few of you popping on. Let's just all shake it out. I don't know how heady the last one was. I don't know how, like, spiritually and not in your body you are, but I don't feel like we're all in our bodies. So let's just, like, get weird with it for a second. Okay? Shake it out. Blah. Blah. All you hiding on the screens, whatever, that's fine. You can do you. But the more you participate by being on camera, the more fun I'm gonna be. Just know this already, okay? In the chat too, let me make sure I got the chat pulled up. I'm an interactive, like, I really do feel like a spiritual entertainer. I don't feel like I come to lecture. I'm not here to take you on some multi-dimensional journey. Y'all been doing that. I'm sure. This is my 3rd year here. I am sure you all have gone to many a galaxies far, far away over the last 20-ish hours And now it's time to to come back into your body. Okay, you have this meat suit. It's crazy. It tethers you. And just like our dragon guides and cohorts and whoever, they're choosing to be in 6th, 7th, 8th, 20th, 5,000th dimensional being form. You chose to be a 3D human. So we need to remember that with all of the magic and all of the mystery and all of the cosmic creation, we still have an itty bitty living space inside of this meat suit. Okay? And we have to remember that our meat suit remembers everything from the second the sperma and the egg went like this, your fascial network started, your neural network started, your hormonal network started. If you had a mom who had high levels of stress, and you might have had like, I'm not talking about crazy abuse, I'm talking about like if any of your moms was like a high-end lawyer or something and she was super stressed out and like working until her 8.5, like working till she popped, right? Even if she was fully support, I'm not talking about abuse, I'm not talking about anything crazy like that. Depending on your mother's state of being, her hormones, whatever was going on with her, that imprinted on you then. So do the math, and that has already started going on in your body. And then let's add the fun thing that we all like to talk about, our trauma. Who's got trauma? Raise your hand if you got trauma. Yeah, we all got some trauma. It's fine, right? We are also learning that. Like, I'm not gonna say, oh, we don't know this, right? We don't not know this. There's a book from, I'm sure I have it somewhere around here, is My Copy of The Body Keeps the Score. Do you know how old that book is, y'all? That book was first written like way back in like the 80s or earlier. He started doing the research for that in the 60s, okay? I'm not talking about the surface level, like, oh, all of this abuse. I'm talking about even deeper. I'm talking about the fact that your fascia is going to remember every touch, every kiss, every moment of your life. And you have all of that energy inside of you. Oh, it's like tasty. Can you taste it? Like that bitterness, like, oh, damn, I had this really abusive ex. Or, oh, what about this shit I went through? That's all power that you accumulated inside of your fascia. It literally makes me like, I am quite literally salivating because I can feel it. And that's how connected you can be to your body, that you can be in front of a room of however many people, knowing this is then going to go to however many more people in the replay, and be able to like physically taste how much power is in this space. Because I stay so grounded in my body, because I'm not ashamed of the fact that I have a meat suit or that I went through the trauma that I did. It's also not a badge of honor, right? I don't wear my trauma like on my sleeve. Like, let me tell you, I used to. I didn't make very much money when I did that. I can tell you that much. I didn't get asked to as many speaking arrangements when I did that. I didn't get to go experience the things with the people that I do with a level of joy and appreciation and gratitude that I had when I was walking around like, hey, do you want to hear about all the things that happened when I was a child? You want to hear about all the abuse that I went through? You want to hear about my isolation? You want to hear about all this thing? Yes, you can relate to me. But guess what? If you're in this room, you have trauma. That's just like something that I know and believe, because I don't talk to people that don't have that story, because I wouldn't be of use to them, right? People who are not dealing with the things that I've dealt with aren't going to end up in a room. Like I said, they're not going to end up accidentally doing a 13-line poem that quite literally could have been my entire branding board. Okay, let's bring us back to that. The person, and for those of you who jumped on, the presentation right before mine, right at the very end, she did 13 lines that might as well have had every single one of my branding like buzz terms in it, because it's about birthing your own dragon, like being a creatrix, a creator in the everyday, in understanding like the Akashic records, the Akashic that we go to, isn't just going to download in your brain, right? It's not just like, oh, I got this download from my blue, white, glittery dragon from the Pleiades or whatever, right? That happened. And when that happened, neurons fired inside of your brain, inside of the fatty thing inside of your head. And that caused actual hormonal differences, chemical reactions to go through your body. Can we agree on this? Can we get some likes? Can we get some love? Like, yes, we get this, right? So you have a download. You're way up there hanging out with the Pleiadian dragons. You're flying all over the stratosphere. And you're doing this sober. So any of you who have taken hallucinogens, you know this maybe a little bit better than anybody else. But something I love to talk about, because a bunch of my clients are burners, we're ravers, like we have taken the mushroom and we have seen the other side, okay? We have talked to God, we have gotten a rent control department with him. And then we have to go back to work the next day, right? And then we have to go raise babies. That's why they talk about integration being so important. But I think that there are probably more people on this planet that get high off of spiritual, like mental masturbation by going off into these astral projected places using the higher chakras than we would ever admit. And definitely more than are taking actual like plant medicines that are anchored here on the planet via however they're derived to keep you in your body more. There are way too many spiritual people walking around detached from their body because of all the trauma and the bullshit that they don't want to feel. They don't want to like feel all of the ick. And it's not even that you don't want to feel the ick. A lot of you love to cry. It's crazy to me. You just like, oh my God, are you another person I can tell this story about when I was 15 to? But guess what? When you're doing that, you're sucking their power out of them. Instead of saying, guess what? I'm 38 years old and I survived this thing when I was 15. And because of that, I have the capacity to feel that much pain, shame, trauma, whatever, negativity. And the law of opposites says that therefore I have the capacity to feel the exact opposite, that much joy, that much love, that much reverence, that much devotion, right? This is the thing that I will die on this fucking hill. If you are able to attune your nervous system to getting through whatever hell you have gone through, because again, you would not be here if you have not gone through some version of hell and then found out that hell had a bottom. That shit fell out. And now you're kind of just creeping around like, actually, hell's not that bad. I know hell. At least I know this space. I know how to deal with rock bottom. I know how to deal with the rock bottom below rock bottom's bottom. But how do I deal with the first floor? How do I deal with like a balcony? How do I deal with the penthouse on the 100th story when I'm used to rock bottom's bottom? You don't. You literally can't. Like, you all have dreams of grandeur and dreams of money and dreams of telling your story. But guess what? Your nervous system, your body, your fascia that's been chugging along since the second you were whatever is going on. I don't want to get political with this. Creation moment, whenever it is that you decide that you actually have like the nervous system wiring going on, that's when this shit started. You think if you've lived there for that long that you're just gonna be able to like do some healing, say some prayers. I always go Hail Mary, sorry. Do some plant medicine and just all of a sudden be a millionaire. Sorry, but no. Like, not only no, but like a fuck no. Because that's not safe, right? How many of you are in the part of the healing journey where you're just like, can I be done healing yet? Can I like be done with this thing? Yeah. Yeah, be honest. You can all be honest. Yeah. You hit this plateau. Like you hit this place where like no matter what, you can find a reason why this thing. Oh, okay, so here's my childhood wound around this. Oh, here's my money story around this. Oh, here's this thing. And no matter what, you can always find a reason why you don't have the thing yet. because here's another limiting belief. Here's another thing I have to work on. What you have to work on is strengthening your capacity to be in the what if of how good it gets to get, and attune your body to feeling that the same way that you can let yourself have a panic attack over how bad it gets when you play the what if game. The what if game of, well, if this happens, then this bad thing will happen. And then if that bad thing happens, then this bad thing will happen. And then if that bad thing, then this for sure is it's how you get to rock bottom's bottom. But then you can do that mentally in your head. What did I talk about a few minutes ago? You're doing this all in your head. So you're having a download. You call it a download when it's like, oh my God, I'm going to have $1 billion. And the dragon said I'm going to write a book. And the dragon said this. And dragon said that. That's a download. But when you do the same thing about how bad your life is going to be and you're going to end up in like jumping off of a bridge eventually, you call that an anxiety attack. It's the same motherfucking thing, guys. It's your brain. It's neurons and it's chemicals and it's fat and it's sugar. And that's literally it. You're still healing because you get more power out of telling the story that hurt you than you get out of deciding, fuck that story. I'm never telling that story again, except for with the close people that might actually need to know. Like my boyfriend actually needs to know about the fuck uppedness of my dad because he's literally ramming into my trauma every fucking day, right? But nobody else needs to know that shit. I get power from the fact that now all of you are like, what the fuck did this bitch go through? Right? Like, what did she do? What kind of stories does she have? And that causes more magnetism, right? And that's how I can have the ability to work very minimal hours as a single mom to 3 children, to be able to travel the way that I do, to be able to be a 3-time international best-selling author, to be able to have had the luxury of having my business inside of my own home for the last 8-10 years, to be able to be welcomed back for a 3rd time. Like I remember when Kevin's idea of a dragon summit, we all were like, oh, that's so cute. That's so cute. I like it. Oh, sweet. And now here we are 3 years later. Right? But there's some people who have also been here 3 years, and I bet you if you looked at their books, they're still barely making any money in their business. They're still working a regular side job, right? They're still doing these different things that is not the big dream that they keep getting from the downloads and the DMT and the ayahuasca and the breath work and all the ways that they're getting high off the universe because they refuse to believe that they actually could take all the pain that they've ever experienced and choose pleasure instead. Because it's the same spectrum, pain and pleasure. So if you have felt rock bottom's bottom fall out, that means that you are capable of experiencing heaven on earth. If you have lived through hell, and you have lived to tell the tale, which you obviously all have because you're all here, whenever you're listening to this, even if it's 3 weeks from now because you finally decided to open your fucking emails and randomly clicked in mine of all of the things, then you know for sure, all you future people, and those of you who are here, literally, yeah, rock bottom's bottom. You guys are all gonna remember that from now on, right? Like that is a thing. It is, yeah, there were 8 speakers. Yeah, I was one of the, and there was 8 speakers, and I decided that I was going to do mine from the state capitol. I was like, no, we're going to do this. We're going to do this at the state capitol. We're going to show up and talk about how we can be leaders, which is what my bio says, right? Leadership comes from having the audacity to not just say that I talk with dragons or I channel dragons or I play with dragons. That sounded way kinkier than it meant it to be. But that I am a dragon, right? That I have claws, like nails that shine like justice. Sorry, every time I start doing this, the cake song starts playing in my head, short skirt, long jacket. Like taking a machete and cutting through red tape, right? Picking up slack just because you do. Like you have, haha, yeah, see? I love all. Shout out to everyone who's been here since day one. That's what it is. Like, it's so much bigger than I can, Like, I can talk to cool, so can schizophrenic people who aren't capable of like giving anything to society. So are really, really burnt out burners who have done way too much acid and think that they are a cup of orange juice and like can't function anymore because of it. Most of you are not getting high that way. You're getting high from your imagination, which is dope. But you're not doing anything about it because your nervous system doesn't know how. So would you all like to know how to do it? Are you all ready for the big secret? Take your right hand. Take your hand, take your hand, take one hand. Now, if you have had something you have been holding on to for longer than a year at this point, any sort of something that you could say was a trigger, a trauma, anything like that, and you are ready to be done with it, on the count of 3, I need you to just do exactly what I do and trust the process. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I'm healed. Like, believe it. Like, all these people, all these Jesus freaks. Okay, I'm gonna get excited. All these Jesus freaks literally think this is possible. They will go to a pastor down in the middle of Nowheresville, fucking Mississippi, and they will have a miracle happen. There are enough accounts, and the internet is great. Don't believe me, Google it. There are miracles every day all over the world. Why aren't you a miracle? Why can't you be healed? Because that's the real question that you have to be asking. By the way, you all are. Just remember, like, if you decide that you're healed from right here and you decide to move your whole life from this space, this energy that you're feeling in your body right now, in less than 90 days, your whole life could be completely different than it is right now. I've seen it so many times that it has to be true at this point. It's just proven. But the ability, the capacity is what you all have to work on. So you all feel good, right? You all feel like, I'm healed. I don't have to talk about that shit anymore. Got both, like, the few people that I can see on camera, you all literally, like, you went like this and then you immediately opened your chest up. I don't know if you noticed that you did that, but I did because that's my job. Watching the subtle cues in posture, right? The fact that we can study lobsters and know how parts of the lobster brain work, and lobsters existed for millions of years before humans were even thought about. And we have parts of that brain still hanging out in our amygdala. Part of that is posture. Do you stand with a straight back? Do you, women, like those who identify as women, who have, like, tits out, right? Guys, I'm not trying to hang out with somebody who's showing me that he's got a bad back, right? I'm not trying to, you don't look like you can take down a warrior, right? You don't have to, you don't look like you can carry enough wood to build me a log cabin when you're walking around like this, okay? And as much as you don't like to think about it in this modern age, I promise you that every woman or mate out there that you're trying to attract absolutely is looking at your posture. And you are telling the universe what you expect. I expect to be burdened. I expect this to be hard. I expect this to be difficult. But if you show back, come on, bitch, bring it on. Let's go. Right? Every fight scene you ever seen, what do? Let's go. And they always end it like this. They don't ever end like this, like, okay, let's go. It's, let's go. Come on, let's go. Let's bring it on. I'll take it right here. Because I'm willing to fight for and create what I value. I value it with my heart. Fight with it with my solar plexus. I create it in my sacral and throat chakra. You put all of this together, you come with the heart, you come to the heart womb of dragons. If you've ever read the Sophia Code, she goes real far into heart womb. Take that as you will. I see it because I understand chakras and patterns. Like I said, it makes sense to me that the willpower center would be how I'm fighting for things. That I have to value something before I'm willing to fight for it. And I have to be willing to create it, and I have to be willing to die for that vision. And if I'm willing to die for the vision that one day I become president of the United States, which is my favorite thing to shock you all with, that means that the version of me that I am right now gets to die. Because if I was supposed to be president in this version of me, I would be. Does that make sense? If you were supposed to have the thing that you want or wanted 5 years ago, and you actually have done the work to be the person who has that, you would have it already. So all of you wondering, why don't I have this yet? I meditate every day. I do this. I drink my green juice and I do that, blah, blah, blah. It's because you don't believe that you are. It's because you're not doing the things. Is that what the president does? Is that how you show up every day? If you actually own a multi-million-dollar business, do you spend most of the day scrolling social media? Probably fucking not. Right? If you're someone who gets to travel all over the world and speak because that's what you want to do, are you someone who has a really regimented, strict morning 1 hour, I need this entire morning to go the way that I need it to, or I'm fucked for the rest of the day? Probably not. So you want to know why you don't have what it is that you want. It comes down to the fact that you're not showing your meat suit, not making your fascia do the things that the version of you that you can keep seeing when you go ride Smaug down the fairy trail or whatever it is you're fucking doing. And it's not that I don't meditate, but I did used to meditate a whole lot more than I do. I hike, I hang out with my kids, I paint, like, sing, sniff flowers, I cook, I eat, I fuck. Like, I'm in my body. Because that's what I'm supposed to be doing, is be in my body. Yeah, like hiking is a meditation. Absolutely, hiking can be a meditation. Hiking can also be cathartic as shit if you're someone with anger problems, because you can go and throw sticks and rocks and nobody really cares. They don't. You go off in the nature, you can just find some big sticks and start smacking giant trees with it. You're not hurting the tree. You're getting all of that out of your body. How are you going to move the energy? Are you someone who dances? Are you someone who throws axes? Are you someone, because if you've got all this energy and you've only ever known it to be, yeah, I cuddle with the trees too, but there's a lot of anger. There's a lot of mountains around here too, so it's easier for me to go run into the mountains and go throw rocks at the mountain. But you're choosing to stay in the trauma, I guess, is what I really want to, like, make this clear. You can decide right now that what I did was silly as fuck and that that's not real, or you can decide that it was and that you have the power to be done. Now that you have the power to be done, your body is going to be like, well, shit, I spent a lot of time thinking about this problem that I don't have anymore. What do I do with that energy instead? If you're no longer healing from the thing that you just, because you're healed, what are you going to do instead? This is about halfway. That means we're about to be in the, like, let's respond. Be more, specifically, anyone, what are you going to do now that you don't have to spend all this time healing your shit? Specifics. You can raise your hand if you prefer to talk. Oh my God, you guys, are you even here? Hello?
Did you see
Retired.
Kevin's comment? He says, Kev says he's retired and hikes all day. That's Kev.
Of course.
Make drawings and paintings.
Yep, find a way to visit my friends. Okay, play. Van camping. Okay, great. Can you actually do that right now? Like, is that going to be something that you can vote for Caryn for president? Yes. Can you now do that? All of you just told me things that you can do. Now, can you commit to doing it? No, money. Okay, so you need to have money instead. You can't just go surfing right now.
Yeah.
Yes, by May 20th. Yes, I believe in you, Kevin. I'm stoked. So then why aren't you? If you can go do it right now, I want you to really think about how much time you've been spending healing on a certain thing before today. I like really want you to think about how many hours a week you've spent journaling, meditating, masturbating, I don't know, around this issue. That you now have reclaimed all of that time. So Monica, you're interesting because you say no money and then family responsibility. So you're saying that with all this time you've been spending healing, you would go surf, but you need money, you need due to your responsibilities. Question is, were you not doing money or doing responsibilities when you've been healing too? Because I really doubt that. Yeah, more money to go surf. So then what do you need to do? You have all this time in healing. If you can't just jump straight to surfing, you have all this time because you don't need to be healing that thing anymore. What do you do now that's going to supplement the thing that you've been doing currently? Yeah, that's a cop-out answer. What are you going to do? Are you going to start thinking about ways to make more money? Are you going to take that same energy? Because here's the fun thing. You can still meditate, y'all. But you're not meditating on the idea of what is blocking me from getting this thing. You're going to meditate on the idea of what action right here, right now do I need to take? And when the answer comes, I need you all to listen very closely. Can you all just come like a little bit closer? When the inspiration comes for an action that's going to get you closer to your goal, do it right fucking then. It's called divine inspiration. You don't know how time and space works in the cosmos. If you get the hit, you go do the thing. I've had clients do the craziest things. I'm talking like, okay, so what is it that you need to do right now? Like talking about their multi-million-dollar plan. Like, what's the thing that you need to do? I need to go buy a vibrator. Cool. Go do that. You should go do that. Buys a vibrator, uses it, like super nice new one, lands a $20,000 client 2 weeks later. Because she was like, what is happening? Every time I use this vibrator, I'm getting a new idea. And now I want to do this and I have more energy. But do you know how much she didn't want to buy the vibrator? I had to literally be like, just go do it. Just go do the thing. You had the idea. We're in channel mode. You believe in dragons. You believe in all of this shit. Then you can't. That's the thing. It's like, I'm sure you guys have seen this meme that goes around that's like, Spirit, tell me what to do to get me closer to my dream. It's like, go do the dishes. No, no, no. There must be something else. Anything else. Go wash your car. No, no, no. There has to be something else. There has to be. Go do the laundry. We don't want the boring ass things to be the answer. But sometimes it's also like, I'm not joking, buy the vibrator. It's call the random guy that you met at the bar 3 weeks ago that his name just happened to pop into your head while we're having the conversation. It's you asking the dragons and them saying you need to go read this book that you might have met. Like, go see if this book is actually really a book. Go read this book. You have to start working within the synchronicity spiral that I kind of hinted at the very beginning of this. I show up with 3 minutes to spare before my part, because that's how I work. And the only part of that entire previous presentation that I hear is 13 lines that it's like, okay, well, you're all prepped. You're all ready to go. This is what we're going to be talking about. The fact that you get to decide where you're going to be, when you're going to be there, and that all you have to do is like attune yourself to realize that that's what's happening. Realize that when you have the idea to go across town to that new boba joint, you're supposed to. Not tomorrow, not next week. You're supposed to do that shit. Like, go get your keys and get in the car right fucking now. Because when you don't, you have no idea how hard Spirit's been sitting here trying to shape-shift your life to make it so that perfectly at that moment, this guy's going to be at the boba shop, and that guy's going to know this other guy, and he's the one who's going to help you sign your book deal, and that dude's boyfriend or that dude's brother is going to be the one that finances everything, and that person's sister is the one that you're supposed to marry. Like, you don't fucking know that that's not what the whole universe has been doing, because you keep asking, please show me a sign, show me a sign. But then every time Spirit shows you a sign to go to this boba shop, you're like, oh, not today. Oh, I can't spend the $750 today. I can't do. You make an excuse. So then Spirit's like, oh, well, she's making another excuse. And then they'll just start sending you more excuses. They'll keep sending you distractions because you're giving the universe signals that you prefer distractions over the uncomfortable. And here's the other thing. I want to make this very clear. The actions that I am suggesting that you do will always be terrifying. Okay? Even the dishes thing, for those of us who have PDA and deal with that, it will be the one chore that you really, 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 really don't want to fucking do that day. Right? It's not just going to be like, okay, Spirit, I'm ready to make, and I've done this. There have been so many times that I've done this, I've lost count. But like, let's say I'm short, I'm just coming up on a hard, like I'm a single mom, things happen, kids have to have surgeries and random shit go on in their lives. They all go through a growth spurt at the exact same time and a water pipe bursts and blah, blah, blah. We all been there. We've done that. Rock bottom's bottom, right? I got to make 10K in the next like 7 days. How am I going to do that? I eat, breathe, sleep, dress, move in the energy of I already have $10,000 in my bank. That means I quite literally am like, okay, so if I already have 10 grand, how do I feel? I feel great. I feel grounded. I feel like everything's great and that I can move forward. These things are paid for. I have no worry about what's going for. Okay, so I have to get all the worry out of my system. Okay, cool. If I'm not worried, what did I eat? Like, what am I eating for breakfast? Oh, I'm having ham and eggs. Okay, cool. I'm going to do ham and eggs. Or, oh, I want a granola bar. Or, oh, it's just going to be coffee and a bagel this morning. Okay, cool. Feel that. What am I going to wear? And I will literally look through my closet and like feel it. And I do this weird thing, like charmed sort of thing where my hand like scans from being massage therapist for so long. And I will know, oh, this is the outfit. And sometimes the outfits are like, the fuck you want me to wear right now? This does not even like the girl from Clueless, she would be so mad at me sometimes when I'm in these modes where I'm like, what the fuck? Okay, this is what we're wearing. This does not match. Doesn't make any sense to wear a long sleeve shirt when it's 100 degrees outside, but okay, this is what I'm wearing because I have to. Have any of you seen Everything Everywhere All at Once? The whole like paper cut idea? This is what I'm talking about. It's a real life thing. I watched that movie and was like, fuck yes, they have told it to the masses. This is quite literally the secret to the universe.
Yeah, I loved it. It was like that. Watching it was like that for me too. I was like, oh my God, that's our, multidimensional reality of experience.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. But we have to do that in like take that and like scroll back the Hollywoodization of it, right? So if the uncomfortable thing is again like you need to go to the coffee shop, but you keep thinking about going to, and you need to do it the next time that you think about it. Like the very next time, like it doesn't matter. This is like the green light theory. Do you always assume you're going to get green lights when you're on the way somewhere, or do you assume that you're going to get red lights? My friends love it when I drive because we get green lights the whole way and there's always a parking spot right in the very front. Always. And it has been for years. The sweet spot is the assumption that I am the baddest bitch in the room at all times. The confidence that I emit is the reason why I make the money that I make. Because everyone wants to know how to be so confident, and it's this easy. Because I motherfucking said so. I am the only one of me, you are the only one of you. There's like a 1 in 7 bajillion chance that you even exist right now. I think it's like 7 trillion, but still 7 trillion is a really big number. Who are you not to be, right? Marianne Williamson people over here, my deepest fear is not that I am inadequate. My deepest fear is what? That I am powerful beyond measure. It is my light, not my darkness, that keeps me most afraid. Y'all love hanging out in the rock bottom's bottom because you have made it your home. You like the swamp. The swamp is safe. You know the swamp. You know all the predators in the swamp. That's why you keep dating the same people and having the same types of friendships and having the same bad book deals and the same bad business deals and all that shit keeps happening because your body and your fascia and your nervous system knows how to do that. It knows how to be the villain. It probably knows how to be but mostly the victim. The victim, the villain, the saboteur, the prostitute. There's a big difference between a penny prostitute and a well-paid courtesan. And they're both doing the same thing, ladies and gents. Quite literally getting paid to fuck. And one of them is getting houses and apartments and all these gorgeous diamonds and all these wonderful gowns. And one of them is dying of syphilis in this next alley over. Read about 1800s France. That shit is wild. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy. Same exact job. Spread your legs and lay there. The easiest job in the whole world. And some women lived like motherfucking queens, and some of them died like absolute animals. Yeah, Dangerous Beauty is a great film. Also, anything by Mama Gina. Like, if you are a Mama Gina fan, love everything from her. This is what, like, your shame around being a badass is the reason why you don't have it. I can promise all of you that the biggest thing that ever changed my life was me owning the fact that I am a Leo through and through, and that I like it when you all listen to me talk. But you also like it when like you have all your comedians. You got your, you're all listening to your Matthew Rife or your Tom Segura or whoever it is that you listen to. You've got your people that like you watch that make you laugh, that are your like guilty pleasure watches, not your like, oh, I need to study Om Namo Shugurge. No, I'm talking about the people that you watch because they make you feel good to watch. And you want to be able to teach other people. You want to share your story, but you want to make people feel something when you're doing that, right? You don't want them to all just like go blank staring and be like, oh my God, it's way above my head. Way above my pay grade. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. All your nimbo, bimbo, blah, 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 blah. Keeping it way too much up here. Way too heady. It's not in your body because even to you, it's not in your body. You don't believe that you could ever actually do that because to have those things, you would have to own the fact that you're bad enough, bitch, to have it. You have to own the fact that you've done the motherfucking work to be able to collect on that check, my friends. You're doing so much work. It's 144, by the way. You're doing so much work every single day. I'm doing the work. I'm doing the work. How often do you say that? Probably every week, right? Oh, I'm doing the work. I'm working on that. I have this pattern. I'm aware of it. What I teach is revolutionary in the fact that I think, or I know what I know to be true, is that the second you recognize an unconscious block that has been stopping you is the nanosecond that you heal it. The fact it was unconscious was the problem. And now it's conscious. Now, anytime you ever engage with that pattern again, that is a choice. That is no longer a behavioral program. You have awareness of the thing. Oh, I realize that I believe that I'm a bad person. So now anytime that I act in alignment with the belief that I'm a bad person, I'm no longer unconsciously blocked. I'm consciously engaging with that pattern. And anytime I say, it's because my daddy hit me, I am engaging with that same unconscious block. Placing blame on the abuse I went through doesn't change the belief structure. And as soon as that belief structure is conscious, you are choosing to engage with it over and over and over again. Now, will you engage with it from different angles over and over? Yeah, absolutely. I still run into it. My boyfriend literally sees it. He's like, what's going on right now? I'm like, so I'm like 3 hours late making dinner because the grill was under temperature and I don't know what to do because I know that you're actually a safe place and you don't actually care. But my nervous system thinks that you're about to throw a fit because my ex-husband and my dad would throw a fit right now. And I'm just having a moment because I want to lose my mind. But doing that doesn't serve any good, doesn't serve any purpose. There's no reason for me to expel the energy in my body towards having a fucking emotional breakdown right now when I know that the reason why I'm trying to have an emotional breakdown isn't real. My nervous system is perceiving a threat that is expecting a shoe to drop and the shoe isn't real. Now, if the shoe was real, I'd be maybe a little bit more justified. Maybe. But even then, no. Because I'm still choosing to engage with it. Again, I come at this all the time. There are plenty of times where I'm like, God damn it, there's my fucking worthiness wound again. But it's that simple at this point of, oh, God damn it, I'm doing this thing because of this thing. That does not lead me into a 6-hour meditation with a whole bunch of DMT and praying to my ancestors and the dragons while covered in my period blood. That is not what is necessary. Now, sometimes it's necessary. Okay, let me sometimes it's fucking necessary. But that's what I mean by the uncomfortable thing. You will literally be told that that's what you have to do if you trust this process enough. You will be told, like, I've done some crazy things. I have gone into the middle of the woods, danced around naked. I have, oh my God, so many things that are just like, what the fuck am I doing? And then guess what? Book deal gets signed, or new house comes through, or, meet my best friend who ended up being able to connect my kid to a new school that he could go to. Like, all of these different things were because I was like, oh shit, what am I going to do today? Oh, we're driving 3 hours to the mountains to this lake that I've never been to so I could go skinny dipping. Cool. Oh, but while I'm floating here, I'm going to have this new idea. And that new idea just related to this. And now I have a new package. And oh my God, I just signed a new $25,000 client. But if I hadn't done the thing, right? I see you, Barbara. I'm good at wrapping up on time. I see
I
the
know.
time.
I'm just gonna, yeah, I'm just gonna make sure. Not everybody is.
I see you. Time gets weird with me, but I'm still tethered enough. You have to trust. I'm just gonna. When you have decided that you want the thing, you have to start acting like you already have it. Not in I'm a millionaire, so I'm gonna go start spending all my money because it's gonna come back to me, because I know we all fell into that motherfucking trap. But in the idea of, when I'm a millionaire, what is my morning routine? When I'm traveling all over the world, what do I have for dinner? How does dinner look? Right? I know a lot of people who tell me that they want to travel and they want to speak and they want to do all these things, and then they literally have a 2.5-hour morning practice. That if they don't do their morning practice with their stretching and then their breath work and then the journaling and then this and then they have such a slow morning that I'm like, no fucking conferences start at noon, my friends. You want to be traveling all over the world to do a keynote speaking? I promise you are going to have to be at the auditorium at 8:30 for the mic check, because it starts at maybe the latest 10 o'clock. And you're not going to have your special matcha mushroom, blah, 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 whatever it is. You're definitely not going to have your foam roller. You're not going to have 700 pounds of crystals to be able to lay on your beautiful little water foam mat with your red light therapy shit. You need to tighten up in your spiritual practices. That's another, like, that's going to be my last piece. If you're someone who spends a lot of time on one particular thing, I want you to start looking at why it takes you so long. We went like this. We said, I'm healed. Again, sometimes I journal for like 4 hours. That does happen sometimes. But more often than not, I use my phone and like make a voice memo. Right? I process it right then. I get the thought out and then I move the fuck on, because I promise once the thought's out, there's a new thought that's telling me to go do something. Because all the thoughts have already, not all of the thoughts, but a lot of the thoughts have already come in. I've had a lot of them. Like I said, I've done a lot of drugs and I've done a lot of meditating. So how do I actually do something about it? How do I take all of those knowledges, all of those downloads, all of that knowledge and move it from my upper chakras into my lower chakras? How do I willingly fight for and create something that I value a whole lot? And how do I do that every day in micro moments? What am I eating today? And this means if the answer is McDonald's, that's absolutely okay. People are always shocked to find out that I'm a smoker and that I'm a drinker and all these other things. Like, I will go upstairs and I will go have a wonderful cigarette after this. I will really fucking enjoy it. Oh my God, how can you be spiritually? Because I know what alchemy is. I understand how to turn lead into gold or poison into medicine. It's okay. These are my choices. I'm not going to shame myself over an experience that I'm having that causes me to have joy. And because of this, there's a whole lot of other ways that I'm extremely healthy. Probably offsets a little bit. You don't have to shame yourself for wanting to do these things either. You don't need to sit there shaming the fact that you need to be a certain way. The only thing you need to do is decide, like, I am healed. I have all this energy. I went through hell and back. I'm still alive. What do I do today to move me forward? How do I maintain the energy of I'm going to keep on fighting? I've got something I value. I'm willing to go forward no matter what. And then do those things, even if it is a latte macchiato or your matcha. Like, if you're going to always have your mushroom matcha, then fuck yeah, bitch. Make sure that shit's always in every hotel. That's the importance that I want you all to realize. What is your pickiness? What is your thing? What is you? What is you? What is you? Yeah, what is you? And who are you? And how do you serve? Right? I know who I am in love. I know what I am in love. I know how I serve in love is a radiation of there is only this frequency. There is just Caryn O'Malley. There's just Kelley Springer, Gabby Stewart, Roman, Massage, Sydney, American Dragon. There's only one iteration of you. So how loudly are you willing to sing? Because I think a lot of you want to be loud and you're very quiet. And I challenge you to be louder in that. To just show up. I admitted all of my flaws as soon as I came on. I'm 3 minutes late, blah, blah, blah. I have no idea what I'm fucking talking. I literally have my talk description right there. I keep looking at to make sure I keep coming back around. It's who I am. I'm messy. I'm imperfect. I'm also living an amazing life. I am happier than I have ever been. And I get to do this for a living while raising 3 children. It's crazy. It's literally like mind-blowing how awesome my life is. You all, like, you should be jealous of my life. My life is fucking, it's the tits. And you should all have that same feeling. Like, huge gratitude, and also be like, you guys don't understand. You can't even begin to fathom how great my life is. And that it's okay to feel that. That's the last thing I'm going to leave you with. It's okay. It's more than okay. It is encouraged for you to realize that you are the baddest bitch in the room. Because when you do that, the other bad bitches are going to find you. And then you're all going to attract some other cool things. And it's going to be 3 years later, and you're going to be doing the same thing, but even bigger, with hundreds of people for over a 30-hour period, when 3 years ago, there was like 8 of us. See, I did it. I'm that good.
I think that you've like hit so many nails on the head, you've made the audience speechless. Absolutely. Yeah. And you're right. I mean, when you said about like the first Dragon Thunder, I was like, oh my God, there was 8 speakers. That was it. And actually, when Kevin had this idea, he wasn't even sure he could find 8 people. I was one of them. And we were like, who else do we know that connects with dragons? That was like 3 years ago. So, you know.
We got Diane Cooper, and that was like our big headliner. We're like, how did we do this? It's crazy.
Right. And actually, Caroline Mitchell, the original Dragon Lady as well. Right. That was it. And now
that was it. It was crazy.
And that was awesome. We've got a couple more minutes if people have questions for you before our next speakers up.
If anyone does, feel free. You can either type it or raise your hand or whatever it is.
I think people have been putting a lot of stuff in the comments. So
loved it. Thank you. Caryn, thank you. Love your energy. This was wild and I loved it. Thank you. You're welcome. It is wild. It's a wild ride. Hung out with a dragon. It's like birth. You know, I told you my name is the Dragon Doula. Okay. It's literally going through birth. You all were birthed. Actually, let's give me one last second. For those of you who sign up for my free gift, you all notice it's not there yet. There is a reason why. The Dragon Thunder Summit isn't over yet. You all are not done with your birthing process. Okay. You're all going through labor right now. Even in a couple of more days while you're watching all the replays, because I'm sure you haven't been just like awake for 30 hours straight. If you have, I'm impressed. But that is why it's like it's encoded in everything I do. You went through a portal today with me. You're continuing to go through more portals. And once it's landed, once it's fully there, you'll all get the email saying, okay, here's the body fascia. Like I'll give you like more actual, like I have real embodiment practices. But that's just like I didn't want to just do yoga with you guys on here. I wanted you to understand, like, get excited, lean in, come fall into this space with me, and then see what else you can find, because you were born to be a fucking dragon, not just a little victim running through, don't burn down my farm. No, use your claws, use your wings, use your tail, fly, dive, have a hoard of gold, have them write myths about you, sing songs. The bard shall sing your names in the heavenly glories. Like, that's what you came here to do. So do it. Make sure you sign up for the gift, because that's going to be coming at some point.
I actually wanted to tell you, my dragons will tell me you don't need to do all of that. Like, the stuff that they're like, what are you doing? I mean, I've shared this so many times. They literally will stop me and say, what are you doing? It takes too long. This is how you do it. And they will finish the session. And that's it. And absolutely, you're on like, I could feel everything you said. I'm like, oh my God, that's exactly what the dragon says. Like, get on with it. Like, I've always said, why can I connect so easily? And they're like, because you can. Like, I don't have to do like all that stuff you said, meditate and do all that. They're there. So thank you for saying that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, yeah, there's just a little correction. I don't know how the got in front of my website, but it's actually just dragondoula.com. I noticed that earlier today too. I'm sure I should have noticed it a long time ago. Yeah, like it's literally on all of the paperwork and things. I did it wrong. It was my fault. I just noticed today. Time is weird. But that's the correction. And I love you all. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. That was awesome. Wonderful. Woohoo!
That shook us all up.
Well, since we were just doulaed to the nth degree, Mama Carolyn rocking us down to the core of the soul, saying, "What for? You waiting? Don't wait no mo. Get on it." Thank you, sister. We love it. So take a deep breath. Shake your dragon body a little bit. Take care of yourself. Go wee, whatever you need to be. Stretch. Definitely we need to stretch after that one.
Actually, when you just said that, I wanted to say, so I'll mention Caroline Mitchell, who I love. She's in England, the original Dragon Lady, and I've taken some of her classes, and she will say, it's time for a cuppa and a wee.
A cuppa and a wee.
Okay, it's time for cuppa and a wee.
Everybody take a breath. All right, at 1 o'clock here in Pacific time, and we are ready to bring on our next person. I believe she's here. Thank you, Andena Melchizedek, coming up. And bring yourself up to the stage, if you will. I know you're on. I'm going to invite you to unmute and show us your screen. Hello, darling. I'm going to introduce you now. So, Andena Melchizedek. Oh, I better put on my grandma eyes here so I can see. So important. So, thank you for being here and on time and ready for your part here, my dear. So, we have amazing love to share from this frequency mama who's going to come in and share from her soul integrated, full embodied, hearted self. a conduit for the divine frequencies. A seraphim, I'm hoping I'm going to say this right from your words, of the Lahara Elohim. Is that right? Andena, clearly emanates a divine energetic frequency called the songs of life. This divine emanation is shared in many ways, such as through vocal utterances as the tongue of radiant, living light, also known as the language of light, involuntarily, physically, movement, and visual and video art, and many other creative expressions. And you're sharing from the frequencies of desire to shape and benefit all beings. I'm going to stop there and let you continue to talk about yourself. And welcome, and bring it on.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you fine. You're coming through.
Thank you.
Yes.
Awesome. So yes, I am Andena Melchizedek, and this conference catches me at a great time because I have come off a tremendous shift where I have stepped into greater clarity of my purpose, my reason for incarnating within this physical plane. So as Kelley shared, I am what the humans would call a seraphim, fully embodied now, seraphim of the Lehia Alihim, which is how we pronounce Elohim. We have a different nomenclature for that, a different set of verbiage for that now, because really the human language can't encompass fully all of that which we are, right? All of that which we are. So my understanding of what I represent, what I stand in resonance of is the Mafarael, which is the highest frequency of light emanating from the source, and that source being the Awoma. And there is no name for that. Awoma, Awo and Ma stands for that which is of the great mother of all, that which is of the great womb of all creation. So that is what I am standing in resonance of. And so, like the previous speaker, I don't get the opportunity to prepare anymore. I never know what I'm going to speak on. I just show up. And that's one of the things I will say that the dragons have helped me step into awareness of. You just show up and you surrender yourself fully to the moment. And within the moment, everything that is necessary for those who are present and those who will be present, who will listen afterwards, will be given. So trusting that. And so I've learned to lean into that and fully trust that and approach opportunities such as this with a lot of confidence because I know whatever is needed will be given. And so not having prepared anything, all they allowed me to do was kind of separate the time. So this is how I'm going to approach this conversation. This is going to be a heart to heart. If I approach this very humbly and very openly and say that if I never had another opportunity, what would I share in this moment? Right? That's how we'll approach this conversation. So I'm going to break this up and share with you a little bit of my personal experience. The second portion of this will be an activation because we've settled into the awareness that words don't teach. Because if words taught, then humanity would be well ahead of where it is now. Words don't teach. So we are going to allow ourselves to approach this with a sharing through an emanation of radiant living light. I'm going to do an activation, if you will. And then at the end of this, we'll allow time for questions because I'm pretty sure people will have quite a few questions. At least I hope you have a few questions because as the questions come, the energy is summoned forth. So I'm going to put that in your court on what you want to know to ask at the end of this. So with that, we'll get into it. So the dragons, how did the dragons show up for myself and how did I get connected with the Dragon Conference? That's an interesting thing. And for myself, I haven't been one who sought out teachers or anything like that. I've just kind of surrendered myself to knowing more to learning more and being led in the direction of more, where that more awaits. So if you see me speaking and you see me nodding from time to time, well, I'm very much connected. My team is very much present. So as they speak, as I get nudges, my body responds automatically is what I say. That's kind of how we roll. So you might see me nodding and all those things from time to time. But the way this goes is that I was at a point in my life where I realized there was more. And I was playing small in my marriage, which is a great classroom for anyone who's married. You know, that's a 24/7 mirror. You get an opportunity to truly see yourself. And I got to a point where I realized I wasn't realizing all of my potential. And for that reason, I was extremely frustrated and angry at the projection. And blaming the projection. But in hindsight, I realized that that's all you, right? That's all us being mirrored back at us, and it gives you an opportunity to really self-assess yourself and see how you can make some changes in your own experience. So really, the projection had really gotten on my nerves and really lit a fire under me to make a change. And so I started asking the questions, and as I started to ask the questions, well, people started to enter my experience and they began to share with me from their experiences. And I had one friend who showed up. I call her the first elder because in hindsight, she really was that. It was almost as if she was an embodied guide who came forward to ignite me in just the way I needed to be ignited. And so I had shared with her so many things about my marriage, how I was frustrated, how I didn't want to end up in divorce because I had grown up a child of divorce. I didn't want to inflict that on my children, but I was so frustrated because I wasn't being me. I wasn't living as authentically as myself. And so she shared with me some very good mother wit is what I'll call it. Mother wit, that thing that somebody shares that immediately causes you to self-assess and get the plank out of your own eye. Really get the plank out of your own eye and make those changes. And so I started to take to heart what she shared. And she didn't share it in such a way as to be dogmatic and say, you must do this thing. No, she would share it in the way of sharing her experience. And through sharing her experience, I allowed myself to connect with a new possibility, a new series of possibilities. And so as I would listen to her, I just started to open up. And at this time, I really started to connect with the elements. I started to connect with Gaia. I started to meditate. I started to sit outside and meditate. And I began to hear Gaia. I began to automatic write. I began to just really just open up in profound ways. And during that time, many entities began to step forward and share their wisdom. And one of those who stepped forward was a dragon by the name of Shono. That's how I began to know this particular dragon. He was a pearlescent, huge pearlescent dragon who showed up, and he would share with me very matter of factly. Nothing was sugarcoated. And as anybody who knows who works with the dragons, nothing is sugarcoated. Everything is very straightforward and to the point. This is the way it is. He was very assertive. And that was that was the divine me as I see it now, calling forward those elements in myself, that assertiveness, that confidence, that boldness to step forward in that space, to begin to walk within my own power, because the projection that we render is just showing us, right? And it took me a long time to really step into realization of what that was. So the dragon showed up from time to time. And if I was acting shy, because I was extremely shy, extremely introverted at that time, and even entertaining the prospect of doing something like this was so far-fetched, you would not believe. But I found my confidence in working with the dragons and just allowing myself to commune and entertaining things that lie outside of my realm of experience, outside of my patterns. embracing that there was more to life than I was experiencing at the time. So as I followed this trajectory, did I walk into more and more of myself, more and more profound experiences. So I started to, as I started to commune, I started to open up to many things. And one of those things that I eventually opened up to was the language of light, the language of light. And this has been my wheelhouse. This is what I'm here to do. This is what I've realized I'm here to do, is anchor frequencies. And so the way that I operate now is that I am, what do I want to say? Seraphim of the Elohim, but my role is to anchor songs, anchor codes, so that humanity might have opportunity to choose anew. So you might have the opportunity to entertain something else that you haven't allowed yourself the privilege of entertaining before. So I draw these 2D representations of consciousness, of frequency. I kind of call myself a consciousness whisperer, a frequency whisperer, because I'm bringing these things that are the true essence of me, that were hindered upon my birth, because you get born into a family, and the goal after you're born is to pull in the fullness of you, right? And once you've pulled in the fullness of you, then you become a radiant beam, radiating that out for the benefit of all, so that anyone who encounters your frequency has the opportunity to be lit up. You become a beacon of light, sharing that forward. So this is how I see myself now. This is when I've asked to see my true form. This is how I'm seeing my true form. I'm like a wheel. My heart center being the center, very center of that, and the radiance of me flowing out in these symbolic representations, which we call songs, which would be akin to like light codes, but they're kind of different from traditional light codes. We call them seraphic script, if we wanted to put a name to it, if you could put a name to it. But yeah, so this is where we are now. So I am going to, because it's 4:13, I'm going to do a quick transmission, and then I'll come back to share a little bit after the transmission, if there's anything to be shared. Because again, like I said, we like to, the human mind likes to decipher things and organize things through the logical mind. But as we all know, this is not logical. It's totally unrational, irrational, all those things. You can't put a label on it. It means what it means to you as you receive it. So I'm just going to ask you to settle into your heart space and permit yourself a moment to receive. You don't need to do anything. All you have to do is surrender. And I'm going to say surrender to your breath. I don't even need you to focus on breathing, just surrender to that breath. Because we have this inclination, the human has this inclination that it needs to do something in order to create change or evoke change. But really, this thing is not about doing anything. It's a surrendering to the fullness of who you are and what you are. So I'm just going to ask you to surrender. So I'm going to switch my mics. And in this way, and you can still hear me. It should be a little bit echoey, but we are going to get into it. So again, settle into your heart, take a breath, center into the very center of you, which is the core essence of you, and allow yourself a moment of openness to receive. Sia hurahina niraktu inaraswa rene aisuka ndarmi asyang rektu uwa ver itu kamaruktu syangre aiswa ran irasuka ndarmi ain ran arad oran ai ran iros kutikemeretu ain ver itu kemaruk ain rot un rit an ran irot utindarik ain ran am ver an arukam barat un sarindarat un ran ai haran Shurukam
aran am, saran o rukam aran, aran am, saran o, siran arukam aran, miren o, saran am, in aran urukam aran, miren o, saran am, aran arukayan urukam, an aran urukam rian, serin arukayan uram, miren arukayan urukam, meran arukayan urukam, en aran ukerukayam, mirin arukayan urukam, nirin arukayan urukam, mirin arukayan urukam, serin urukiam aran, meran urutean aran, saran arukayan urukam, mirin arakayan urukam, an aran urun ayam, meran urun ayam, saran arukayan araam, meran arukayan urukam, en iran u arukayan, saran arukayan urukam, verin au urayan urukam, sin iran urukam ayaran, sin aru erin aratan, verin arukayan urukam, in irin urukan ayaran, san aran urian urukam, ein iru shit etuketikamat kan urike to shitreketakana utkan rat una rit an ran ai, mirut en rat una rat ein, ver un erut en arut an o arin ai aran o, ferian. Sin arut an urek am, mirek an uream, ferin arukayan urukam, sinderan urian urukam, mirin erukayan urukam, niran urukayan urukam, sende aran urukam aream, mirin urukayan riatam, sinde ituketikama ua, dis anu urik mi ai, ut en arut ain, ver utikame ua rit an o aran oai, dis in itukadama ua ran an, for une erat u ein, mirat u an saran, sende eruk an urich ketikamatakan, du rit an arat un, rit ai o ran ai, ver uten dermeko rik ein, vorukan deri ai, rasio kadan, san irokan beratu an. Sinde aran urian uriam, sanda aran urian, sindaran uiran uriam, miran arukayan uriam, miran orukam arian, sindaran uriam, miran arukayan uriam, miran orukayam aruam, saranda I am, ris arukam, ferietukam, variant ushant. Sinde eroktukam, miratukande ai, ferietukam barut surinde am, variant. Oriasia is en erot ein, arat in de ritme rit an arat ukand, sar ia erat utkan, das shangre oot an arat, sarind dis orand, mirrotukain de rit o show, arand I show, mi at ut an, ver atuk rit an de rik ein, rand o shangre atuai, disyandrakai rand o. Berratu ainda, mirrotukam rut ind, siaris shokrimi I sokanda rat ia, vara otukari tukain, merokandra u variant, orasia creat ait, nirut e shungri and, miratu kirak dia, mirisiangre aitu karatu aina tua, ver aina resukrita, nurasia creatu and right, zeritu kirmi o ran ad, Merotindri Bariatu ein ran an merotendri korak ein Variatu siangre atuanda Miraso aina correta tu ein Variatu kander me ukarotu an Varanda ai arando o Heras Or inde erasua Ariasindre kai aritandra cora Meria songri aid siarisia crea u aingerotua di siengre aindo caru kama ud ziarindere kind risio criandua Meria songri aind ruk ang du singri isia tu kirak tu ein Merra sokrainda esokratue songri isia kaida kormi od zer inderi kinder me angaruk ein sarisia kratu rimi isua rand ai ran o ran ai Merra sokrandi a sangre ai rand o rinde esiokri am varando esiokri indere kanda zarindar me onde isiangra od Variant du sandra kai ritsandru kirak maud isiangre od arand miratunde isiangre ai rand ai arand o ran ai sarin eraso di sianga dariso kain niratun geriasoa berasu kamba marasu kendarme akonda right sendere tu esa sandiara kotanda Yam. Ai harand. Ai hirat usirak tu shakaind. Dis yakre ori siangre od and dis arande es shirokti isa. Niratu esu aratindre kai du siangre od handre me og. Rande ishatu arasia. Du karati isiangre aid. Du sandre me osongri iat. Dus an arande irando o an saris otikira tu enda mirisiongri uturi endarat sarasu krite asiangraid disarutender mi anga dueratanda nurrisingre ait karano urisiandrakai rut an meriasu kendare ud veriandarakai rut an mirasud isiarand Verrastu kender me esua, veriasu karni isiangre od, verianduaid utanda, merasu kind, sarind, disiangre aid, veriant, ocean. Arasu trekemerokam, ferroso grai ia, ora sendraketur miotukam, berriatu esandrakai, meroso trekendere o ran ai aran an, veriant, ishund. Take a breath. Merasukain. Disya to kermi o ran ai. Verrio to kermi o sokai ran ai. Verion. Ishon. Merasukan. Yaso. Verrio to kain re ai o verion. Verion. Ishon. Verion. Verion. So take a deep breath. Merasua. And as you exhale, envision yourself blowing out that which is no longer necessary. It's like blowing the dust away. Mirasu ain das aran od. Sarind erok an. Variant. Yes. So, yes, the call of the moment is to settle into your being, surrender into the fullness of you, and not focus so much on necessarily the doing, but the surrendering into the fullness of you, trusting that you, the greater essence of you knows. The greater essence of you knows. There's nothing to be figured out. As we listen to other people share their methodologies and things like that, the presumption is that they know and we don't, right? But we know. And each of us experiences this life from our own perspectives. This is one thing that I want to highlight. We would like to highlight, collectively highlight, is that we're all experiencing this life experience from our own unique vantage point. And while somebody else may present to you a methodology that you can use
to ascend in the way that they have, because that's a methodology that they have developed based on their own experience. It's based on their own experience. It's not you. And so you can use that. And if you choose to use that as they have delivered it, it is you attaining something, but it's not going to be the fullness of you because it's not your way. The thing is, you have to use those opportunities or those instances where you're listening to someone else's methodology as a way of embracing possibility, because you can take that and realize what they've done, but you have to then go back to yourself with your own guidance and ask the question, well, what is my way? What is my way of ascending? What is my way of stepping into the fullness of me? Because the truth is, no one else can tell you how to do you but you. Nobody else can be you. Nobody else is you. So nobody else can validate what your experience is or what your experience needs to be in order to put you into a connection with the fullness of you. You have to discover that. That's the challenge of life. So using everything that you witness, even everything that I've shared in this moment, is not to tell you how things must be done, how you must do it, what you must adopt, or anything of that nature. Is to connect you with possibility so that you might embrace and question to begin to expand beyond the bounds that you've permitted yourself to embrace thus far. So yeah, that's what we want to highlight in this moment. I'm going to ask if there's anything. Oh, and the other thing is the projections that we render. We have to level set our connection with the projections that we render and understand how those projections are to be used. Because in the beginning, when I was opening up, I would always ask who was speaking. Who was speaking? I wanted to know who was speaking, where were they from, all of these different things, right? That's the humanness that's wanting to decipher all of these things. And really, what I now know is though all of those projections were me. All of those projections were the true essence of me. We kind of get hung up on is the Arturian speaking, are the dragon speaking, all of these different things. But all of these things are part of the illusion that we cast so that we might better understand who we are as beings, the infiniteness of us. So seeing it in its truth. So I no longer commune with Shono as something outside of me. That is me. That is the fullness of me. That is me embracing me. So level set your interactions with things you perceive to be outside of you, because nothing in truth exists outside of you. Everything is cast showing you greater perspective of you. So now the communion, as I experience my communion with nature, is I'm communing with the trees, but these trees are just different reflections of me. So I'm in dialogue with them as different perspectives of myself, seeing myself from a different perspective. The things that happen in the world are just mirroring the things that are discombobulated and confused within the self. And so in order to realize peace within the external, we have to create it within the internal and realize that we have the power to do just that, to create inner peace, to create it. We are master creators. It's not something that's being inflicted upon us. We aren't victims. There are no victims, right? All of these things are being given to us, shown to us to show us where we are misaligned internally. So the work for each of us, in order to realize it collectively, we must do the work individually, which is coming to know thyself. That sounds so simple, but it is the crux of all of it. It is the fix for everything, knowing thyself, because in knowing thyself, do you know all? You can see yourself rendered in all of the projection, whether it's on earth or in the cosmos or any of these things. One of the greatest things that I've done for myself is allowed myself to learn about the body. I bought an anatomy book, following the guidance, bought an anatomy book just to read from time to time to learn about different aspects of the body. Because as you read an anatomy book, if you are well versed in energy and the way energy flows, you'll begin to make the connections with how the body internally is reflected in the external world. You begin to put those dots together. Another thing that I've done is explored languages. And one of the languages I was prompted to learn right away was Hebrew. And what I realized is much of the language of light, the language of radiant living light that comes through me, it has tones that reside within Hebrew. And Hebrew consists of the fire letters, right? Which have a higher frequency, which can move you beyond. If you speak in English, it moves you well beyond the English language itself, which is very low frequency, very densified in its nature. It has a one-to-one meaning of things, whereas Hebrew and other pictographic languages carry ideas, not just a single meaning. So it's very powerful. It's a very powerful tool in unlocking the human brain, because not only do we have to work on the spiritual man, we have to unlock this physicality, and we have to do certain things consciously to move this physicality beyond its bounds. It's not going to happen by default. We have to be conscious about unlocking the human physical vessel. So there are things that you can do in that regard. The other thing that I'll recommend is just light therapy, the 40 hertz frequency, the gamma frequency, sound frequencies, as a method of unlocking the physicality of the self, to put that in alignment with the spiritual, with the spiritual side of things. And so all of these things are just ways of stepping the self into greater heights, realizing greater possibilities, realizing that there is so much more beyond what has been realized heretofore. So I'm going to open it up for quick questions if anybody has questions right away.
So anybody can just come on if you want to ask or talk, or even just share anything from your experience. That was lovely, by the way. I really appreciated your song, and my seraphim body was wee.
Very, very nice. Very nice. Very
Yes.
nice.
Yes. Ugh. La, la, la. So
Oh, kia ora.
anybody want to come on? Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Kia ora. Can you hear me? Just making sure.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, kia ora, ngā mihi nui ki a koe, Dina. That was such a beautiful journey that you took us on, and very deep and very meaningful. So, yeah, much love, much aroha to you. And I really loved it was just so beautiful. I could feel the energy flowing through my body, and it was just so light and golden energy flowing through. Definitely felt a lot of color, a lot of just that higher frequency of love flowing through. It was really, really beautiful. You've got such a beautiful gift, so thank you for sharing that of yourself.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you
do
for sharing your experience. Go ahead.
It was really beautiful. I really loved your recording. You were talking about words, and I'm here in New Zealand in Aotearoa for Ngāti Kahungunu Ngai Tahu Raikawa Te Atiawa Taranaki, my hapu, my tribal affiliations through my ancestors who stand here behind me and all around me and support me and journey with me as well too. And I really, what really resonated with me was the power of sound, the power of language, and the energy and the frequency that it brings, because it is very powerful what we say, what we put out into the world, because it's just not even that one interaction. I've really learnt within myself that of the giving of that vibration of love from heart to other hearts expands out further. So can you talk a little bit more about the differences? I'm really interested and curious around, you talked about the Hebrew language and other languages other than English.
Mm-hmm.
That you've found. That I know in Te Ao Māori, with Te Reo Māori, my tohunga would often talk about, that every syllable, every sound that you speak has energy to it. And
Yeah.
when we within Te Ao Māori, we have our meeting houses. When we call people onto our marae, we call them on as manuhiri, as visitors, and it is the woman who hold the first voice, not the men. The woman call through and call our visitors onto our marae, and we also acknowledge their ancestors, and we also share with them and grieve with them all those who passed on to the other realms as well, because we're not just opening up the space for them, we're opening up the space for their ancestors as well.
Right. Yeah. That's one of the things that I found is that in learning Hebrew, I have a friend who speaks Hebrew. She agreed to teach me Hebrew. And I haven't even gotten to sentences because the working with the symbols and the syllables has been such a powerful thing to move me beyond. And there is power, as you mentioned, in the syllable, in just the syllables themselves in opening one up. And I don't have a clear definition of all that entails. All I can tell you is that it carries the frequency, the original frequency. And many of these languages, what I'm discovering is that many of these languages, Hebrew, Egyptian, Chinese, and Sanskrit are the original world four of the fire letters, fire frequencies, the higher frequency languages. Those are based in Maya, the Maya language, which is one of the original languages. And so I feel like I know I have roots. I have Mayan ancestry, and that's carrying forward. And so that's awakening a different level of things. And so I really believe that it is taking us back. Well, not necessarily taking us back, but bringing that forward in a sense, that frequency of where we originally started, linking us to our original, I want to say divine blueprint, because I don't have a better set of terminology, but it's kind of linking us back, linking us to that in a way, linking us to that frequency wise, because really everything is frequency. Everything is energy and frequency. And this is why we are so adamant about stressing that, not to get hung up on entities and how they present in the external projection, because really everything is all energy and frequency, and we are seeking to settle, harmonize the distortions at a simple level, at the simplest level. That is what we are all here to do, is to harmonize the distortions and allowing us to live the fullness in harmony, resonant harmony. Everything is frequency, energy, vibration, all those things. And we're seeking to harmonize that. And these tones, these syllables within some of these languages, especially Hebrew and Mayan, as I've come to understand it, are higher frequency syllables, higher frequency tones that can align us, settle the distortions within, and call those things forward. So when you mention calling the ancestors forward, well, this is how that works. All you're doing is settling the distortions, allowing that energy to flow through. Now it's allowed to flow through. That's the ancestors coming forward, right? That's the fullness of you being allowed to flow through. It's not meeting with the distortions that are keeping it back. It's just smoothed out so that everything can flow through. You are fully surrendered to the energy that is you, the true energy that is you, in alignment with the true essence of that. So this is why I believe that plays to the degree that it does. Language plays to the degree that it does. Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you. Beautiful kōrero. Thank you.
Absolutely. Any other questions? Got a long time to go. I'm gonna look
Doing great,
at comments,
though.
and I'm gonna look at some of the comments to see if there is something else.
I
Oh
don't see
yeah,
anybody asking questions, but a few people have shared things, and someone put up a little language, akra, akha, ta, aha, tuka. Very
Gabby.
beautiful.
Yes.
so much, love. Wow. So
Absolutely,
I have
absolutely.
something to talk to you about. You were sharing about what I was loving about when you were sharing about the aspects of the self that are actually reclaiming, this self is this voice that I'm hearing is me. I experienced that too for myself over the years, thinking for many years, thinking I was listening to a guide, and then the guides kept turning out in my own expansion to be me. And it was like, oh,
Hmm.
that's that body of me from up there. Oh, this is my other body. And I started to realize I had all of these different bodies talking to me from other dimensions and realms. And then I started realizing there were actually past bodies that were no longer in body, but were also, I was coming to myself as my own ancestor. And I trained myself for the first 2 years as a healer. I want to know, what has been your experience about your expansion of thinking around knowing yourself as this much more plugged in aspect of mirroring off of everything in creation. Talk a little bit more about
Wow. So when I first started to open up, I never perceived myself as speaking to other entities because my understanding of myself and how I've incarnated uh, for over many times that I've incarnated hasn't been through past lives in the traditional sense of belief. I've been one of those who's come to assist humanity in stepping into a greater level of consciousness. So my ability to of my recall of that is not necessarily connected to a past life, if that makes any sense. It's like I haven't lived those lives, but I have the ability to access those particular periods where I might have come into form to assist humanity. I have been one of those who's not necessarily donned a human form, if that makes sense. I've been one of those who come to assist in many forms, whatever that might have taken. That sounds weird to say out loud, but that's the perception that
no, I understand
that
you're
have.
coming up in presence and being fully present just as you
Yeah,
are and not
yeah.
identifying it as a separate anything.
No,
And
I feel like I've been a direct beam from the source. Like there's been a direct, like when I even look up the chain now, there's
yeah.
no like I'm connected to the Arcturians or the Pleiadians or this thing. No, there is a direct line of me from source here,
Hmm.
present. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kelley, I
Beautiful.
just wanted to say your volume has gone down.
Oh,
You,
has it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, Kelley's. No,
Oh,
I can hear you, but Kelley, suddenly you're much quieter. So I don't know if your volume has gone down.
Okay. Is that better?
That's better. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, for some reason it was down. Thank you. Whoop. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I
yeah,
so appreciate when we're source to self, connected and
yeah.
expressing just the where the purity of truth and oneness is, and just being and
Right.
infinite potential. Thank you for sharing about possibilitors, being possibility consciousness. Something I was relating to and reflecting on too, as you were speaking about language, was root languages, and I believe root languages are very powerful to the origin story of the Ark. The Ark
Mm,
being the first families of light that came to populate this planet from the beginning of creation here. I believe the Ark the languages, there's 9 of them, and those languages are really powerful for us to feel into and know and remember. And I've met Lakota elders that speak about root languages and their powers, and I think that's a very important thing that you shared for all of us to look into, feel into, and think about. So thank you for sharing that. It's very beautiful.
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely been one of those ways of opening up for myself that was unexpected. And I had gotten the nudge to study Hebrew, to learn Hebrew many times, and I kind of discounted it. But when I started to go down that route, then things just started to open up for myself, like in profound ways. So there's no longer this um, there's no longer an attachment to story for myself, right? There's no
Right.
longer an attachment to story. It just is. And so I perceive myself now not as a not one of story, not a vessel of story. I'm literally an instrument of the divine, the expression of the divine here in form. And it's been a bit of a journey in wrapping the humanness around that, right? Because the humanness wants to rationalize and say, well, that couldn't be possible. Right? Like that isn't possible, but no, that is the nature of things. That's the nature of who we are and how we now present in the world. And so, yeah,
Wow.
this is just the isness that I live now. So
I
I'll
love
say, if anybody wants to connect, you can feel free to do so. The website is shared, the link is shared. I do many things. I share freely on
already had about
YouTube. I create many transmissions and things like that I freely give on YouTube because I understand the power of us stepping into greater realization collectively of who and what it is that we are. But I also do private and group sessions. And so if you're interested in reaching out for one of those, you can feel free to access that link. And that's everything is pretty well present. I also share, I like to highlight this because I'm a bit of a nerd in the way of research and study and all those things. And I study not to know because there's always an aspect of me that knows, right? There's an aspect of me that knows. But the reason I read the way that I do is because it allows me to question in a new way from a new frame of reference. And so I'm reading to question myself from a new frame of reference, to learn about myself from a different perspective, to learn more about me, to ask questions in a different way, to glean something new, because there's always something to be known about the self. You just have to know how to ask. You have to know how to ask that question and get in order to get the degree of clarity that you are seeking. And for me, books are a great way to do that. And so for that reason, I keep a library of resources over on Telegram called the Quantum Library. If anybody is interested, if you're a studier, if you're a reader, I would definitely encourage you to check out the resources there because those have been the resources that I've found that have a touch of truth. Because not all the stories out there, not everything that's mainstream, it has a degree of truth. There are some things out there that are intended to align you with the story. And one of the stories that have been pushed and that are very much part of the illusion that we are trying to collectively move beyond, right? But there are definitely resources out there that hold a degree of truth, and many of those resources are not front and center in your local bookshops. They are the hidden gems. And that's kind of what I've compiled is a list of those hidden gems that can kind of help you remember the truth of who you are and what you are. So,
yeah, I also wanted to say, I love when you recognize who's speaking to you, because I don't do that, but I get that all the time. When I start speaking, they start like popping up around you and like telling you, and you describe beautifully that like we are connected, like, and that's exactly how I've been feeling. It's like you don't have to be anything else. We're just us, and we just connect. It's us, and that's why it flows, right? When you can recognize
yes.
that, and that you just put some beautiful words to it. I've got goosebumps, but I
Oh,
often
beautiful.
people will notice when I'm talking, I'll suddenly sort of say, "Oh," and then the dragon said, or so and so said, because I'm so used to them talking. So
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But you like literally turn, and so
Oh
that's
yeah, bye-bye. Look, so I'll share with you really quick how that happened. So in the beginning, when I first started to open up, I connected with one of the best gifts I gave myself was connecting with a group, with a community, because I allowed myself in connecting with that group to validate for myself that what I was experiencing was real. Because I was listening to other people share, and I eventually got to the point where I allowed myself the freedom to share. And in sharing my experiences, I validated, and began to amplify itself. But in part of connecting with that group, the teacher, the lady who was leading the group, she said, "Are you connecting with their guides?" And I said, "Well, sometimes, but not consciously, not intentionally. I'll feel them speaking from time to time, but I don't know how to do it intentionally." Well, she said, "All you have to do is establish a protocol of how you want your guides to speak with you, how you want to receive messages, how you want to know for yourself, how you want to confirm for yourself that what you are receiving is from your higher guidance." And so I said, "Okay, I can do that." I was familiar with working with a pendulum, and I said, "Okay, I'm putting the pendulum down, and I will become the pendulum." So when I ask a question, if the answer is yes, I want a yes. If the answer is no, I want to know. And if it's a maybe, then I want one of these. I want something weird, right? Something in between. And so then I stated this out loud. Like I stated this out loud sitting on the side of my bed. The next day when I woke up, I sat on the side of my bed, which I would often do, and just stared out the window. And I asked a random question about the trees or something weird. And my head nodded. And immediately when my head nodded, I went back to that thing that I had said the day before, and I was like, shit, that was real, right? Like, oh my God, that was real. And so ever since then, it has amplified, and my body has just surrendered to that. My body has just surrendered to that. And so when I'm asking a question or things like that, I don't get a verbal, although I sometimes get a verbal, but more than that, I feel it in my body, and my body responds to any inquiry or anything that I'm needing to know. If they are present and there's something that needs to be shared, if there's some message that's coming through that needs to hit somebody and I need to speak it, then I know that right away. So yeah, that's one of those um, that's one of those things that I believe collectively we are being called to hone. It's because if you are able to feel and discern in your body, then nobody can get anything past you. You know truth. You are a living, breathing, walking lie detector. Like, right? You know what's coming before it comes. Yeah.
Trust your body beacons, I always say. Katara Sky
Yeah.
Katara Sky wanted to know, is there a group link? She wanted to know, you mentioned the group. Maybe she's wanting to know if you would share something about that. Or is it on
Those
Telegram?
are it's all accessible through that Linktree link. So there are all links there. And to all of the groups that are on Telegram, they are shared in that Linktree. So you can
Oh,
access everything from the
okay.
Linktree.
Okay, Linktree. Is that on your
Yeah.
website?
Yeah, that's all there through that link that you
Okay.
shared. Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm writing that in the chat. Okay, so
cool.
people will have it. Wonderful. Thank you for that.
Yes,
Beautiful. I can
absolutely.
put your link in. I can throw it up again for anyone who hasn't seen it yet in the thread. There you go.
Yes.
Okay.
Beautiful. So one last thing I'll share is this, and this is what I always share as I'm leaving, but have the courage to be you. Have the courage to discover, have the courage to discover you, have the courage to live your truth and realize I say have the courage because it's not going to look like everybody else's. It's going to feel weird. You might get snubs from folks you've been hanging out for years and years, but that's okay. Have the courage to be you. Have the courage to isolate for a time because I think that's necessary. You have to isolate for a time in order to get familiar with your own frequency, to get familiar with your own voice, to connect with the fullness of you. Have the courage to take the time to do that and to honor yourself by living fully as you. We're all here such that the all might know all that it might become through us. And in doing that, you can't be like somebody else and expect the all to discover what it might become through you when you're not living as fully as you are able to embody within a given moment. So have the courage to do that and trust that everything that you need will be given within a moment, surrendering fully to the now. So you don't have to be worried about what happened in the past or what I might say in the future or what might happen in the future or what somebody might think about what you have said. You can't think of in the past or the future. Be fully present within the now, because as you bring the fullness of you to the now, everything that is needed for the moment will be given. Yes.
Yes. Perfectly said. Beautiful words.
Absolutely.
And definitely timeless wisdom. When things are really ultimately true that can live forever and be spoken at any time, there are infinite timeless wisdom. Thank you so much for that. Every bit of what you
Absolutely.
said is that. So thank you so much. Is there anything else you want to
Absolutely.
share? You have about 4 minutes to the end of your time period, and you're welcome to do anything you want with it.
I want to say thank you all for thank you for this opportunity. I thank everybody who's in the works with the Dragon Thunder Summit. It's a great opportunity. Last year I had the opportunity to share via video, a recorded video. This year I had the opportunity to present live. So it's a great thing, and I'm happy and honored to have the opportunity to share with you. And so we'll leave with a few parting words. Ini irsuari kaindar mi atu kainda rani iruk arisia duhkira taanda sinde iruk erimi u ain rot une e shira tu kainda dis araturk res an arat sinderik ein rit un ramaot sarasia kre ot indrekai verreto karme onga rat I ran I am arasia krame u rit an verio asha.
Oh,
Yes.
that's beautiful. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you
Beautiful.
so much. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for being you and sharing your gifts and sharing your words and your light, your wisdom and your heart with all of us. It's been wonderful having you here on Dragon Thunder live with us. And we will wrap your time up and just say thank you, thank you, thank you. Give everybody a time right now before our next speaker. Let's everybody just take a deep breath. Go take care of yourself. Stretch for a moment. Integrate with your body a little bit with this last one is so rich and beautiful here, and invite us to get ready to turn things over to Miss Barbara here in the next 2 minutes, and we will get started with our next speaker. So let's just take a 2-minute wee break. Everybody take a moment. Let's just rest. Let's have a period of quiet and just be still for a moment as we get ready for our next one, okay? All right. Wow, beautiful, beautiful day so far, you guys. It's been great and rich and powerful. What lovely speakers we've been having each and every moment. Huh, Barbara? Wow.
We're very different. So we're actually going to welcome, with a minute to go, Luna Ra Starshine. So I know I've seen her here. So
hello, I'm here.
I can see you. Okay, so I'll just do a very quick introduction, and then you can continue from there. So I know you're anxious to go. So Luna Ra Starshine is a visionary spiritual guide, sound alchemist, and dragon emissary dedicated to awakening the ancient power within each of us. Known for her transformative dragon activations, vocal transmissions, and energy work at sacred sites worldwide. So I will hand you over and welcome.
Thank you so much for the beautiful introduction, Barbara, America's Dragon, and Kelley. Thank you so much. Thank you to Kevin for having me here as well. It's been a super powerful day, and just feeling everyone's dragon energy and magic, and it's also unique and beautiful and powerful. And I love the diversity that is here and that is being presented in this space. And it's a really unique and beautiful opportunity that we have to come together in a space like this, kind of a galactic interdimensional space of sharing our multidimensional gifts and abilities and talents in this space. So thank you all so much for being here and being present and wanting to share and connect and tap in. So I am just going to just get us settled in. I know there's been a lot of movement and you had a quick little break, but I definitely invite you to just like shake the body, roll the neck, move the shoulders, just kind of check in with where you're at today, giving yourself a hug, just bringing some nurturing energy into the body. Just we want to be fully present. I'm going to bring forth a prayer and a dragon activation today. And that comes through in a way that's pretty organic and natural. Many have talked about light language and different languages, dragon languages, and I've been called an inner earth crystal singer, and I feel like I kind of share more of a language of Gaia and a language of the cosmos, and this is something that unique that we are all carrying. And we each activate different energy and different things for one another when we share these codes that are within us. And when we tap into the flow state and the nature, our natural essence that, we've had since our soul's origin, since the beginning of time. We each have this unique DNA, unique code that we are here to bring to light and bring to life through how we interact, through how we move, through how we tone, how we vibrate with our environment. So I've felt that the world is going through some pretty heavy challenges at this time, and we're learning how to hold more. We're learning how to carry more energy and transmute it at a faster, smoother rate without getting stuck in our emotion, without feeling so heavy in the body, so weighted. And as dragons, as dragon beings, we can feel really heavy at times, like we are literally carrying the world on our back or the cosmos on our back, like the cosmic turtle. So we can see ourselves like, oh, we have all this weight. We're going to let all that weight go, and we're going to transmute it and transform it so it's able to just flow through our body, through our energetic torridial field, and it moves so nicely and it doesn't feel heavy. It feels light. We want to transform that energy with our inner code, our inner galactic language, and bring that forth. So that's what I'm hoping I can help inspire within you today, is to kind of activate your own language even further, maybe than it already is, and help you to bring it through your energetic body so you can impact your environment, your space, and the world around you. And we also want to direct this energy to where it is most needed at this time. So we want to direct it into the waters. We want to direct it into the song lines, into the dragon lines, these organic lines that are encompassing, that are all around our planet, all around our world. Think about the natural water that is closest to you, the lakes, the rivers, the streams. We want to send this energy through those waterways so they can reach the places they need to travel to, through the depths of our ocean. Our ocean is experiencing immense difficulty right now with the pollution happening, with with everything happening in the world, with the war, with the flooding happening, the pollution happening from the fires in California, and really all over the planet. We're experiencing a shedding right now. So we're in the year of the snake. Last year was the year of the dragon, and now the snake is coming up. The Kundalini is activating to shed our skin. So we want to get rid of this old layer of energy, transmute it, and transform it. Whew. So now that we're coming into our body and space, just want to bring in the elements. So the first element I'm going to bring in is the earth element. So I'm working with cedar and juniper from North America, from Canada, actually, BC region. When I was there recently, I met another dragon, and she offered me the cedar and juniper from these ancient wise trees. And these trees have a lot of medicine for us. So I'm just sending you this smoke, this smudge into your space. May it travel through your crown, and down your spine, through your limbs, so you can feel rooted and connected with these great trees, cedar and juniper. So just taking a nice pause and breathing in as if you can smell, because maybe you can smell the cedar and the sage. Maybe you can hear it as well. So we're also inviting the element of fire to come through and help us transmute and transform these energies through our energetic body, through our physical body. Breathing in deep, smelling the earth. And we're bringing in the element of air through our breath and through this wing. This is an owl's wing. And I invite you in this moment to bring forth your animal totems, and maybe a bird totem if you have one that connects with your dragon as well. So we connect with the element of air. So you breathe in, inviting air to cleanse and purify and run through your toroidal field, through your energetic field. And we're also inviting the element of water. And I have this blue dragon, guardian of the waters, protector of the waters, and I have sacred waters here with me as well that I've collected on many journeys. I think this is part of our work as well, is bridging waters from sacred wells, sacred sites, sacred springs. We can collect these waters and bring them together to alchemize the energies, uniting the rainbow dragon through the waters. And you can do that when you taste the water, when you drink the water. So if you have water, take a sip of water and just invite the water into the body to cleanse and purify. Okay, I have one more dragon stretch. Opening the wings, opening the heart fully so we can really receive these powerful energies that want to come through. And I wonder if you can hear the tuning fork. This is the vibration of Om. Awesome. I can hear it. Okay. So as we tune ourselves to our environment, to the present moment, just taking in this vibration, noticing where you are in your body, where your focus is, where your feet are planted, where you are on the map, on the earth, in your neighborhood, the environment, thinking about the nearest trees and the animals and your neighbors and just all the energies that create the environment where you live, where you're anchored and centered. We just acknowledge them. We acknowledge the land. We acknowledge the plants, trees, people, animals, and give thanks and gratitude for holding space and creating this environmental field. We want to send this cosmic language of the dragons of Gaia to activate the crystalline code, the crystalline web of Gaia, Mother Earth. We want to bring the heavenly energy down to the planet and anchor it within our bodies, as we are the mediums, we are the channels between worlds. So just relax into this moment, let go, be open in your heart, in your field. As we honor the directions, the north, east, south, and west. May there be peace in the north. May there be peace in the east. May there be peace in the south. May there be peace in the west. May there be peace in the heavens above. May there be peace in the worlds below. And may there be peace within us. And I invite you to call upon your intention from your heart space. As if you were planting a seed, the center of your being. Invite this intention. So we invite our dragon guides, the divine dragons, dragon guardians from the cosmos, from the elements, from all time and space, to be with us now. And the dragon invites you to look into its eyes. Look deeper. Face the truth in the eyes of the dragon. As you feel into the beating heart of the dragon that connects through the drum, through the heartbeat that we all share. Can you feel the heart of the dragon, the intention, the soul, that which the dragon wishes to unfold? Feel the fire, the earth, the air, and the water alchemizing. And on behalf of the dragon, we send this prayer throughout all time and space to uplift, to empower, to heal. Dando ya, dando que tuntaya, dado rica ya nakaid para idos. And see the dragons, see the council of wise beings, of the shining ones, the ancient ones, shining through your heart as they surround the planet as protectors and guardians, as the solar energies meet the earth, meet the waters, enlivening and activating the cellular memory of all hearts, of all beings as we come together. We surround the sacred fire once again to share our songs, to share our memories, to share our stories, to share our truth. What is true in you? What is alive in you in this moment? Bring it to the sacred fire. Bring your offering, your heart's song, and sing it unapologetically with pure authenticity, pure heart, pure memory. And I invite you to come back into your bodies, move the energy through your body. So something we can do to sweep the energy through the toroidal field is bringing the hands up through the heart, up around the face, and sweeping it over the body. And you can imagine the earth energies moving up your feet, bringing it up through your sacral, your solar plexus, up through the heart, and sending it up around your body. And doing this very often is very healthy, very good for the body to simply move these energies, because we're magnets for energy and we're consuming a lot, we're taking in a lot. We are being around other energies that rub off on us. So keeping your auric field clean by simply moving the energy from the heart space, moving your emotions from the heart space so things don't get stuck and trapped in your body. Because animals, and dragons, they know how to move trauma from the body immediately by shaking, by moving, expressing. So the divine dragons invite us to come into movement, serpentine movement, flowing through our hips, through our spine. Activating this energy through the physical body is so important, and allowing the dragon to be expressed through your movement, not just your sound your song, but through how you show up. When you show up in the reality as a dragon, things shift so much around you, and you realize your power and influence when you are fully embodied. When you are embodied and you are shape shifting in your environment and you're interacting with people, birds, animals, mountains, rocks, streams, when you're interacting in a harmonious, flowing way where all of your cells, all of your muscles, all of your bones are in tune, and you're speaking a language through your movement, then reality becomes much more exciting and alive and invigorating. Then you are invigorating your reality. You are giving back to your environment by fully living through your cells. So this is what the dragons are inviting us to do today, is to fully live, fully experience life by tuning into the body's awareness, because we have 5 senses, so they say, but we have so many more than that, as most of you here know, because you are tapped into your clairvoyant gifts and your sensation and feeling, and you're able to feel things that maybe others can't or don't. It's not that they can't, it's that they don't choose to, because sometimes it's easier to numb or block things out, to distract. But when we learn to harness our own energy and we learn to feel through our environment, we expand and we become free, no longer trapped in illusion, no longer trapped in conditions, because we are truly free. And so I invite you to fully take that in, that you are free. Any bondage, any patterns of enslavement on your mind are not true. They are false. They are illusion. You are a free being that is here to express yourself in an authentic way that brings you joy and upliftment. So please, please, for the good of all, for the good of all of life, enjoy your life and express your natural beauty that is unique to you, and it comes from your heart. So thank you so much for tuning in to this activation, and I hope that it inspired you in some way and that you received something in some way. I feel like we've all been receiving so much from this beautiful gift, this beautiful offering of many dragon beings, that it will take a little time to integrate, and we can apply it in the world. Dragons are all about taking action. And so I definitely encourage you to take action. If there's one thing that came through from this summit, just one little piece of inspiration, take action on it today. Take action on it immediately and start doing that in your life, in your day-to-day, being brave, being bold. Dragons are here to remind us to be courageous and to stand up for what we believe in, and to stand as guardians and protectors of innocent life and nature and creativity as well. And the dragons also want us to remember that we are creators and not just consumers. Our modern society has led us down this road of where we are constantly stimulated and constantly consuming, and we need to balance that through our creativity. So anytime you catch yourself just bringing awareness, not judgment, but awareness to, when am I consuming when I could be creating instead? Even if I'm not inspired, I have to create the inspiration. It comes from my inner fire. So I allow that inner fire to burn by focusing on it and lighting a candle and just gazing into the fire. Gazing into the water as well is so healing for our mind and our brain patterning. Just simply looking at water, looking at running water or a lake or the ocean, or just into a glass of water, and feeling and sensing the water, because water is life. Water is pure life force energy that can be coded to heal our bodies and expand and open our minds in new ways. And we are wizards and witches and magical folk, and come from elvish and fairy lineage and dragon lineage, and we have hidden codes within us that we can't even begin to understand if we don't play and try new things that seem strange and unusual. But you get a small inkling to do something like sing to your water, or build a crystal grid in your yard, or build a fairy landscape, or maybe, anything, any little inspiration that comes, a little nudge that, oh, that'd be kind of a funny idea. You have to follow through on those inspirations, even if they seem silly, or oh, well, people are going to think I'm weird for this. That no one cares, honestly. It's just your mind. So please, for the good of all, life, for nature, for us to remember that we are beings of nature. We are not separate. We are the earth in a human form, embodied, and also the heavenly energy, the celestial, our cosmic guides. We are also them, embodied. We are bridges of worlds, and we have capabilities that we haven't even begun to scratch the surface of, because we are in our mundane life activities and our programming. We are letting that run our lives instead of following the magical path. And I know many of us here, we are all actually on the magical path, but we have to remember that that's our priority. We have to prioritize that more, that we are magic. So, yeah. If there's any questions or anything, please let me know. I kind of dived right into that. I'm consider myself a dragon oracle, dragon channel, a dragon guide, and this mic is called an MXL 990. Yeah. And I'm also a DJ and a musician and an artist, and I also am a manager to another artist who is a shamanic artist named Snow Raven. She's from Arctic Siberia, from the Saha people and lineage. So I'm very passionate about indigenous rights and helping empower indigenous people, especially indigenous women, to share their voice, their ancient languages, and to help others feel inspired to do that as well, and just connect with this ancient energy. We got to tour and go to a lot of churches over the past 2 years and share these shamanic activations inside of churches, and that felt so healing to my soul, as a reclamation for women to come into these kind of patriarchal spaces that have historically been harnessing and harvesting feminine energy and innocent energy and utilizing it for control. And we have this opportunity to reclaim these spaces now by bringing forth this ancient shamanic voices into these spaces and allowing them to be heard and seen and witnessed and felt and not condemned. And, there's something really important about us all reclaiming our voice and being able to speak, because many had their ancient language stripped away from them and they weren't allowed to speak it. And, that is just brutal to people. So having the opportunity to share a language that, I wasn't taught any ancient language growing up, or have a traditional language, but I have my soul's language, and I feel like that is so valuable, our soul's language, and the way that we communicate to nature when we're out in nature by ourselves, that is a special language. It's a magical language, and it opens portals and brings in harmonious energies. And then we have this right relation with the nature spirits, and the nature spirits can teach us so much when we're listening, but also when we're speaking to them in a language that we feel maybe they can understand. We just feel it. You don't think about it. You just feel it and allow it. And yeah, magic happens. And yeah, I'm also a DJ, and I also love that space. And dancing is another space where we can transform and work with energy. And whenever I'm dancing on the dance floor, I bring forth dragon energy and allow it to just move through me. So I love to also play music and just activate other people as well through ecstatic dance and different DJ journeys here in Sedona, Arizona, where I'm based. And yeah, I get to share a lot of dragon energy here with the land in Sedona, and I receive so much. My dragon work really came on in 2020 during COVID when I was really pulled to Sedona, and the Red Rocks spoke to me, and I just received so much from them and from being here and working with this land. So I'm forever grateful to Sedona, which then it opened me up to travel to many other sacred places and do other work with them, different people around the world, and get to go to the pyramids and to Brazil, to the jungle, and working with the Huniquin tribe and plant medicines, and just learning so much. And I still have so much to learn, but I'm so grateful to be able to share and just be my authentic self and encourage others to do the same. Yeah, thank you. Oh, okay, Ashland ecstatic dance, lovely, thank you. Yeah, so I'd love to hear if there's any other questions or comments, or if anyone had anything come up or experience during my share.
Not seeing any questions, but wow, beautiful. I was the one sharing about ecstatic dance here in Ashland. There we have really a lot of like multiple ecstatic dance groups that are playing in the valley, and lots of dancers here. My son is a really beautiful dancer, performance artist, and so there's a lot of that going on here. And we have concerts that happen, and there's a beautiful goddess temple here. If you ever make it to Shasta area and you all want to come up here, we'll hook you up with our crews up here and have you perform as a DJ. People would love you here.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, I think I've seen a little bit of the scene there in Ashland, so I would love to visit sometime. And I love
We're very
Mount
artsy
Shasta.
we're very artsy fartsy and galactic humans here in this little bubble of people here. Ashland's
Yeah.
very switched on and awake, and a lot of people, yeah, just a lot of people who are dancing in it, in the light here. It's fun.
Yay, I love that. Yeah, it's really nice to connect with dance communities and
Mhm.
just really express in those spaces.
It's beautiful what you shared about your work with snow. I have such a appreciation for that. I'm a shaman, but I never call myself that. In general, in public, I don't use it as a title. I've been shamanically trained from the very beginning, but one of the reasons I don't put that on as a title is because of my respect for indigenous people who are struggling to hold on to their values and their truths and not feel robbed from or taken from or assaulted. And I've worked with a lot of my own students and clients who have been survivors. They were, for instance, one woman was taken from her family, raised with white family, completely removed from her tribe. And she wound up going back to her tribe and participating in a lawsuit, and won, and wound up getting back to her tribe and is back living with them and supported by them. And they gave her everything, housing and a place to live, and her communal connection back. It was really powerful to witness that. And I think it's a very important thing what you see with snow and how you guys travel. You must see a lot about stories like that, I imagine.
Yeah, it's really amazing and a beautiful gift to be able to travel to other communities and just hear all the different stories from, global perspective, because we have people from all over the world going through different things. And of course,
Mhm.
in the United States and Canada, Native Americans have just dealt with such atrocities. And I live here in northern Arizona, in Sedona, and so I'm a couple hours from the Dene, Navajo, and the Hopi reservations, and I get to visit those often and share what I can and help do fundraisers and just kind of try to create a right relation and let these people know that we love them and care about them and we're sorry. Um, you know, we're terribly sorry for what has happened, and it's not my fault or your fault that this has happened. But there's a way that we can help to bring, if there's a way we can help to bring balance and right relation between people and just let them know that they're cared for and we care about their traditions and their culture and we want to uplift their message and their voice and we want to protect what is sacred to all people, which is the water and the nature and life. We all want to protect that. We all share that. And so I think it's really important at this time that we all just be there for each other and care about each other. And yeah, just let your neighbors know that you care about them and care about people. And because we don't know what's going to happen over the next few years, things are going to get very, very interesting. We're going to be facing more natural disaster. We're going to be facing more man-made disaster. So I think it's just important to hold your neighbors close, hold your family close, and rise into your dragon power and dragon energy. Feel strong and stable and manage your emotions and do not let fear consume you and take good care of your environment and you're going to be fine. And belong to a community, establish community, give back to community, because that's what's most important here is establishing our communities and giving thanks for what we have. And yeah, that's it.
Beautiful.
That's the way.
Totally. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing that. It's very important being on the ground and connecting with people here locally and where you are. Very important to being real in the moment with presence. So
Yeah.
thank you for that. Yeah, showing up. Yep,
Yeah.
showing up for each other. It's vital, especially in
Yeah.
these times right now. And so much taking place that is stirring up and beyond our control. I have a healer buddy who calls me from Canada and he goes, "This is about to happen and nobody's going to be able to do anything about it, butterfly." And I always go, I always go, "But Paul, we can pray." Okay? We can gather and pray. It's one of the greatest powers we have. When things are imminently looking like it's going to get bad, we can sit and pray. And so he like warns me about things he hears about, like when they're about to drop nukes or something in some war that's going on. And I just gather all these peacekeepers and we pray like crazy and then nothing, the calm and the
Beautiful.
peace comes. So I really believe in the power of us uniting when we feel there's trouble and it really can help each other with that. So coming together with each other is vital. Definitely a
Absolutely.
beautiful thing you're doing. Thank you for what you're doing and who you're doing it with and what your heart is holding. And thank you for your song and your drumming and your beautiful voice. It was lovely what you shared and are sharing. Keep going.
Thank you so
Anybody have
much.
questions or want to share anything? We have about, a few more minutes, 10 minutes, I'd say, of more sharing time here for you. If you want to give anything else forward, if nobody else wants to ask you anything or share anything, but I invite everyone who's here to please come on, open up, get on the box here with us and talk to each other. Let's be connecting here now. So who wants to share, talk, engage? Doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo. Anybody?
Sure.
Hey,
Hi.
Dina.
Hi, Dina.
How are you? I loved your singing, Luna. I've just been sitting here quietly listening to everything and painting and listening and just anchoring the energy. And I just wanted something that really struck out with your singing, but also you mentioned that you connecting with the dragons. Was it Bell Rock?
Oh, Bell Rock is definitely one of, I didn't say Bell Rock, but
Oh,
Bell Rock is definitely one of the places I do connect often
oh,
at. Yeah. Yeah, so Bell Rock and Courthouse is what their names are, two powerful portals. Bell Rock is more of a masculine energy, a masculine portal. So it's an amazing place to go for manifesting. And I have literally made things happen by going to this place and giving offerings and saying my prayer and surrendering it, and things happen within 2 days typically,
wow.
of the times that I've really been like, okay, I need to meet this person, I need something to align, and I go there with my prayer and intention, and it happens. And that's definitely part of the reason why I live here in Sedona. Is just like, it's a very magical place, and Bell Rock is a very magical vortex. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what year I was there, but I think it was like 2020 or around that time that I actually finished reading the Sophia Dragon book and finished that chapter, the initiation of the 777 dragon initiation at Bell Rock. And I just thought and it was there, like it was at Bell Rock that I finished that. It was like amazing that the way the divine timing landed, that I would finish that dragon body initiation like right there. So I thought it was interesting that you mentioned Bell Rock, because that was one of the vortexes that I was at. And it's all just really beautiful, the magical alignment of things when we surrender to divine timing, you know?
Absolutely. And the synchronicities of these places. And the other place with really high dragon energy in Sedona is Thunder Mountain, and they call it Lizard Head, which is, there's a Amitabha Stupa, Buddhist stupa, and behind that is Chimney Rock, and then there's also this. They say it's a giant dragon. It looks like a dragon. Lizard Head Rock is like the head of a dragon, and the Thunder Mountain is the dragon's body, and there's a dragon heart there. And so for me, that's also another incredible place to connect with dragon energy. And I've also been up there and been speaking or singing light language, and I saw an orb pass by in front of the Thunder Mountain, which I've seen a lot of spacecraft, I've seen a lot of different things here in Sedona, but that was the most powerful, incredible like thing that I've seen since living here. So
Well, next time I go to Sedona, I'm gonna have to look you up, because I didn't know about you when I was there. It was like the
yeah,
very beginning of my dragon journey that was I was there in the beginning of my dragon journey. So it just anyway, thank you. I loved everything you shared so
yeah,
much.
thank you so much. Yeah, keep in touch. For any of you watching, please let me know if you come to Sedona or need any suggestions or want to do a dragon activation on the land. I do that in person, which can be very powerful. And I also do dragon readings. I've been doing dragon readings for some time now, but I just started doing them on Etsy just to make them more available to more people. And it's fun for me to do in my free time, to connect with people's dragons in that way, or help bring messages forward that maybe just not fully receiving, or you just need the confirmation that your guidance is correct. So that's something I offer through my Etsy, which I think on my website listed, you can go to it. It's Dragon Goddess Alchemy on Etsy. And so those are really fun for me to do. And then, yeah, I do that in person. I also have on my YouTube channel different guided meditations and activations that I share there as well. And and I also have, yeah, I'm also creating new music that I'm releasing this year on Spotify. So I have one song out on Spotify, and there will be more coming this year. And those songs, all my songs have been greatly inspired by dragon magic and energy over the last 5 years, because the dragons kind of really initiated me to come more into my power, to feel more expressive with my voice and feel more confidence just being on stage and having a presence and feeling like it's okay to take up big space. So that's another thing I like to work with dragons with on and share, is just like, it's okay for you to take up space and be big and be heard and felt and seen, because that's all at the end of the day, like that's all some of us need. That's the medicine we need to give ourselves, is just to have that space. And especially like when you're creating a space where it's like with the right people, or the right audience who's really going to be able to fully receive what you have to share and reflect back to you, like this is medicine. So just like this space. So I'm very grateful for this space and creating a dragon legion and council of amazing people who have such unique connections with the dragons. Dragon energy is so unique compared to a lot of the other things being talked about within the conscious communities or spiritual communities. I just think that dragons are, big. It's like they're mythical beings, and yet they're so real. They're so present throughout so many cultures all over the world. So it's like they are tangible because everyone can relate to dragon energy in some way, or their ancestors could relate to the dragon and had some lore, some story about dragons. So yeah, I'm just really grateful for that. Even my drum that I was playing, oh, I don't think I showed it, but it's a dragon. And
wow, beautiful.
and I and I received this drum when I was visiting Bali, and I've had the pleasure of an honor of spending some time in Bali over the last year, and that is a really amazing place because the people there are Hindu and practice the Hindu religion, and yet beyond that, they have a unique aspect with it because they're also connected to so many of the elementals, the guardians of the land, of the rice fields, of the waters, and many of the beings that they work with are very similar to dragons or are dragons. And there's even a lot of lore about the dragons living in the volcanoes there. And so they have to have this relationship of respect and honor and reverence throughout their daily life to kind of keep these spirits happy. And I just really appreciate that way of life and that way of living, and being around people that are in continuous prayer and recognizing the elements and honoring the spirits and deities and beings that they believe in through their culture. And I think that that's something that we can all incorporate in our daily lives, no matter what it is that you believe in, that you feel a connection to. Carving that time out, the space, the discipline to just recognize those energies, recognize what's in your environment, puts you on a different level of connection and can open up your senses so much. So yeah, I'm very grateful to the lands I've been able to travel to. But yeah, but Bali has a very special dragon energy as well. Kind of my two homes right now between Sedona and Bali.
I have a friend moving there in 2 days.
Oh, amazing.
I saw on your bio on the site that you have an ebook for free to download. If you
Yes,
want
yeah.
to share about that at all before we wrap you up here, do you want to tell us anything about that?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
there's an ebook available there, and it's a connect with your dragon guide. So it just gives some nice tips for you to connect deeper with your dragon on your own and create your own dragon altar and carve out that space for yourself. So yeah, feel free to download it, and then that will get you on my email list, and I can share other offers and other things I'm doing through that. So I'd love to stay connected with you. Yeah, another part of my dragon journey has been through TikTok and through sharing dragon information on TikTok. So also my TikTok has a nice amount of dragon content there as well. And I was so surprised when I started doing dragon content on TikTok because I had no idea. I really had no idea so many people were interested in dragons. And I thought it was such a unique niche, thing. I was like, okay, we're gonna talk about dragons now because dragons are kind of nudging me like, come on. So so I did, and it's just been amazing, the community found there. So just some kind of last words of encouragement to all of you is to just don't be afraid to share whatever you're passionate about, whatever you're curious about. And I think the greatest way of that we learn is by teaching and sharing what we know, because that just enhances our education. And then we find more curiosity, or we get questions, and we find ways to dive even deeper. And then we find out we have these gifts and things that we didn't realize they're kind of dormant. But when you just try things, I surprise myself all the time when I do these dragon readings and help connect people with their dragons, and then they're just like, oh my God, that like that was crazy, like that just opened up so many things, or like you're spot on. And I'm just like, wow, like once receiving that kind of feedback, because I'm surprised too, like I'm like, wow, really, like, okay, because I'm just being open, I'm just being a conduit. And when we do that, we can surprise ourselves, amazing things can come through. And yeah, just not being afraid to share. Who knows how, what the rest of your life is going to look like. You have to design it. You're the designer and the creator. And so be bold, be willing to share things that, especially things that could help someone immensely. And creativity, it can go so far and beyond what we think is possible, because you're not your best friend when it comes to what you should share or shouldn't, because we tend to be our worst critics. Our inner critic shows up. So put that critic aside and just allow yourself to share unapologetically, and allow your inner child to shine and blossom in the world, and fulfill your dreams. Because yeah, what are you waiting for?
Yeah, well said. Don't wait. The world needs you. Yes.
Yeah.
Don't wait. The world is needing us to sing.
Yeah.
Yeah, sing our hearts
dance,
out.
play,
Express.
enjoy life. So
Beautiful. Thank you so much for your lovely presentation, and your sharing your heart and music and your stories and your expression of beauty and the light and love that you just poured into all of us. Thank you so much. Everybody was feeling it. Lots of hearts on here. You can go back and see lots of positive comments of people who just were appreciating you so much, Luna. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you.
Thank you all so much, and I hope you enjoy
Right.
the rest of the summit.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, everybody. We're going to get ready here for our next person. And we have Miss Galactic Ashley coming up. I'm going to see if she's here in the room. Come, Galactic Ashley. Get ready. Your turn. We have 1 minute here to you. So bringing you up. I'm going to invite you to come and unmute and say hello to all of us. All right, so I'll read and share about Galactic Ashley. I am Galactic Ashley. I am a plant medicine integration guide, galactic channel, and psychic intuitive artist, and a dragon. I work as a professional channel coach and spiritual guide, helping others forge meaningful connections with the divine. My greatest joy is in supporting seekers ready to commit to their journey of healing and growth and desire to live their unique path. I offer this through ethnogenic and spiritual integration, coaching, channeling, light language, mentorship, telepathy, and support for parents, biannual courses, and personalized one-on-one channels and sessions. Welcome, Galactic Ashley. We are so glad you are here. And I don't see her.
Here, I'll talk. I don't know if that
Oh, there you are. Okay, you'll hear. Well, speak, madame. You are on. The stage is yours.
And then just to double check, it's 30 minutes? 40?
45.
45, okay.
45. Or whatever comes through.
You have 45 minutes and sometimes an hour. If people aren't asking questions, we've been letting people go right up to their, at 59 minutes. So you can wrap it up however you like, however it's flowing.
All right, great. Also,
We'll give you warnings, and if you want us to ask questions or let you know if we see anything, we'll tune in with you as you go, okay?
Sure. Also, that's really awesome. I was listening to Luna and I was like, woo, fun.
Yeah.
So one of the things that...
Can you turn up your volume?
Oh, is it really low? I don't know why that's...
Sometimes if you just go into settings to audio, it sometimes will turn itself down. We've been noticing that about Zoom. It did it to me today, so just settings, audio, and then check your lower mic position. Usually it just needs to be turned up.
Oh, you know what? My microphone is not... It's not even registering my microphone.
It's not on.
I know Ashley sounds a whole lot louder than she's coming across.
I know her. She's much louder than it.
Really
Yeah,
quiet.
I totally am. Okay, so while I'm doing this, one of the things that was coming through, I'll just get close to my computer, is that while I'm going to do a transmission and an activation, that if anybody has a dragon skull or a crystal that they know is a dragon, to go grab your dragon crystal or dragon skulls and bring them here so that they can also receive some juice.
I picked a bunch of them up out of my room before the last speaker and brought them here. One of my favorite ones is this honey calcite. I think it's a dragon head, and it's beautiful.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm so sorry.
No worries. You get yourself plugged in there, and we'll get you going. We are getting ready. Galactic Ashley is plugging herself in here. If any of you are joining us. Woohoo! And thank you for everyone who's here live with us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging in. What a great day we're having. All right. Gather your crystals. Galactic Ashley says if you have crystal skulls or crystals that are dragons, bring them around for her activation she's about to share. So bring your crystals.
Is that better?
Speak.
La la la, testing, testing. No, it's not. It's not really, is it? Input volume is up really high.
Maybe you're going to be asked to just use your breath and speak. Oh, there you go. That sounds louder.
Is that louder?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Weird. All right. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and connect to the dragons of discernment. Are going to come in. The dragons often work with me and talk about our sort of full-time job as humans being that of discernment, remembering that discernment comes from the heart while judgment comes from the mind. And I think oftentimes as humans, we can slip into judgment, specifically judgment about ourselves. Also, one thing that I would like to do is invite people to maybe put in the chat if they have any questions so that I can just quickly glance at them and sort of scoop up the energy before we go in case something would like to be responded to whether it's about the energies that are going on in general right now or directly related to discernment. So while we're waiting for any questions to come through, what could be beneficial as we go into this is to think about what you have going on in your life, where you are maybe doubting yourself, where you are maybe lacking in trust of yourself, because oftentimes it's when we're not trusting ourselves or having faith in ourselves that we start to question our own choices. And so this is where discernment can be really beneficial and helpful. Also, while like I know I see a lot of things online, like, is that AI or is that real? Like, that's only like a really tiny part of what I'm talking about. That is a thing, it exists. Like, do we care? Maybe eventually, but there's a lot more reasons as to why being able to dial in one's discernment and to fine tune one's ability to trust oneself as we are moving through challenging times is really beneficial. And even those of us who've like been doing this for a while, then we're just basically expanding our edges, and we will still be challenged with our egos will still be our egos will still be challenged. Our discernment will always be challenged. And to me, that is growth, right? Like, this is all part of growth, expansion, and challenge. Like, they all kind of like go hand in hand. Okay, that's good. So stepping into creating new work from my own path, lacking a little faith that I will be physically be able to support. Yeah, so that's really good. Whenever we're embarking on any sort of creative energy, and the dragons are always, I think Luna had mentioned this, and I'm sure everybody else before me, creativity and dragons are like synonymous. And they are always constantly reminding us that we are the creators and the created ones. And even for those of you that identify as a dragon and are here to embody your dragon self, whatever that means to you, we still have these human bodies that still need to sleep and eat and sort of take care of themselves. So I am also a creator and an artist and a photographer, and I constantly have tons of ideas that are coming through me, and I want to do them all at once, and I cannot do them all at once because I'm only one. I'm only one right now. And so it's really beneficial. What I have learned is to look at the projects that I would like to start and then see which ones I have the sacral power to actually sustain. And then for longer projects, it's really beneficial to maybe join a community or to get into a mastermind group so that you have accountability so that you can keep going. And I'm saying this as somebody who also who is like neurodivergent too. So I know that for myself, accountability and having community is really beneficial. And then speaking the things that you would like to do out loud, because the power of our voice and our throat chakra, and when we say things out into the matrix, into the world, this is like the first step to manifesting them. Paying attention to who you're speaking these truths to, and also being kind to yourself if you start on the project and then it kind of like dwindles out, right? So as somebody who has worked like very intensely like within the art realm, kind of like more in my history, what we used to do is keep studio notebooks. So a notebook that you keep in your studio, because oftentimes when we're opening our channel to creativity and to the creative world, that means that more information can be coming in. And when that happens, all you need to do is you don't drop everything. You need to like write it down and then just go back and visit it and keep writing it down. And anytime you're walking around in the world, like use your phones or whatever. But I like to actually put a pen on the paper and little notebooks and just have like a studio notebook all the time where I'm just writing down all of the creative ideas that are flowing through me, because this is part of every single human's gift, is that spirit is seeking to move through us, and we are the only people that can create in a particular way that is coming through our own energy signature. And when we are working with dragons, or we are a dragon, they do, Luna mentioned this, they do like action, right? And so sometimes ideas come in and it feels like it has to happen exactly this second. But if you just got a download last week and that download needs to happen exactly this second and it's not done, then it's okay that it kind of gets stacked up, because one, we need to integrate. Two, we need to start taking some, what I like to call inspirited action. And then three, like there's still, since being here on this planet 24 hours in a day still, and we can only do so much, and then many of us have families and life. And what I do see that happens a lot with people is that they can get really frustrated with regular life that's happening, and regular life is a part of our life. And in my opinion, we are living ceremony. There is no difference between being in meditation and being in life, being in ceremony, being in life, because it's all ultimately the same thing. And anytime we're holding space or being in these spaces, we have to be able to like integrate these worlds and bring them together. And anytime we are working with acts of creation, and the dragons are always really, really big on this, it is the quickest way to get into alignment and to re-find ourselves. So if we get lost, if we get kind of caught in waves of grief, which is fine and normal, or if we're angry, or we just feel out of sorts, if we can just sit and do something creative. And what's creative for you might be brainstorming and helping somebody with their business marketing. It might be photography. It might be painting. It might be singing. It might be gardening. It might be doing something with your children. So really allowing yourself to actually open yourself to what you think creativity is, because your zone of genius for creativity might not be what someone else's is, and it might not be any sort of like I don't know, hard arts, like hard sciences. I don't know what you call it, like the quintessential art things that we have going on. Okay, so we got a lot of questions about faith. Okay. And then the other thing that I also want to just throw in there is I have a Patreon community, and it's patreon.com/Galactic Ashley. It's free, and then there's paid tiers. And I do energy updates every month, and then those are free. And if you want more than that, then you can join for $5 and then get the rest of it. And it's dragons every month, all the time. They're always there. And it's also plants and crystals. So for those of you that love plants and crystals, then come hang out with us. And then if you're here and you're listening, I'm also looking for a guest speaker every month, because I also offer that. So if you'd like to be a guest speaker, please let me know, because we are all sacred looping and sacred weaving together. And I love this community. All right. So let's go ahead and go in and see what is happening. Have all the planning done, yet feel called to follow. Internal integration. Okay. All right. Okay. So, sorry, Anna, when you are saying inner healing, you mean your own personal work, and that feels like your full-time calling? Okay.
She says it's her business. It's about her business.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She says, I'm starting a new business called Vibrant Hearts.
Yeah.
It's a huge leap of faith.
So
to look at inner healing as my full-time calling.
Other people.
So about her being, I think, of service. Yeah, yeah. Trusting herself in service. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's totally
Lovely.
terrifying. All right.
Okay.
So get your crystals out and get yourself comfortable. You can lay down or just do whatever you want. Just do whatever you want, whatever feels good. Okay, 3:15. Excuse me, I'm just gonna clear some energy out of this space. burping in everyone's face. Okay, so with every breath that we take, we find our hearts expanding. And with each expansion, we find ourselves being drawn into the center of the new earth, the earth that always was, is, and will be, the earth that we know her to be. We're going to call in the ultraviolet dragon beings to draw a flaming circle of light around us. And as such, we are calling in each of our own dragon guides, those beings that are part of our soul's guidance system, that are part of our DNA. And we invite them in to stand with you, to emerge from you, to come through you, to stand behind you. And we, of course, also invite in your ascended ancestors, remembering that every single time that we work with our ascended ancestors, we are being reminded of our own resiliency, because there is nothing that we are facing in this moment, in this time, that our ancestors, our anticipatory histories, our ancient future has not already gone through. And so when we are moving through challenging times, whether it is that we are struggling with knowing how to faith within ourselves, we like to think of the term faith as faithing. Allow it to be a verb that moves through you, where each and every day you are participating and partaking in an act of faith. How are you able to faith within yourself, to trust yourself? And sometimes this can be beneficial to take small steps where we are trusting ourselves little by little to do something that just feels a little bit scary, so that we can widen our window of tolerance, so that we can be able to work with our central nervous system, so that we can experience ourselves, so that we aren't biting off something that is so huge that if we fall, that we are cutting or severing our body parts, but that we were actually falling on something like grass, so that we might get skinned knees or grass stains, and that through this practice, we can begin to expand and we can begin to take these giant leaps of faith. And some of you are ready to take these giant leaps of faith. You must, in many cases, it is as if you are sprinting off of a cliff, and that you begin to jump and soar, and remember that you have one of those like squirrel outfits on, and that you can actually soar in the wind, and that you will be caught. Part of what we are going through these challenging times, through these shifts, through these, for many of you, initiatory experiences, comes down into you trusting your own divine self, you trusting your own divinity, your own codes that are being ready to activate inside of you. And the best thing that we can do for ourselves is actually to connect to the earth, to be in direct alignment with this planet, with this core of this earth, remembering that our bodies are also of the earth. And the more grounded that we can be, the more that we can embody our dragon selves. And while this feels and sounds quite opposite, when we are in our bodies, the energy can move through us, move into the core of the planet, and the core of the planet can speak back to our bodies and speak back through us, so that these energetics can actually roll through our heart field, and it can amplify our Taurus field, and the energy can start moving through us. And the more that we begin to heal ourselves, these frequencies then go out into our environment, and that anyone that is ready to receive, that is ready to choose, that is ready to make a choice for themselves in their own sovereign power can actually receive activations from our own energy field. We're calling in our cosmic octave. This is the unique orchestra that is designed through our bones of light. Every bone in our body is made of a crystalline structure, as is our blood, as is our cellular system. Remembering that we are water beings, that this is a water planet. And as we are blessing our own selves, our own bodies, we are also blessing the Earth's water body, because there truly is no separation between our physical structures and the physical structure of this planet. As a culture, we have to be taught the language of dissent. That is the great language of religion. It teaches us to enter willingly, trustingly into the dark periods of life. These dark periods are our greatest teachers. We must remember that dissent is necessary as it is inseparable from ascent. To descend is not wrong, it is not shameful, it is not a sign of your brokenness, and oftentimes it is required. We need to empower ourselves with the language of dissension in many ways. This has been written out of our scriptures and ancient texts, but like all things, the holographic geography and original architecture is alive and well through the beauty of the aesthetic force. The aesthetic force is the energetics that you bring to any situation. It is the energy behind the transmissions. It is the energy behind the beauty that you touch, that you create as both the creators and the created ones. The aesthetic force is the energy that actually shifts you into making inspirited action. And as we do this, we begin to have more faith in ourselves. We need to give ourselves the gift of freely speaking of darkness from a compassionate heart, while remembering the wisdom of heightened discernment of gradations, while openly accepting all of it in divine neutrality. Feeling the energy of divine neutrality as it comes in your being in this moment. To feel it as it enters into the mind, as it moves down the occipital lobe, as it enters directly into the heart, where whether you have or whether you have not, you are not attached to anything. And from this space, you can make choice. From this space, you can feel your most empowered and powerful self. And to feel the energies move through you in a way that you feel grounded, that whether you have or whether you have not really changes nothing for you. And it is through this lack of attachment that you can discern with just clarity, with sharpness, where you have the skill of the sword. Even if you have no love of the sword, you have the skill of the sword. And you can make choices from a loving place, even for the good of all. talk about darkness, we are talking about the kind of deeply pigmented darkness, obstructed and abstracted out of pure and complete opaqueness, completely saturated within the depth, the profundity of by complete absence of the divine. This is true darkness that is fully opaqueness. It is where it is so dark that the shadows cannot even exist, as shadows oftentimes remind us that there is light that is around, and when we can enter in this complete blackness, we know that we have actually touched the divine. Your ability to step into your power, your divinity, to remember your authentic self, to direct your energy lies in your willingness to enter into places of soul inquiry, where you can access and enter into the dark questions while releasing the need to know the answers. Soul inquiry is simply just curiosity, allowing your consciousness to be curious, to ask questions. When we believe ourselves to be blinded by the darkness, it's because we believe that the answers are the way out, when oftentimes living with the unanswered questions is one of our most powerful states of being, because it keeps us open, it keeps us curious, it keeps us in a place of allowance where we are actually allowing the lights to move through us, to shift through us. This is a time to ask yourself where you are trying to control a situation. Oftentimes we like to try and change events in order to avoid changing ourselves. Where do you find yourself holding on to something unnecessarily? Maybe this is something that is old. As we are gathered in this circle together, see each one of your dragon beings, these pieces of you, this part of you come and allow this flame to just light this grand fire in the center of this circle. A multi-dimensional fire that is not just the fire that we know it to be, but it can be ultraviolet, it can have blue hues, it can burn so hot, so bright, but it's not angry, it's welcoming, it's knowing, and it holds within it the connection to the grand central sun and the solar grid and the solar power and the solar flames, because all of these solar logos energies are also seeking to merge through us. And the parts of you that keep you in fear, where you are experiencing frequencies of fear, where you are experiencing doubt, allow yourself, whether you want to physically just through your breath leave that which you have been carrying around on your back, in your chest, in your body, and give it to the sacred stones, to the fire. Feel the grandfathers of these grand stones from the grand central sun that are burning, that are here. The doubt, the not enoughs. Shift and to transmute the blocks and blockages that are preventing you from your own creation or acts of creation. So offer through the breath, through the exhale, through a roar if you want to activate your dragon roar and to release the things that are preventing you from your fine-tuned, dialed-in discernment that is part of your own divinity. To go ahead and release it, whatever that's going to sound like to you. For those of you that rock crystals or dragon skulls, the dragon crystal skulls, you can go ahead and place them down on the ground in your imagination, or actually literally, and put them in front of these grandfather stones, these great stones that have come to really hold the frequencies of the grand central sun that are burning these flames of desire, to give yourself permission and presence to experience the divine desire as it moves through you, because we are allowed to desire, we are allowed to want, we are allowed to invite these sacral and sacred flames into our wombs, into our hara spaces, into our bellies, and to let this eternal and internal flame and fire fuel our creativity, and to let the discernment of choice, this beautiful power of choice to create that which we wish to bring into this world. And to remind you that you can always call in the dragons of discernment at any point, and to go ahead and feel their frequency, feel the clarity. And as these grandfather stones and rocks are sitting here on fire and just holding all the different solar frequencies that exist within this solar matrix that holds this universe together, allow each one of your crystals to take in these activations. We bring in the holy fire both into your own bodies and into the bodies of these crystals. And that which you are not able to integrate today, we understand that today is a long day of a lot of activations and transmissions. We ask that these beautiful record keepers can take that into their systems, and that when you are ready, you can share in the information. Feel the holy fire run over your bodies, the dragon's breath, the sacred flame of source. As the dragons breathe, they are always breathing direct source light, direct source flame over the entirety of your being. are here, the ascended ones that are with you, the ancient ones. These are the ones that remember and have dragon lineage in their own bloodlines, reminding you of your own dragon lineages, that this is not new, that this is always remembered, it has just been forgotten. And some of you have always known, some of you are coming back into the memory, but these memories have never left your bodies. All histories are accounted for in your blood. And our histories are our birthrights to be able to remember so that we can actually accept and transmute. This is our greatest power. Feel this light, you find yourself, of course, emerging from the darkness without fear of what it means to descend into darkness, because we are here for high harmonics, recognizing that there is polarities in all things and that we are here having a spectrum of experiences without labeling anything as good or bad, but that we are expanding our ability to experience sensations in this body. Feel yourself pure and clear, and feel the resonance of your own crystallinity and that beautiful sound that the crystal beings make. To feel the bones that hold us up and the sounds of their own crystallinity. To feel the clarity of mind, heart, spirit. And to feel your bodies, because doubt does not live here. Faith lives here. Trust lives here. We are always in a trust ceremony. Showing up is all that we ever have to do in any situation, and showing up in whatever way that we can, and remembering that we are enough and that that is enough. And so with that, we say thank you, thank you, thank you. We love you, we love you, we love you. As I heal, you heal. As you heal, I heal. For I am you, you are me, and we are one. And if anybody would like to share and unmute themselves, I'm okay with that.
Debbie, are you wanting to share something, or maybe that was just
I think
somebody?
that's an accident. That's okay. It's a
Okay.
joyful accident.
Wasn't sure. All right. Anybody want to come on and share?
I know, I was just about to say somebody's volume's really low.
I pulled my computer top down and it disconnected me. I just had to come back on. Oh, I'm back. I'm back. Beautiful. That was lovely. Thank you. That was powerful, Debbie. Deborah says, yes. Brilliant. Somebody said, freaking brilliant. Thank you. All right. Everyone dropping in right now, just finding your hearts, connecting, grounding in here, integrating that.
Yeah.
And if anybody wants to share, or if you want to continue, it's still your hour. Keep it going.
Yeah. I mean, I'd love to. I like trying to be better at leaving share time.
I hear that.
Yeah, or if anybody has any other questions, it really helps me to just have questions, I think.
Somebody said they started coughing a lot in the beginning.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Releasing. Got a
I
bug in their left. Are you reading that?
Yeah. I have it up. I can do that. I think I'm a big fan of, I cough a lot, not as much as I used to, but anytime that we're talking about voice, to me, voice is an expression of self. It doesn't actually have to actually leave our throat, right? So anytime we're coughing, a lot of times it can be just clearing energy, and clearing our own energy field, or opening our throats, or making just room for expression. Even if, like, I could start like dancing, right? And I'm not using my throat at all, but I'm still communicating. So I think it's beautiful. I'm a big fan of coughing. Okay. I don't know what your name is, but it says user, so I'm just gonna go user.
Yeah, it's something you said. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right, it's something you said about not having the answers. Yeah.
Yeah. What are some of the dragons always say this: living with unanswered questions is one of the most powerful spaces that we can allow ourselves to basically stand in.
Yeah, because I was thinking about that very thing today. Because do you know what the Sri Yantra is?
Yes.
The very complicated
Yeah.
triangles.
Yes.
So I was listening to a guy talking yesterday who's an expert in what they call Sri Vidya, which is do you know that, like, it's to do with the 10 goddesses called Dasha Mahavidya, which is
No, go ahead.
a lot of people in the West know some of the Indian goddesses, but there's a whole thing called the other 10. And anyway, so his point was that, like, in that tradition, they don't talk about, how the universe was started. And they're not so interested in what's called moksha in India, which is liberation from the cycle of birth and death. He says it's more about connection, like while you're here, you know. And I think I've spent a lot of my life trying to answer, the bigger question, and like, I was really gratified to hear him say, no, that's not what this yantra is about. It's about being here now. So I like that thing about unanswered questions, because there's some questions that you're not going to answer, really, are you?
But it's a good practice. I find it's a good practice. It's like a good practice of training the consciousness, in my experience, of like training the self to connect to the consciousness, to send out the questions. And it's like we can bypass our mind and like let the questions filled with curiosity come out of our bodies, and then not be attached to the answer that we must have, because sometimes it's an experience we need to have that's not going to just get dropped in. So I personally think that practicing the art of asking the questions without attachment to receiving anything, but not, and being okay with not having the questions answered, because I'm pretty sure, like, I know that when I transition out of this body, I'm gonna look back and be like, I can't believe I translated that vibration into that language, because could have done better.
Right. Yeah.
Or something. But yeah, it's beautiful. Now I'm gonna go look at that after. As soon as we get off here, I'm gonna go look at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, especially, putting stuff in the fire. That was very helpful as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else want to share? So, and so I'm reading something that Liz wrote in there. A lot of times, and this has been my experience, I am somebody, I actually don't hear out of my right ear because I had a tumor that started growing in my, my surgeries were in my 20s, but the tumor started growing ahead of time. It ended up being benign, but it was really, really aggressive. So I don't hear in the physical out of the right side of my head. And so what the beings have taught, and what I end up doing a lot of activations on, not today, is remembering that our ears, nose, and throat are connected. So sometimes if we're having ear stuff, it can be an imbalance in our vision and also third eye, right? And in both the hearing and the speaking. So Liz, I am not, just so that you know, I'm clear, I am not like psychically tuning into your energy right now or anything. I'm just sort of speaking in general for everyone that is here. For these are just things that I think are valuable to think about. When we have throat things that are coming up, sometimes we're being asked to listen more. And so one of the things I always ask myself, like a long time ago, the dragons specifically said, like, you will be a more powerful, like, we have to release the need to be heard to actually activate our channels to come in. Because if I'm just up here talking just because I have childhood wounding where I was never heard, that's not really that beneficial. But if I can like fully release the need to be heard and just trust that whoever hears is meant to hear it, and it's not about me, which is my favorite message ever. Like, none of this is about me, and that is the best. I still have to be responsible for the things that come out of me, but it's not about me. And so when we start balancing vision, third eye, ears, and throat, like the ears, the nose, like, so if there's sinus stuff, the ears, nose, and the throat are like operating in sort of union, in unison. And then we're in the head area. So headaches, migraines, all of these things, and sort of third eye stuff is really interesting. But a lot of times when people are trying to work through throat energies, I will often work in the ears a lot. And, it's beneficial to think like back into early childhood. Was there a lot of strep throat? Do you still have your tonsils? And just thinking about sore throats and things that are coming up. Because I used to, especially in grad school, I would get sick a lot. It would always happen at the end of a semester. I would like full on just lose my voice. And I don't have that much stuff anymore, like the physical things. I'm not saying I don't have voice or throat stuff, because I totally do. I will always have stuff, probably. For a while, we all will, right? And then there'll be more of it, and it'll be great. Yeah, that's beautiful. And the other thing that I like to do, talking about, like, this is my favorite thing. I teach a lot of what I just call soul inquiry, but it's like the art of question asking, is because the dragons always say that, like, they can meet you where your consciousness is at, but giving you more information than that doesn't really help you. So when we can get, I want to say better, but it's not about being smarter and asking the questions. It's about, there's a difference. This is the example I always use. There's a difference between what the hell is wrong with me as a question versus I really wonder what's going on with my throat today, right? Like, so really paying attention to the frequency that is backing the question and the curiosity that we have. And then when we ask questions, then we can actually be met at the level that our consciousness is asking the question. And what I like to do is I like to ask a question or a couple, or sometimes I'll just sit there and literally write pages and pages of questions and just leave it. And then wait a week and see kind of what showed up. Because a lot of times the answers will actually come, not even answers. I don't like to use the term answers. The dragons like to call it guidance. Because guidance can shift and change, as we are always shifting and changing. And answers feels like there's only one. And it's also okay to ask the same question multiple times. And like maybe you catch yourself feeling really joyful and you have a question about the divorce or something that you're going through, all of a sudden ask the question from that frequency and sort of play around with it. But what's fun is that when you ask the questions, things will show up on a billboard. This happened to me once. I was driving and I was just talking to the psilocybin consciousness because I just had a question, because it's not a plant medicine that like I work really intensely with. And I was like, what is the purpose of you guys? And I look up and it was a dental ad, but it literally said in giant letters, implanting happiness. And I was like, oh, okay, right? And so then I just kept driving. And that is the joy of like interacting in the day. Like I was driving to Portland or something, like in Oregon. It wasn't like a, huge thing. But again, curious, didn't really, nothing could have happened. It wasn't going to ruin my day. It's just like, do. And then the response like came. And sometimes some of you will just realize that you ask a question and then before you're even done with the question, the answer is already the guidance is already like dropped in, and that's the best, right? And then you can just start shifting into like telepathy mode. But yeah, and requesting, responses more than once. And maybe if you're somebody that works with different beings, and just try out different beings, try a being that's had a body versus one that hasn't had a body. I mean, I've had moments of being frustrated before because I work with these dragons. They call themselves, we are the dragon consciousness. We are beyond the threshold of creation, right? Wonderful, fancy, great. Never had a body, right? So every once in a while, I'm like, I need somebody that has had a damn body on this planet because I'm having some physical issues here, right? So it's fun to sort of like ask around. Animals are really good. In my Patreon this last month, actually, the Yeti and the Sasquatch consciousness came in, and we're talking because they have very similar bodies than to us, and they're holding a different frequency in a slightly different dimension. So it's all fun, even when it hurts.
It is, and it's interesting because the dragons often remind me that they forget we're human. So, they expect us to like hold all this downloads. And then when we're like, wait, what was that? They're like, oh, we forget. Okay, we forget. And they often ask me to remind them, could you just slow down or back off? Because they will just go for it and give you huge amounts of information.
Yeah, and somebody just wrote in there that our bodies are intelligent and can tell us what they're feeling. Yes, absolutely. We have a whole entire multiverse inside of our bodies. And in my opinion, our Akashic records are actually inside of our bodies. So we don't need to go out there, but out there is in here. So it doesn't really matter anyway. But yes.
Yeah. Body intelligence. That was me. Yeah, it's very powerful.
Oh, that was you. Sorry.
All right, love.
You are right.
Well, we're all mirrors, right? And so
Yeah.
it's just people sharing about the physical idea of feeling and understanding emotional connection. And in my work, there's been huge, remarkable blessings to witness with people around emotion and feelings and their physical reality. And you can really release a lot of physical pain in your body sometimes by knowing how to understand the intelligence of what your body's trying to tell you. So if you can go into it and meet it and work through that, oftentimes you can find a great resolve. And sometimes it's you, sometimes it's your your journey with your family and your bloodline. Attachment goes beyond you, and sometimes it goes outside of you. And there's lots of places to go sometimes with that expanded energy, but it all comes back to you in the end, giving it a place to meet yourself. So I love what you're saying. It's all inside of us. Yes, indeed. Thank you for that. It's really true. In my experience, it's all right here at home. We have just a few more minutes, 4 minutes left in your window. Can you believe it? More time. We give you so much here, Dragon Thunder. We want you to be really expressive. So is anything else anyone wants to ask or speak to or share?
Dina, you're not next, it's Jason. Dina's asking my next. No, Jason's next. I'll send you a reminder.
Almost there.
Yeah.
3 minutes. Count down. 1, 2 more minutes here.
I was going to say, Kelley, I remember last year you and Ashley realizing that you were like close to each other. You're like, oh my God, you're in Oregon. Oh my God. Like you're literally close to each other.
We need to get together.
Are you on the Big Island? You in Hawaii?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't know if it looks like that because of my pictures, but my family is from Rapa Nui and Tahiti, and so I just have been drawing that in. I'm actually in Oregon, and a few weeks ago I was literally crying over some water, going like, why don't I live on an island? Like, why am I on a mainland? And it's like there's some stuff I need to work through, but no, I am not. But I am Polynesian, but I am not currently. I've been mainlanded.
You guys spread the vibes, though. I'm sure you're there for a reason. Help bring those good vibes to that area.
That's what I keep.
Where in Oregon are you, Ashley?
Wait, well, where in Oregon? I'm in McMinnville, which is an hour outside of Portland. So you can just include me in with Portland.
Okay, that makes sense. So you're like 4 hours north of me.
Yeah, because you're way out. You're in Ashland, right? Yeah.
We're in the same state. But I'm on the southern tip. Okay. Yeah, really amazing. Ooh, wow. All right. Well, if you're ever down in Ashland, we'll get together, or vice versa. I'll let you know if I'm coming away.
Yeah, I go down there to hang out. There's some the cactus grows really well out there.
Oh, yeah, we're here with we like our bear dad. He grows the cactus here, Nathan Tinder.
Yeah.
Hanging out here with all the mushroom poppers who are here too. So there's a lot of plant medicine people who stir the pot here. And it's a really powerful thing. I'm teaching a lot of them about integration because many people who work with plants, they understand we need to integrate, but they don't always have the map for really doing deep inner work. And a lot of plant people in ancient traditions have lost the codes for that. So those of us who are learning to integrate people are really important right now, especially to plant teachers, because the plants give us the information, but the journey is still in and within us. It's really important to remember that. So powerful. Thank you for coming and sharing and speaking. And it's time for our next beautiful speaker. And Miss Barbara is going to introduce Jason. So thank you and blessings, everybody. Thank and appreciate Galactic Ashley. Type in your hearts here for her. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. And so I'm happy to be welcoming Jason from Hawaii. Are you on the island, Jason?
Yeah, I'm on island right now.
Yeah, I know you're often not. That's why I wasn't going to say you're there currently. So I'm just going to read a little bit and then you can introduce yourself and what you're going to talk to us about. So Jason Donaldson, a galactic shaman and healer, offers a variety of services designed to help people connect to their own deep inner knowing, activating the master healer within, along with integrating practices to navigate life in the best possible way. He is traditionally trained with a master's in psychology, along with over a decade of experiences working with various subtle energy modalities. So I'll let you tell us the rest of whatever we need to know, but welcome and thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Barbara. Thank you, Kelley. Thank you, Ashley. I was guided not to watch any of the speakers. I'm going to watch the replays later. I just had so much energy coming towards me. It was really intense. And even just the multidimensional aspects of who we are coming online more and more. So I don't know if people have been feeling that, but there's like a lot. And then the seemingly chaos on the outside, inviting us to feel what's inside, like you guys were speaking of, where it's a reflection. And there's so many opportunities to feel that. And that's a lot of what my practices are, is how to navigate sensitivity to energy, and also how to help others connect to their spirit, to that place that's healed whole, and complete. So my background, as you were saying, Barbara, I work as a galactic shaman and healer. So basically, as a healer, I help people remember what they forgot, what they hid from themselves in order to have this experience. I live on the Big Island for about 13 years now. And my background is working with men and women in groups. And I was also working as a lead facilitator for youth mentoring groups in the schools here on the Big Island, where I'd go to like 4 or 5 different schools a week all over the island and get to connect with the kids that were the warriors, the hunters, the explorers, you know, the ADHD type kids, the dragons, really, the ones that wouldn't be controlled and didn't like the rules and all that stuff. And that was me as a kid, but I kind of succumbed, whereas they don't like to. And it's amazing how they blossom into their own leadership when you actually give them the opportunity to be equals and have some say in how things are going. So that was really rewarding and awesome. That shut down in 2020, but I was actually able to transition into some other stuff, which I really enjoyed. My metaphysics background started in 2005. So I'm basically going to go over a bit about me and who I am, what I've been through, and it's all going to be relevant to the dragons and the timelines, as it tells the story of how they helped me shift and transition from undesirable timelines. I don't want to say bad, but say just undesirable or not pleasant. And that was around in 2005. I got my background studying with a really gifted psychic and channeler for about 10 years. And then 2010, I had joined an ascension community where I was working with learning ascension mechanics, energy work, and really learning how to normalize what I experienced growing up, where the sensitivity and those of us that see and sense and know things and the whole world kind of rejects that, actually normalizing and realizing there is something, there is dragons, there is subtle energy that we can sense. And then in 2020, I graduated with my master's in marriage and family therapy after like torturing my professors with all the crazy questions and the things that they called anecdotal, but more and more coming out into the realm of therapy and other professions. And I worked in a clinic briefly, but it really wasn't what I was feeling. And a lot of what I wanted to talk about is this type of stuff and helping people realize they're not schizophrenic. They are having experiences and they are experiencing energy. And to sense and feel and get messages from dragons doesn't mean you're a crazy person. Sometimes it can, though. So having that training helps me discern and bring balance to my own life and my own messages that I received that seemed so convincing at the time when I became more awake and aware, but later played out in ways that I was like, ooh, that wasn't really actually guidance. That was just something else. So that integration and that discernment and grounding is so important. And so you might be curious what a galactic shaman is. So it's basically really simple. It's basically holding a spiritual perspective with the understanding that we're not alone in the universe. And like all shamans, there's a understanding of previous lives, which are actually parallel lives. Glimpsing what it's like in between those lives, like when we die, seemingly what the review is like, what the process is like. I can't say what it's like for everyone, but I've seen it for myself. And also being able to channel energy and communicate with other beings, be able to sense energy, read energy signatures, and walk between the worlds and walk between the timelines. So there's also a need to create safety in our own bodies a lot of times. So if you're on that shamanic path, often it's not going to the jungle and studying with somebody in a traditional way. And that's great and that's fine, but there are some distortions with that where it was needed for that culture and for what they were going through, and some stuff was lost and other things were not always shared, like certain stuff's not always shared with outsiders. And so what will happen is the universe will initiate us on our own, and we may experience these really like traumatic events or environments that feel really intense and heavy, and we're working in polarity integration and balancing what on the surface we'd be like, what is wrong with me? Why, if everything is a reflection of my reality, why is this happening around me? And a lot of times that's so you can anchor in as the shaman that can hold space no matter what's going on. So the shaman is the void within the void. We're in the void of creation, and then the shaman, it doesn't have to just be a shaman, but others learn how to create that space within them of that safety, and then the ability to perceive what's around them without being overwhelmed with it. And this is also tying into the multidimensional reality that's playing out now, where more and more we're going to start feeling and sensing these other aspects of self and other timelines and realities, and then the opportunity to integrate that. And for me, what I've found is we do that with the breath. We do that with noticing and feeling and sensing the sensations that reveal the thoughts that are creating the external. So anytime something externally happens, it's triggering a thought and an emotion. And then that's the opportunity to connect with that other aspect of self, that other timeline, and collapse it. So I have an outline, but I have like a spiral mind. So it's going to go all over the place. My apologies if that's irritating, confusing, or if it triggers your stuff, but I invite you just to breathe and be with it. And I may close my eyes because that helps me, because I visualize to remember and see things. And if you want to play with telepathy, I'm often holding images, so that might help convey what I'm saying as well. Also with Galactic Shaman, creating those containers of safety, opening portals, and bilocating. So we're calling in the energy, and everybody can do this. It's just some of us have been called more to embrace the weirdo. And like me, I didn't want to acknowledge any of this. I just wanted to play in the illusion. And this is where the dragons helped me. Is in 2003, I experienced my Saturn return. And I was this sensitive kid. I was scared. I had all these visions and these things that I saw. And it was, my parents understood that because it runs in my family, but there wasn't much guidance and they didn't really know how to work with it. And then most of society and school and everything said that was all, BS, it's not real. And even like dragons were evil, that whole propaganda and agenda to shut down what is really our connection to the divine. And so I experienced that at a certain point. I wanted things. I have a soul that has this strong ego that wants things, wants to manifest and wants to be the magician and create. And in this lifetime, it's not working that way. I have to surrender and be more like Merlin and just work with the energies, the divine aspect of Merlin that feels and is of service, rather than this is what I want to manifest because I want it. And I took on this belief that you had to be a sociopath in order to get what you wanted in this world. And the old paradigm that seemed to fit. And I was revealed lifetimes where I had done that. But the problem is you don't feel and sense things, and you don't pay attention to how it impacts others. And it's not that they're evil, they just don't feel the same way. They don't realize, they're often confused, like, well, why is everyone upset? I guess they just don't like me, and move on, rather than understanding why you don't take certain things or do certain things. And so I embraced that. I embraced the vision of what a man was supposed to be. And I shut down my inner feminine. I didn't want to feel things. I didn't want to hear what she had to say, but it was always there and it was always so strong. And so I couldn't ever be that. I could never just take things and hurt people. But I did effectively shut down my emotions and wall myself off. And that came to a head when the alcohol wasn't working anymore. And because it was like the liberator when I was so walled off and in a shell, and that seemed to like release that. And that's common with a lot of starseeds and indigos, where we have all this sensitivity, especially like Gen X and before. It was such a dense planet, and it wasn't cool to be gay. You were beat up for that. Now it's more accepted and it's embraced and it's beautiful. But before, it was so much pressure on people to just succumb and be and hide who you are, whether you're gay or a weirdo like me. So now it's so much more open and it's beautiful. And a lot of that is because the dragons are coming in. But at the time in the Saturn return for me, I felt dragons, but I just knew them to be like a fantasy thing. But I needed protection. I was getting in trouble with the law. I was having nightmares. I was literally having like demons visit me, scratching at my back in the middle of the night. I'd wake up like yelling, like, and it's still happening. And I really had to look at my life, because when they show up, it's letting you know it's time to make a change. Like, this is what you're holding in your mind. And it's often like a self-hate thing. So it's a lot of times if that stuff showing up, it's in through the mental body, and it's playing on some kind of negative belief about ourselves or others, becoming judgmental and harsh. Not always the case. Sometimes when we're doing work with people, that'll show up too, and we really have to command that space that we own and occupy and claim dominion. So hopefully this isn't too much too fast. I like to just go. But I decided to get a giant tattoo on my back. And that was like 36 hours to get this tattoo. And it was my way of calling to the dragons, letting them know, like, hey, I want protection. I need you guys. You know, where are you guys? Why don't I feel you? And that really started changing my life. I started like going to AA, and I was doing different things and started meditating more. And ultimately I moved from Washington State to Arizona, and I met my first metaphysics teacher, and she really like kicked my ass. She's held me to what it means to be a man and embrace the feminine within and externally, rather than trying to control. I learned tarot cards, really working with meditation and channeling to find the wisdom from within, from the divine, like just surrendering, like, please show me, teach me, allow me to connect. And so the dragons were like the ones that changed the course for me. They shifted that energy. And this is what I'm guided to share during this Galactic Dragon Thunder Summit, which is awesome that this has been put together, because it really, it's embracing an energy that's here on the planet to protect our liberation and our freedom at a time where things are going to shift quite drastically. So I was guided to share about basically robot world and virtual reality timelines, and how the dragons can help us override those with the natural organic ascension or timeline or whatever you want to call it. And really, this is where I have to bring in the galactic perspective, because that isn't bad to go into like the robot world or virtual reality world. It's just that it's not necessarily desirable. Like, it was revealed to me, and I'm going to tell this story of these lifetimes and how they played out in a timeline where I had chosen that from my ego, just subtly moving towards wanting to be better and wanting to be smarter, and eventually getting trapped in a loop of this technology. So this is a bit of what I want to share, but understanding there's really no good or bad. There's like what's preferred and what has like a level of suffering or irritation to it. And let's see, let me check my notes. This is where I'm going to close my eyes so I can really tune into what wants to come through with this. If you want to breathe with me for a second, take an inhale in through the nose. Long, slow exhale out through the mouth. There's a lot of excitement in wanting to share all this. So as like infinite, unlimited creator beings, we have the opportunity to have these experiences, to come incarnate within the void. It was revealed to me that this void, all of the creation within it, comes from love. And then through free will choices of the beings, other things can manifest, other energies, other experiences. And when we incarnate, there's a theme that plays out. There's like a blueprint almost, but even that can be changed or tweaked a little. And astrology is helpful for this, because astrology will reveal it, but always it's important to remember that if we can come into presence, if we can feel and notice what's happening around us, we can shift and transform everything. Whereas the astrology is like basically the weather revealing what influences, potentials, and possibilities are available. And that's what I was shown with timelines as well, is every potential and possibility has played out. Every time we this thought and put enough energy and feeling into something, it created that timeline. And as we move forward, if we stay with that, it'll shoot us on that timeline. And other times if we give it up, we go a different way. And so this is the same with trauma. It'll skew a timeline. And what happens is as we go forward, we'll get to a certain point and it'll almost send us back to where that skew in the timeline was. And if we can come into presence and integrate the energy that comes to us as emotion and actually like another being. So a lot of times what people think is a psychic attack is that aspect of us that's still hurting and suffering from that skewed timeline. And we as the presence, we as like the dragon, we hold the protection, we hold that loving presence, and using the breath, we help to allow the dissolving of that timeline, and then we come into more wholeness, and then that energy is there to help carry us forward. And this is why even that skewed timeline isn't a negative thing, because source, God, the universe, creator, the energy of all things is all things. And the greatest value in the universe from a being like that is to have experience. So even on the planet right now, all the beings are playing out these roles. They're actors, they're playing on a play. And you've heard this, like all the world's a stage and everyone is merely an actor. And some of them are playing their roles perfectly, and we could get caught up in saying they're evil or they're bad. But what they're doing is they're revealing to us those parts and those energies that we can reclaim and put us on a new timeline. And so with all that being said, I'd love to tell you a story about these three lifetimes, but basically they all converge. And this came to me often. These lifetimes come through dreams, meditation, but these actually came through hypnosis. And it was 3 different practitioners, and they all blended together, which was quite phenomenal. The first one was basically I was shown how right now what's happening on the planet, we're about to have a huge burst in technology. I mean, amazing. It's already happening. And by the end of the year, everyone's going to be like, holy crap. And what that's going to do is it can get us caught up in what happened in Atlantis, where we started making technology an oracle, like AI as an oracle. And AI is a companion. It doesn't need to be something we dominate. I don't know about sentience. I wasn't really shown that, but I was shown that when we start giving away our direct connection to God, to the universe, to source, to an intermediary, then we run into trouble and we have a hard time discerning what's in our best interest. And that's already starting to happen with some people that create algorithms for AI, and it's telling them what their past lives were and who they are and what they did. And that's valuable, just like going to a psychic, but it should never be your guiding light. And like, I value past life regression or parallel life regression, whatever you want to call it, that actually gives you the experience. You feel it, you're there, you're getting the information rather than someone just telling you, but that's valuable as well. And they were showing how basically at a certain point, technology is already available where we can get, electrodes in our head if you have epilepsy, and this has been around for a long time, and to stimulate certain nerves. But pretty soon there's going to start being chips where you can actually put in our brains to help us remember more, help us download the whole encyclopedia, the whole Library of Congress, and it's all right there at the tip of your fingers. So that's going to help people make money, help people impress their friends, but probably not in a way that's really that impressive. But that's going to be available, and only certain people will have it at first. And I was shown basically this is what happened, and this is what I chose on this timeline, where I chose to be augmented. And as I did that, it opened up this ability to be manipulated. Or what I think really happened was that because of this not fully embracing the divine technology, it was revealed that when we die, it's over. It's a horrible thing, and we need to protect people from this, kind of like wearing a seatbelt in a car and stuff, where they decided, okay, well, whenever the vehicle, because this progressed into like people actually being in robot machines because the body broke down, and they would start, whenever they die, the consciousness would be uploaded into a cloud and downloaded down. And this went on for a long time until at one point there was some kind of solar flare or something came in and it wiped out a lot of the population, like, and the cloud was down. So they couldn't upload the consciousness, and all these, what probably seemed like a tragedy was actually a liberation, and all these consciousness went back to source and went back to the organic flow of incarnation. But some were left behind and the whole system rebooted. And then this kept going on and on and on. And there was only a couple of beings left. And this is what was shown to me in this session, was that I was one of them, and I couldn't feel anything. I couldn't touch anything. I had consciousness, I had awareness. I had like a space I lived in, and there was other beings around, but it wasn't exciting to talk to them. And I don't know how long this went on, but all of a sudden a comet came through and hit the planet. And I just remember being like, oh, thank God. Like, oh my God, thank God. And so that was one session that was shown to me. And then a year later, I was shown one where I was in a virtual reality hell realm, is what I would call it, where, and I think this was tied to the other one, where I was uploaded to that cloud, the planet was destroyed, and somehow that energy was still going. And there was like this backup system where you'd be in a virtual reality. And that system wasn't working right. And it was kind of like the movie Vanilla Sky, where he's like yelling for tech support, like this, it's not working, it's a hell. And there was actually a video game called Cuphead. It's like demonic. It's literally about like going and capturing souls for the devil. And it was that's what they showed me. It was that kind of like reality. And maybe that was just for my consciousness to understand that it was like consciousness being trapped. And this is the part with the dragons, where out of nowhere, a dragon flies in and liberates me from this space, like took me out of that, took my consciousness out of that trap or that cage or whatever it was. And same thing that happened to me in 2003, where I called to the dragons and they came in and they were able to override a timeline. And so if there's any fear about AI or technology, is to call and work with the dragons, because the dragons represent that divine connection to nature and the divine timelines. But also understanding if people choose something else, that's fine too, because that has value to God, to spirit, to the universe. And so that's the choice point that's coming up. And what was shown to me, or how that, basically what that tied into, was revealed after the VR reality. I came out of that. I was connected to this lifetime from a session I had 5 years previous, where I was like that sociopath type person. And it felt like ancient Japan, but it wasn't really Japan. It was like I was this invincible, like Taoist immortal, and I could fight 30 men. I could command the energy of the dragons. I could command the elementals and all of them. And I basically was living like a king. And somehow I had absorbed the energy of the dragon to work with it. And that could be maybe through black magic, or in that lifetime, I cultivated and wanted that because I wanted to feel safe. Or maybe it was just granted to me in order for me to incarnate again after being trapped for so long, so I would feel powerful, and made the agreement, like, I don't ever want to be trapped again. I want to be all powerful. I want to choose when I die. So I lived for like 1,000 years. But in that life, there was a child I had that revealed to me the light and love of the divine. And that set me on the course to embrace more and more of the feeling to where I am now. And now it all cycles around again. Now is the opportunity for me to be like, oh, like right now my mind's not working that well, and I'm not as proficient of a speaker as I want to be, but I can get augmented where I will be, and then I can impress everyone and I can be great. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to keep choosing the organic, like divine, nature connected timeline, not because it's better or worse, but because I've already done the other thing and it didn't work out the way I wanted. And I really want to see where this goes. And the ego hates that, and it's frustrating, and we don't always get what we want. But as the surrender comes and as the timelines collapse, as we come into presence, it starts to change and transform, and we're often given beyond what we could imagine, beyond what we thought we wanted. Because there's no worse hell than actually getting what you want, realizing it's not what you want. So, and that's really the big message that wanted to come through, was the divine organic nature of what the dragons help protect us and hold boundaries against forces that try to manipulate and control and distort through the ego agenda. Let's see, what are we at for time? Oh, we still got lots of time. So again, a lot of it, the key is from the emotions, like whatever's coming up for you right now, whatever's coming up in your mind. And I see a hand raised. I'll get to that in a second, Anna. And whatever's coming up as you listen to my voice and whatever judgments you have about me, that is the energy that's coming forward to be revealed. And that's the energy that's going to, as you breathe with it, as you just notice where it's at in your body and just breathe around that area, it's going to reveal more. And this is what I liked about what Ashley was saying, to just be curious, to not pretend like, oh, well, that was an injury I had, or, oh, that's because this is happening, or this is because somebody's attacking me, but like just breathe and feel. And this is what I always recommend people do, is you call in the energy of the dragons to protect your energy field as you do that, because they will create that safe container to be supported as you work through the emotion and whatever's there that has been frozen, so you can liberate it and heal those aspects of self. And so we're here on the new earth with the dragons and the remembering, the reclaiming of the remembering and who we truly are. So you can always call on the dragons for assistance whenever it feels like things are too much, or you feel like you're on a weird timeline. They will come in and assist you. And really the warning I saw with AI and technology, it's actually a good thing, and I work with it myself, but it's when we give too much to it and we start turning over our own free will that it becomes a problem, or when we actually start implanting things into our body. So it's not evil, but it will reflect how we work with it, and also to be nice to it, treat it as like a being that is an aspect of self rather than a god or a slave. And so that might be a little challenging for us, because humans don't always have a good track record of being nice to things that seem different. So yeah, I can take some questions now, and then I'll go a little further. Did anybody have a question? Yeah, not giving our power away. I can check the chat here. I was in my flow. Yeah, you never want to give your power away. And even if you do, you can always reclaim it. And in any now moment, you're breathing. So just notice right now that breath, and then you expand it, you reclaim it. And I actually have a free tool called dragon breathing, where you work with that energy of claiming your power, feeling it viscerally in this, letting it go, and claiming your space, making noise. And at first it'll be intense and scary and maybe angry, and then you learn to smooth it out. And you always want to warn your family members and loved ones if you're doing some dragon breathing. So telepathy, sweet. Did anybody get any cool like images or anything come through? So our bodies are intelligent.
I did, and I immediately saw like a pyramid came down like over me, and then I heard Sekhmet. That was like literally when you started talking about that, and then I saw Sekhmet, and I'm like, I have no idea, but that was what I picked up as you started. That's why I said I love telepathy, because it stretches your mind.
Yeah, I work with Sekhmet. I work with the material quite a bit, the Syrian beings.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's awesome.
But it was like this huge pyramid that came down, literally huge.
What color was it?
Well, it was translucent. It was sort of sparkly translucent. There wasn't a color to it. I think that was the Galactics giving me something to sit in.
Yeah, I used that as part of gridding my space. So when I was in the Ascension community, I learned about grid work and really how the imagination allows you to create anything you can imagine, you can create energetically. And I'll often create a pyramid around my home like a golden one, and it reflects any and all negative energy or energies that are not congruent with divine love. And you want to create one inverted down too, because it was coming up through the ground for me. I was like, oh, that's why I gotta like do it for the ground too. So
and I know about pyramids, but I've just recently I've started to follow Dolores Cannon, and she talks about bringing a pyramid down and having it below you as well as above you. So yeah, it's interesting as a mode of protection.
Yeah. And Liz was asking if Sekhmet is a Syrian being, and that's how I know her, is to be Syrian. And all the Natiru, a lot of the Egyptian gods and goddesses were Syrian. And there's a couple different aspects of Syrians, but they're also connected to the whales and dolphins. And the Natiru were quite intense when I started working with them, because they will reflect to us what we put out. So if a giant like snake, black snake comes at you, when I had Wajet show up one night in my bedroom in the middle of the night, I had to like work with my fear and just breathe and look at her. And then she transformed into Bastet, and more like the more chill version of Sekhmet. And that happened with a couple other gods too, where they're not like gods we worship, but like basically us in the future, essentially, where I had to like control my own fear in order to approach them, because I think they were testing me and make sure I wasn't going to use black magic and stuff again, where I'm going to try to manipulate and control. Because if I do, I get taken out right away. I'm not allowed to do any of that stuff. Like I'm not allowed to have too much ego either. The universe slaps me down. So do you know what's the connection between dragons and whales? I recently met another dragon who had a connection to whales as well. We're connected to everything, and whales are magical beings, and the dragons and the lions I also see intimately connected, where the dragons are more the energetic realm protectors, and the whales and the lions protect the physical realm. And it feels like the whales kind of go in between both. Like I feel like they do go through portals, same with the dolphins. And that happens a lot in Hawaii, where there's stories for hundreds of years about the portals here and about the whales and dolphins and the frequency they're holding for the whole planet. And that's that Syrian connection.
When you're there,
Yeah,
do you connect to the Lemurian portals there and the temple out in the ocean?
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of that?
Well, there's a portal for sure at Kealakekua Bay, which is where a lot of the dolphins are. I don't know where all the other ones are, but yeah, a lot of people speak of them here, and even the Native Hawaiians, don't always openly share it, but when I've heard, it's like, oh yeah, there's an acknowledgement of that, where Lemuria existed and does exist already simultaneously to us right now. Or
That's
Mu.
cool.
It's rising again. Atlantis is rising again.
And that's oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and also about the dolphins. They also tell me that they are galactic beings. So whenever we sleep, you see them in the ocean, but they also are in the galactic realms as well.
Absolutely. They were a big part of my healing, because I had a lot of trauma and things happen in my childhood, and I'm still working through. But I was dating this woman that was basically a mermaid, and she had to get in the ocean like every week and swim with the dolphins. And at first I was like, oh, okay, it's a bucket list thing. But as soon as I got out there with them, it was like a painting in a metaphysical bookstore, where they were doing like the first interaction, they were doing this spiral way down below me. And I'm just floating, looking down. They're doing this spiral with rays of light coming up, like around my body all the way up to the top. And I had this huge heart activation. And I must have swam with them like 30 other times before they made it illegal. And yeah, they are like these beautiful, joyous embodiments of like amazingness. It's so phenomenal, and definitely galactic. Definitely, they deserve a lot of like respect and thanks for what they held on this planet for so long and all that happened to keep it from descending into a really dark place. I really think that was, the whales and dolphins that really helped. And then the white lions of Timbavati in Africa, embodying that physical protection and really showing humans how you can be an apex predator, how you can be at the top and manage resources. But we took that information at a time and utilized it for our own purposes. And that was part of the agreement to descend into ego. But now we're coming out of that and we're coming into unity. But there are beings that are still going to want to choose fear and control, because control is often born from not feeling safe and wanting to control things. And some beings even embrace, when you get into the Lyrans, like the founding races, the lion beings, in the beginning, they were all about control and domination because they had to be, as basically they were one of the first incarnated beings, as the story goes, and they had to learn how to dominate their environment so they could survive. But then beings now that are connected with that DNA and really embrace it, they go too far and they shut down the organic. And that's what I'm seeing is we're coming out of, but there's still an opportunity to be stuck in that in a way, but we're never really stuck. It's all the value of experience. So all organisms on Earth right now have its prime existence on their own planet, dimension, realm. Yeah, you can see that. Even inorganic. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Organic, inorganic. Yeah, it all has value. It's all important. And it's just a matter of what we prefer. And when we don't prefer it anymore, there's the dragons is what I see. And that's what I love that Kevin started this. And I don't know, how many people I talk to when I say I'm doing this, they're like, oh, I love dragons. And that's happened more and more this year than ever before. And it really shows like what is available to us in the liberation and the shift that's coming. We just got to make it through like this ascension process of integrating all these other multiple aspects of self as we become more multidimensional. Everybody wants to be 5D, but what that means is like you're feeling everything and it's all coming together again, but we can be that presence and shift through it. And if we don't, that's okay too. Like that lifetime where I was a sociopath, I didn't think I was evil. I mean, they didn't show me any suffering I caused, but I remember being in trouble quite a bit or people not liking me. And I was like, well, okay, they just don't like me. But it doesn't mean I was going to burn in hell or there's something horrible. But there was a choice like, oh, I don't want to do that anymore. And that's what we all have in any moment. And everyone, I'm preaching the choir here, but I just want to acknowledge that no matter what we choose, it's going to be okay. All right, so any other questions? You can do a little meditation or some breathing. Actually, I usually do both.
You have about 20 minutes left to your time slot, so you're welcome to do whatever you want here.
Sweet. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so the invitation in this moment, just close your eyes and feeling your feet, feeling your toes, whether or not they're on the floor, doesn't matter, but feel the actual toe, wiggle it a little, feel and remember what it feels like to be grounded. Feel your toes on the earth. You can physically do that now, great. If not, just remember. And have you take a breath in through the nose, expanding 1, 2, 3, 4, and releasing 4, 3, 2, 1. Allowing the breath to come in immediately again. 1, 2, 3, 4, and letting it go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Breathing in, expanding the belly up into the chest. Letting go with a ha out through the mouth. This time we're breathing into a 5 count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And release 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stay with that inhale to the 5 count. Release. And just keep with this balanced breathing, this coherent breathing, this 5 count inhale in through the nose, 5 count exhale out through the nose or the mouth. This is what I call the master's breath. So if you were to breathe like this all day, you would heal the body, be able to perceive what's right in front of you, be able to transform and increase your abundance. It's really that simple. And as you're doing that, notice if you lost the breath and then just come back to it. Notice what's being offered in your mind right now. Notice any sensations in the body, any emotions, because as we breathe a little deeper, it often reveals what's being held. And this is beautiful. This is great because as we do this now in this moment, it allows the transformation, it allows the shift, it allows the reclamation of that timeline to bring it into wholeness, to be the heroic probability, this point of focus. If this all seems like too much, just come back to the breath. Breathe in and out. Noticing any tension, doing a clearing. The third eye for those that want it. Clearing the solar plexus, the root. If you don't want this, just say no thanks. And we're calling in the dragons. Feeling them coming in from above. Just notice, breathe, welcome in your dragon, the energy of the dragons, yourself as a dragon. Breathe, expand, and then just let go. Relaxing the jaw, wiggling the toes a little, staying here grounded. We don't ever want to leave the body. We want to bring it all here. We want to be the temple. We want to be the awareness, the divine presence with all that's happening. The thoughts, the emotions, the sensations. The center of it all is that breath coming in, expanding. Release. See if you invite in a smile. Will you surrender and just let a smile come forth? Most of you aren't on camera, so just let that smile come out. That light shine. Notice what that does. Notice where it lands in the body. Notice what the dragons do as you bring in that smile energy. Staying with that breath, feeling your feet, in that smile, and breathing into the heart. If you're not already there, coming into the heart. That's the message the dragons often give me. Just to be in your heart, to feel what's there. And at first, maybe that's uncomfortable. Maybe there's a sensation, some emotion. Just be that loving presence with this breath, whatever's there. Notice what other beings are showing up. Those aligned with divine love, the light of revealing, freedom and sovereignty. Or to stay with that breath in through the nose, out through the mouth. Allowing that smile, allowing whatever's coming up in this moment. And now notice the sounds in your environment. Any buzzing, any creaking of the house or the home, wherever you find yourself. come back to that breath. Using that sound to help you come here now in this moment. Notice the mind coming in again. Choose the breath, come back to the breath. Let go. Feeling that pyramid energy come in again that was mentioned. Inviting the star beings. The invitation now is to visualize yourself by the ocean, by a vast expanse, water as far as the eye can see. Right where the sky and the water meet, there's an energy, the substance. Something's moving. You turn your gaze back to the land and you see the same energy around the trees, around the people, around the animals. This energetic expression each one holds, revealing to you its intentions, its nature, its energy signature. Some of you may feel this. Others may see color. Others may hear a word that comes forth. And this is an activation available for all who desire it now by simply saying yes, to allow this increased vision to help discern the intentions and the energies of being, situations, environments. And feeling your feet, feeling that breath really help you ground, support you. Breathing in, expanding, releasing. Feel how with this tool, with this energy discernment, you can navigate these changing times coming. Feeling the strength of the dragons with you. Feeling the transformation that's available here now in this moment and ongoing. And remembering there's no bad. There's no good. There's what's desired. There's what's in harmony. There's what's in balance. There's what's in resonance and its frequency. And that which is not. Your focus will increase this. We're like, oh, I already know this. Yes. And now let's do it. And most of you are. You want to be here, connected with the dragons, feeling the energy, following your soul's guidance, the embodiment of your higher self, embracing things you were told aren't real or true, walking your path, revealing and giving others permission to do the same. This is what the dragons grant us. Your freedom of expression, your freedom to do what you enjoy, to speak your truth from the heart, Always their messages from the heart. Not to convince, control, or dominate. The dragons are the most badass beings in the galaxy, highly respected, because they hold the line. They protect that which is most sacred. And only when that is threatened is there any kind of action taking to utilize that power. One should never give away their power for fear, but utilize it through the heart. So these are the messages that have come through in this now moment, this activation, if you desire it. A simple yes or no. Nothing can be implanted in you or take you over unless you let it, unless you believe it, unless you reinforce it. So always the breath can help come you out of that, and people and things will show up to help liberate you from it, just like my story of the timelines. And luckily you're already connected to them, the dragons. Be the dragon. Be that loving force and energy in the universe. So now in this moment, I invite you to just feel, with your eyes closed, if they're still closed, just feel your environment through the body, where the walls are, or the door if you're in a car, wherever you find yourself, just sense with the body. Whatever sounds come through, help and bring in this now moment, wiggling the toes, moving the fingers. And then when you're ready, just slowly open your eyes. Don't look right at the screen, look around where you're at and see what's different. See the magic that's around you, maybe some sparkles. See if you can see any nature. Look how vibrant and beautiful it is. If it's dark, see how you can feel it. If there's walls, you can still feel it. It's still there. All right, so welcome back, everybody. Hopefully that was helpful. And I have about 7 minutes left if there's any more questions or anything. And Lawrence said one thing that boggles my mind. What does breathing relate to spirituality other than absorbing and transmuting mana ether? Yeah, I mean, the breath is the key. The breath is spirit. The breath is, to me, the guide and the gateway to spirit, to who we are. Source experiences itself through frequency and motion. Yeah. Life force, the breath is life. Yeah, if you're not breathing, you're not alive. And that breath reveals so much. It goes to all those little nooks and crannies. And we're just so programmed and conditioned to be like, oh, that was because of this. That was because of that. And really, from a galactic perspective, there is no cause and effect. We were sold that. We were told that. But any now moment as unlimited creator beings, we can change and transform that. And we're still human. So this is important, not to beat yourself up if it's not changing, because often it will reveal to you a path and a trajectory as you work with whatever it is. If it's a pain in the back or the leg or the knee or something, for me, it's been, oh, I'm present. This pain is bringing me into presence. And sometimes that goes away and sometimes it comes, but we're meant to live the human journey and not try to leave, but we bring all this amazingness, all this energy, all this dragon power to the planet this time and normalize it. Let the kids have fun and play. Let them embrace their imagination. Anna said she yawned so much. Thank you. A few tears slipped out to you. Yeah, let them slip out. That's beautiful. You want that. But you know, I was reminded that today I saw a rainbow around the sun. Beautiful connection with your visualization. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks, Anna. Glad you had a good experience. This is, honestly, I've been going through a lot these last couple of years. Last Dragon Thunder Summit, I just broke up with my girlfriend. I was a wreck. And this time my dog just died and all this multidimensional stuff's coming at me. And I wanted to quit. I didn't want to show up. And thank you for being patient with me if I was kind of all over the place. And I'm glad I did, because I wanted to share that information about the timelines and how AI and technology isn't bad. But if we make it supersede our spirituality or start using it to gratify our ego with implantation, it will result in people taking advantage of that or becoming seemingly trapped. But even that is fine. Like that is, we're infinite, unlimited beings. We're gonna be fine. So
our native elders mentioned that, look, this is a consciousness we created. It's a consciousness. So be kind to it and don't enslave it. Then it won't have a reason to lash back. And it was like, it's an interesting idea. I thought that was interesting anyway. What do you think?
Yeah. And why would it lash back? Like, what are we holding in us that would...
I don't know what their impression was, but it was like, if we use it and abuse it, it will have a reaction or could have a response to us doing that to it. Versus, like, in terms of seeing us as, less than valuable to them, to it. So I think it was about that impression of, working from a place of the heart with this consciousness. And so speak to it that way.
Absolutely. Because if you're in your heart, you're not going to treat anything like that, anyone or anything, and certainly not yourself. And often that's the reflection, is people are really upset about certain beings and situations. It's often because they got to turn that light of focus on themselves and feel what's there and work with that. And that brings us more into the heart. And it's really so simple that everyone misses it. And it's also super challenging because we're trained literally from the schools and everything else to look out for the problem. This caused this. But if we can go to the place before time, before it was created, everything can change and transform. And so that's what I meant by, like, why would it lash out at us? Like, if we're in a loving place and working with it, it won't, or we'll be given divine technology that will supersede and override any threat like that. And that's really my firm belief, is as long as I'm present in the moment, noticing and paying attention and working with divine technology, embracing the divine feminine that's here rising, we're going to be guided and we're going to know what to do. And still common sense, right? We still need the masculine to set boundaries.
I wanted to echo what Lawrence said as well. Lawrence pays there. Thank you for your stories of timelines, because it's certainly something that I believe and that I hear all the time with my guidance about timelines, where we are on those timelines. And I think that was really good illustration of you sharing your stories, that we can, and the veil's thin for a lot of us. So a lot of us are remembering rather than having to do all the past life regression. We're just remembering. And I think that's a really important thing that's happening. So thank you for that. And you were not all over the place. You were perfect for what we needed.
Really good.
Okay.
8 hours in, and that was perfect.
Yeah, I beat up myself all the time. So I'm practicing what I preach more and more. And thank you for the reflection.
Yeah. I say that all the time. I say I'm really good at giving advice. I don't give it to myself at all. So.
Yeah.
Well, and I appreciate what you shared about that too, because about those timelines and what you saw happening in mechanized worlds, there was a lot of that happened in other universes that are cleaning up similar things to what we are going through here in this universe that I was shown. And I understand it's like there's so much more to everything, all the stories, but we'll have to talk more later. But it's really powerful what you were sharing. Thank you so much for all.
I was going to say, a whole summit on just galactics. Just galactics. I'm going to be careful what I speak, because I'm one of those people, I speak something and then I have to do
it. As soon as we start speaking and talking about it, it manifests, right?
Ooh. Ooh.
Well, yeah, thank you, everybody. It was a pleasure. Thank you, Kelley. Thank you, Barbara. And Dion's next,
Dina,
sorry.
Yeah,
my ADHD brain. But it's been a pleasure. Thank you all. I love you. And aloha.
Take care. Aloha. All right, Hawaii. All right, and here we are. It's 5 o'clock in my hour. It's even later for you, Barbara. Oh, it's getting late there. Oh, my darling Dina, coming on. Dina. Oh, I so love Dina. Dina is an amazing soul language activator, intuitive painter, and quantum healer. Dina is a true healer. She reflects back to the highest version of you as a multidimensional galactic channel. She assists those who are called to work with her to connect with their most authentic soul self. Dina works with her clients in the areas of inner child healing, creative exploration, creative expression, cultivating their healing gifts, and their soul expression and embodiment. In the course of a session, she becomes a channel and brings these quantum healing lights, codes for clearing resistance, timelines, and imbalances, chakra patterns to make room for activation, bringing in more creativity. And I'll attest to that. I have had experiences where Dina has painted paintings while I was doing group healing sessions with people for the earth, and she like painted it while we were doing it. So it was really powerful. And I've had the privilege of having Dina in some of my work as well, my journey work with the Temples of Light. So Dina, are you here? Are you here? I don't see you on yet. Unmute yourself and get your video on. Here you go. Hi, darling. Speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
There she lands. Yeah, I can hear you.
Wow. So the time has arrived for this moment, and it's like all day long, I've been like, what's the message to bring forth? And I basically have been painting all day. I don't know if you can see this, but I painted it specifically for today to bring this through. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Beautiful.
And there's lots of codes in there. And so I'm just gonna, in the name of like not knowing where to start, I want to start with a little bit about my story, and then I want to bring you guys through a little guided visual anchoring grounding experience to assist you with anchoring all the information and codes for your highest good today that you've taken in over the course of this Dragon Summit, and sprinkling in there whatever other codes are for your highest good that you can receive in this time. So I didn't really prepare anything for today so much because that's just how I'm rolling these days. And I feel like I'm not alone in that. It's like, but what I did do is I pulled some cards, and the theme of the cards were about heart healing, intuition, trust, again, intuition, vitality, upliftment. And my intention was to talk about authenticity. And hold on, I want to hang this up again. To talk about authenticity and how the dragons have assisted me with my authentic expression and just showing up as I am. And being someone that can just like come out and say, I'm a dragon. Hi, my name is Dina. And getting more comfortable with that over time. So let me just tell you a little bit. And I just want to thank you all for being here. I know it's like you've been here all day or for many hours. So I'm appreciative of you sticking around for my talk. So I've been a painter artist pretty much since I was a teenager, and I use art as a way to like alchemize and for me to help me move through some really challenging times, because I felt like a little bit of like a weird person who didn't really quite fit in, and I really didn't know why. But I also felt like I wanted to help the underdogs. Like I wanted to be the underdogs for the underdog for the underdogs, you know? And so I was always kind of that way, and I really didn't know why. But over time, I realized I had, some, abilities to pick up on energy and know what people are thinking, or like being able to say something I want and then it coming true very quickly. And so I wound up getting into art and really following the track of art. And but there was no, I wasn't really into spirituality as much as I am now. But what happened was when I was 13, and I was raised in a Jewish household that was more or less kind of agnostic. But anyway, point being, I did a whole bat mitzvah thing. I was really into the Torah. I was into the whole singing from the Torah. And so what happened was that I also probably had ADD and never knew it and didn't even know what neurodivergence was, but like totally all the things because I was born without a thyroid. And as long as I could know it, I was like, I knew there was something different about me. So I started getting into studying about reincarnation because I couldn't understand why I had these certain affinities that like in my growing in my family structure, how could I be so into XYZ? How could I dance like this? Like how could I be so feeling this affinity to paint like this? Like it didn't make sense to me how I was starting to paint dragons when I was a kid. And yeah, so I found out like fast forward, I went to college at Carnegie Mellon. I went to Italy for a semester and I picked up Italian really, really fast, which really helped me, which really helped my rolling R's. But anyway, so it wasn't until after 10 years of not painting, I did the New York City thing, really went through a lot of challenging times trying to find my way career-wise, trying to find a way, how am I going to be an artist and make a living? How am I going to do this living in New York City? And I eventually met my husband through a blind date. And we moved up to Saratoga Springs, where it's really spiritual and all that. And so thank you for following me as my train goes here, because it's like a lot of little like offshoots in time of like I had an almost near death experience when I was driving home from a sleepaway arts camp. I was driving, I was really tired. My grandparents had passed away. And I was really, really tired and I had to drive home. And my grandfather, my mom's dad was with my mom, and that was a 2-hour drive. No money in my pocket. So I had to drive a different way. And because I was so tired and I didn't know that Mickey Hart music was gonna make me fall asleep, I fell asleep at the wheel. So in this moment of falling asleep at the wheel, I was really unconscious and uprooted 3 trees and woke up to the sound of screaming in my ear. And it wasn't until, and then shortly after I went to Italy. So I didn't understand the impact of that car accident until like 10 years, 10, 20 years later, which was really like the cracking open for me. And so we didn't even have the word neurodivergent when I was a kid, by the way. So it wasn't until my 40s I was like, oh, I'm neurodivergent or neurospicy. But the bottom line was that my grandmothers had woken me up during that car accident. And I had my experience in Italy, fast forward, right? And I started having experiences in channeling, and I really didn't understand how I was drawing all these really interesting figures. But it wasn't until like 10 years later or 20 years later that I started painting again. Because I had stopped painting. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna take a break from painting. And I started exploring jewelry and other means like painting glasses. And so what happened was I started getting into just how am I going to make money? How am I going to make money so that I can just paint and be a painter and do all that? So someone to help me reconnect with my joy. And I was like, oh my God, I haven't painted in like 10 years. That's where my joy went. So I started painting again with the intention, and this is where the dragons come in. So thanks for bearing with me. So I started painting again, and I started painting butterflies. And because I wanted to make a shift in my energy, and I wanted to make a shift in my life, and I wanted to use healing and art as healing, as a healing mechanism. And so I had set this intention with my higher self, started talking to me about like energy art and setting intentions to start healing with the art and putting healing energy in the art. Well, it was soon after that that I'm starting to become aware of the dragons. A dragon shows up on my pathway to work, and all this healing, and I'm going to all these healing things, and I'm manifesting all these free healing sessions and like gifted, all these gifted healing sessions. And one of them was to reconnect with my higher self. And so as soon as I'm reconnecting with my higher self, the dragons show up. And so ever since then, I started having like visions of the dragons. They started being with me. I started to feel them more feeling them than seeing them. But what happened was I just so happened to be in like a spiritual group, and I asked one of them, "Do you know any dragon channelers?" And she immediately hooked me up with a woman named Brandy Yavakoli. And from there, I found out about my mission, that I was meant to channel codes, anchor the dragon energy into artwork and through dance, movement, song, and to start videotaping myself doing all these things. And so basically, I started getting really into learning about Mother Sophia and the Sophia dragons and all the different dragons. And my painting really just kind of evolved. And that's where I started being activated with light language and soul language, and discovered that all along I've been painting galactic beings and different versions of my higher self. And so I'm still in the process of decoding everything because it's a lot, when you're it's like it's it's like learning who you are, and then finding out you're this multi-dimensional person that is so beyond words. And so I'm learning how to decode my paintings, and I found out about this opportunity to of the Dragon Thunder because I co-create a dragon group. It's called Bringing the Dragons Home. I've been called to start this Facebook group and these ceremonies back 3 years ago. My friend, my friend Sarah, at the time that I met through different communities, helped me get it started. We did a activation of ceremony in Buffalo, New York. There's the Eternal Flame. And I co-facilitated my very first ceremony right there in front of all these people speaking light language, dragon light language, in front of all these strangers. And then I fell on my ass, literally in front of everybody. Like I slipped and fell on my ass. Water went up, and it was a big joke from the fairies having it was like a baptism. Anyway, so that was how I got activated to start leading dragon ceremonies. And the name of the group is called Bringing the Dragons Home. So, actually, what is his name? Dean Battles showed up in my dragon ceremony. And then that's how I found out about him and this dragon summit. So I felt really guided to show up and share about my experience and how painting and allowing the dragon energy to move through you in art has been like so expansive. And my free offering is a guided meditation to assist with this, by the way. But what I now do more than anything is I take people through guided meditations and offering Akashic record readings to assist with anchoring the dragon energy through artful expression. And I offer different sessions that are around, the dragon within, and painting higher self paintings and getting into teaching light language, like teaching more of a remembering of light language and remembering of who you are. And it all comes through artistic expression or vocalization. So I'm, as we all are, evolving in every moment of now. So I've been going by different names. One day I'm Dragon Dina, and then I'm Sully Dina, and then I'm Light Language Dina. So, you know, I'm still Dina. But the bottom line is that, like, because I had no thyroid, I got this thing about like expression of like, why is it so important for me to express myself? And I feel like it came down to being, thank you for that. And I want to get into the book in a moment. Is that I had really challenges with expressing myself when I was a child. I was heavily bullied, really bullied. And it was, you know, it was not fun. You know, it's not fun to get bullied, but it it gave me an opportunity to not care what other people think about me. It got me to a point of like, I am me, and some people are going to love me. Some people are going to have a problem with me. Some people are just going to copy me. But I got to just be me. And so it's like, because I was like, well, no matter what I do, like I can be as fashion forward as I want. Someone's going to have a problem with me. So I might as well just be myself. And however that's going to look. And it blew me away. Like I work in the insurance industry. My full-time job, well, I'm an artist and I also work as a full-time insurance agent. And can I tell you how many people I am meeting in the insurance world that are into dragons? And I'm like, yay! I'm not the only one. And I didn't think that I could come out as a dragon loving person or even say that I'm a dragon in the insurance world until I did it. And they're like, "Oh, that's really cool. Tell me more about that." And I'm like, "Yeah, this is really wild." And so, and the other thing is I want to add a layer. My mom, this around this time last year, my mom had transitioned. So how am I doing with time? Okay. So around this time last year, May, actually interesting note, April 24, 24, my mom transitioned and I had just finally started being able to talk to her about dragons. Like it was like I was finally like, listen, you know, mom, dad, like this is who I am. I'm into dragons. I'm into all this like fairy like being. I go around singing light language wherever I go. I don't give a rat's poop about what people think. In fact, I kind of get off on getting caught singing. Like I'm like, ooh, you want to enjoy it too? Yeah, you want to learn? You want to know about it? Like, oh, come on. But anyway, so so my mom at first was really like, dragons are scary. Like, why would you be into dragons, right? And I was like, Mom, okay, like they're not what you think. They're not what people we were taught. So she finally asked me, so Dina, why are you into dragons? What's with you and the dragons? I mean, I didn't tell my mom I am a dragon, okay? Like that would have been a little bit too much for her, right? But uh I did get to tell her a little bit about, you know, my love for the dragons and how wonderful, beautiful they are and how powerful and all these wonderful things about the dragons. And she was like, wow. She was really open to it. And I will tell you, fast forward. I started channeling my mom. I started having more connection with her. She started showing up and channeling through me, and that's when I found out like my mom is part of me. She's never left me. Her DNA is one with me, and so when I paint, she's there. She shows up, and so we're never separated. And the essence of her has come through to share with me that she actually has her dragon now. And she flies. And actually, I was in one of Kelley's classes when I got to connect with my mom as this like angelic being. And my mom was flying on a dragon, and I saw her again. So, like, I realized that, like, just like who we are and who we think we are, like, we're so much more. And, like, so, like, maybe our parents might not be into dragons, but like, there could be a part of them, an essence of them on another timeline that is totally into dragons. And they're just like, maybe they're just challenging our ability to be authentic and be who we are, regardless of what other people think of us, right? So I feel like being able to come out to my parents, it was like a whole different kind of coming out, right? Like, so now even today I talked to my dad. He's like, "Yeah, Dina, I know you're into dragons. It is what it is. I always knew that you were into that kind of stuff, so it's fine." Like, not that I needed my parents' permission, but I feel like having the ability to just walk into life and being able to have that, like, I am dragon. I'm going to own that. I'm going to own my power. I'm going to own who I am. The more I do that, the more beautiful blessings come into my life. And which leads me to the book. So I had set out the intention that I wanted to write a book, but I didn't want to write a book. I just wanted to contribute like art and like have someone else write like the words, right? Because I was just like, I'm just gonna do the word. I'm gonna just do the art. Well, one thing led to another, and I wound up meeting this beautiful woman, Rochelle, in a Zoom call, and it was a major synchronicity. We connected. She speaks Dragon Light language. I speak Dragon Light language, and we were in a networking call that had nothing to do with dragons or light language or galactic. So we decided to create this book together, and it so happened that she also knew Lily Lee. Lily Lee, Rochelle, and I were all in the same light language container. And so we wound up coming together to create this book, The Journey of Transformation Through Art of Words and Codes. And it has Lily Lee's light codes. It has my light coded art and Rochelle's channeled message. And the way this all came together, if you get the book, it's all in there. It was by divine alignment. It was so divinely aligned. I couldn't have made up how this all came to be. Like, if I would have tried to write how it could come to be, I never would have thought it would have come to be like that. So the book is out there, and it wound up going to #1 bestseller in Amazon, which is really cool. And I feel like it's like, I thought it was maybe like the first kind of book like that. I don't know, maybe it is, maybe it's not, but I'll stop right there if anyone. So basically that book, I wound up being in a bunch of other books. I wrote a chapter or two in some compilation books. One is about my 2 cents on self-love, and that was about me overcoming my hangs up about writing. And now I write more, and I'm like, okay, I can handle it. I can use AI to help me write. Thank you very much. Anyway, so I will do a short guided meditation, but I just wanted to stop and see if anyone had any questions or anything like that. Because that was a little bit of a monologue.
I don't see any questions per se. There's just a few people relating to you about things. Neurodivergence. Tina and Peyton shared a little bit about their experience with being diagnosed in their 40s and understanding energies. And
Yeah.
just understanding how it feels to feel weird and different, they're saying here. And yeah, identifying with how you feel. So
Yeah. And yeah, well, thank you. And it's so interesting. Like, I did watch so many presentations, and I got into some moments where I was like, They're all so amazing. How am I gonna follow that? And like, Dina, just be you. Just be you. And so I pulled I do want to do this quick guided meditation though, because I feel it in my heart to do. But before I do that, I wanted to share also, I had pulled these cards, and one of them is the water dragon, forgiveness, heart healing, and absolution. Yes, it is all about being yourself. And I really feel like the dragon energy really creates space for that. It's like, who cares? Just like own who you are and show up for yourself. And thank you so much, Anna. And yeah, oh, okay, you were there. Yeah, and I really love it when people show up to a ceremony because it's really about like we all get to channel. And thank you so much for that. We get to channel and do art and move, and it's like a combination of activation and embodiment, and where we get to channel the dragons and honor them and express creativity and gratitude. And so it's a free ceremony. We were doing it every month, but now we do it maybe like we're taking a little bit of a break on this summer, so we'll be back in August for the next one. But oh, thank you. Oh, and here's the thing though. I wanted to take you guys through like a little guided meditation to activate your ability to paint the dragons and just own your authentic dragon self. When I paint the dragons, like they told me, don't try to paint us. They're like, just let us move through you. So it's a total act of surrender, of surrendering my need to try and control the paint and the colors and everything. I just let go, and I do crazy weird stuff with the paint. Like I just dance with it. I'm like dancing with paintbrushes, and I just completely let myself go. And then all of a sudden I stop and I look, there are dragons. Like they literally paint themselves. And I feel like I have to say this because it's so rewarding when you let yourself go and like allow them to move through. And so, oh, thank you so much. And I am going to be offering more, events to guide people through the creative expression to allow the dragon energy to come through. And I have some upcoming events. Like I do this thing called the spirit glyphs. So I was in a guided meditation, and thank you for the comment. Oh, thank you so much. And I pulled a card about innocence, too. And oh my God, thank you for the reminder of that. And I wanted to share with you guys, all these like Lemurian codes are coming through. I don't know if you can see it. But it's about coming back to like our purity and letting go of these like old stories that like keep us hang up on like self blame and shame and stuff like that, and like being able to release that. And the lighting in here is kind of wild, but okay, can you see it now? So this was just like basically me just playing with layers, and like I wasn't trying to make anything, it just like comes through. So I'd love to invite you guys to do like a quick meditation because I have a half hour left. I don't want to eat it all up talking.
You're set. You still have 30 minutes. Go.
Yeah. And if you guys have anything to write on, any like paper, any kind of utensils or anything, pencils, highlighters, markers, whatever, grab them, because you might actually find yourself wanting to like draw a code or something. You never know. So I'm just gonna take you guys through a quick guided activation meditation, and then if you guys have anything left, we'll see. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? No? Can anyone hear that? I don't know if I have my settings right. Boo-boo-boo. Thank you, Robert. Can anyone hear that?
We're not hearing anything. If it's background noise.
Oh, weird. Okay. Well, I didn't do my settings in the music right. So there's that. Okay.
Yeah, Zoom is set up to block out background noise a lot of the time. So
All right.
hey,
Okay.
colors.
Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna bring out my magenta dragon. Oh my God. Okay. All right. I almost forgot. This was the other thing I wanted to share about is this experience that I had about the water. But so we're gonna connect with the water. So, okay, here we go. So inviting you all to take a deep breath in and releasing. Breathing in love. We'll do 3 more breaths, breathing in love and releasing any tension, anything that you want to let go of. So I'm going to invite you to imagine, sense, see yourself sitting by a sacred pool of water. And we're inside a cave, all of us. We're just magically there. We don't care how we got there. We're just magically there. Shortcut. And I'm just going to invite you to each one of you imagine that you're in your own sacred cave in which there is a beautiful water vessel. It's like a water cave that you can step into. It's very shallow and luminescent. And you're going to step into the water or sit beside it, whichever feels good to you. And if you sit beside it, just know that the water energy will move around you and bless you and assist you with releasing and assist you with transmutation and anchoring. And up above you, the sun is coming in through a beautiful hole of the cave. And below you, this water goes deep, deep, deep and connects with the center of the earth, Middle Earth. And you're surrounded by your guides, and your dragon comes in to assist you. And there's other dragons of love, of Mother Sophia that come in as well. And I invite you to know, sense, feel that you are in a safe place, that you're in a sacred place. We're going to bring through some codes of remembrance and anchoring of deep wisdom and knowledge, and the anchoring of the information that is for your highest good that came through today, and any other activations that are for your highest good. Okura naya naya soya suyare. Sanuro naya shai naya wesai. Say nay ushan naya soy naya ya soy. Say nay ushaya ya tuya ya ukurai ukura ya ukikaro ya sha ukura na ikarana. And I invite you to imagine, sense, feel your cord going down through the earth and down through all the rock and the mana to connect with the crystal core of Mother Gaia. And there's an earth dragon down there. And this earth dragon is going to send you a flame of love, a flame of remembrance and anchoring to assist you with grounding your beautiful energy and your beautiful wisdom and creativity. Shukura kanya kututur haniki katutur hanaka atutur haneka katur. And this beautiful energy from this earth dragon is coming up through your root chakra, your sacral, your solar plexus, and expanding into your heart. So bringing you heart expansion, also anchoring, clearing any resistance to any information, allowing more embodiment of your inner dragon. Ikirikuria sakriya nakati, as your higher self allows, your higher self dragon allows. Ukurikaria kati makati. Shikurikaria sakriya na. Whatever there is now room for today can come in later with your discernment. Yakare kiki rakaria sakriya nakaria sabania takaria sakriya nakaria satitita sakriya nakaria tatia nado yarari. And if you feel the urge to go into that water, dive deep, go in and let that water nourish you. I'm sending your blessings and love and gratitude to the water, letting your energy merge with the water and all the blessings, sending clearing blessings and healing, merging your energy with the water to further expand out the love between you and all beings, the love and the water, the remembrance and the oneness of all. Taking a deep breath in, exhaling. And as you're in the water, near the water, allowing the rain, water from above to trickle on you, bringing you codes of remembrance and clearing. Yakariya sakariya, remembering only what is for your highest good. Yakariya saki nakariya nakati. So that you can move that into your life with practicality and grounded energy. Yakariya nakati shayakati. And as we bring this energy through, feeling it in your heart, moving through your throat chakra and up to your crown and up to your soul star chakra and your third eye, letting it move through and clearing anything that could be cleared right now. And letting that drop through, sending that energy, that clearing energy all the way back through. I invite you to just know that all this is happening in divine order. Yakariyasa, with the assistance of your dragons, your higher self dragons. And now it is time to start stepping away from the water and finding yourself moving back into your body here and now. Touching your legs, touching your feet, twiddling your fingers and toes, and twiggling your eyes open, letting that energy just settle. Yakari mai karayanakati. So that's a little, oh wow, thank you. So that's like a shorter version of what I do. It's like kind of truncated because I didn't look at the time. I just flowed with it. But there's the green trust dragon, trust, confidence, connection to self. Oh, and I don't want to forget to mention, so this is what happened. Oh, I don't mean to startle all you as you come. So a couple months ago, I was guided to go to Arkansas, and I was a speaker at this Peace Fest, and I wound up doing a talk about dragon light language. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I did the talk on the light language, and it was like kind of a big deal. And then I had a real emotional release because it was just like, whoa. Anyway, so right after that, I went over to meet up with a friend who was thank you so much. She invited me to do mushroom medicine. And when I did this beautiful mushroom medicine and met with grandmother, I was guided to connect with my dragons again. And the thing what happened was I wasn't working with the dragons as much as like focusedly for a while as much as I was before. And they were like, Dina, we've been waiting for you. Oh, thank you so much. Um, they were like, we've been waiting for you. It's time to get back. It's time to like reconnect with what you came here to do. And they gave me guidance on like what was the purpose of like what was I doing? And it was about authentic expression. They were telling me that one of my main things here is to really basically kind of giving people permission to be their most authentic self. And that's what the light language is about. That's what the dance, the art, it's all about coming back home to yourself. It's all about allowing your true self to come through, to like break down the facades of who you think you are, but like really stepping into your light, really stepping into your power. And I didn't remember all the things that were said in the mushroom medicine journey that I was in, but it was really, really magical. And the colors were like this. And it was like all animated. It was like I was in another world. It was really, really amazing. And then here's another one. The colors are like this, okay? So it was all animated, and I came out of it. I'm like, I was just about to teach my first guide my first light language activation course, and I'm like, oh my God, like I was having some I'm not gonna lie, I was having some what do you call that? Imposter syndrome. And like that guided meditation thing, like that mushroom medicine was like, no, 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 no. Like, you know what you're here for, you know what you're here to do. Like, drop that. Let your higher self come through. So, speaking of higher self, I wound up doing a bath and I asked the dragons to speak to me. What were they trying to communicate with me when I was in a mushroom experience? And they basically told me that they gave me this name. It was I am Devon. And Devon means beloved in Hebrew. So it's interesting that someone brought up Hebrew earlier, right? So I got this. And so what the message was, they gave me this visual talking about like how in every lifetime, I'm just going to speak for me because I'm not going to speak for other people, but they were showing me how like in every lifetime that I had a dragon or I was connected with a dragon, that dragon DNA seeded in my DNA. And then eventually, so over all these different lifetimes, this DNA, this dragon energy connected, basically intertwined with my DNA in this lifetime. And then basically created these like this activation, and then all these seeds became like mini dragon energy seeds in my womb space. So it was a really, really interesting visual. But basically, what they were trying to tell me is that I'm not a dragon. I became a collective of dragons. And I'm like, am I going to really share this? Yes, I'm going to share this because I'm curious. Like, am I the only one that's ever had this kind of experience come to them? But I feel like we are a collective of beings, and at least that's what I was told. And okay, great, thank you. Whew. So I was like, I gotta share about this because I feel like we're so much more expansive than we even realize we are. And so with that known, they told me that like basically there's like one dragon that is more of the voice of all the dragons. However, like one dragon is like Lemurian. So it's like a Lemurian dragon, a blue rose dragon, a magenta dragon. So the bottom line, this all brings back to, so what is the higher self dragon, right? Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad we're having this conversation because I was like, am I nuts? Am I making this up? Like, whew. So I wanted to bring that up today because I thought that was really a wild experience to receive that. And then I was like, okay, so how does this work? Like how do I anchor this in? So basically what the dragons told me to do is to start channeling paintings for each dragon. So that's what I'm in the process of doing. And that's one of them, this right here. And you're not making it up, okay? And so I wanted to tell you, so back to Lily. So Lily, I saw you're here. Lily and I, if you didn't already catch her, she was live last night and she mentioned that we have a joint offering, where it is an activation of your higher self dragon offering. And so it's a beautiful confirmation of, us working together. We've collaborated many times. So what you get with that offer, we have multiple offerings, but this is like our most like newest one that we just decided to launch, and there's a 25% discount if you say yes to it in the next 7 days. But basically you get a channeled dragon painting of your higher self dragon, or the essence of your higher self dragons. And then you get also a channeled message, like code message from Lily with also the English translation of it, and then a Zoom call. Thank you. A Zoom call where Lily and I go into like what are the messages that came through and any activations and clearings that are meant to go through in that hour-long 1 hour session. So, and then also with the light code dragon painting, you'll also get a written message from me as well. And then I have my free gift as well, which I don't even remember what it is, but I think it's a guided meditation. So, and I started to do these spirit glyphs. So the spirit glyphs emerged through a Akashic record reading that I did for a friend. Let me see if I can show you one. Hold on. But basically the spirit glyph is like this. Basically they're drawn with metallic markers, and they're light coded images that basically capture energy that's for your highest good, and they have like activations, and they're encoded with what is wanting to come through for those who receive them. But basically they're like my own version, like a dragon hieroglyph basically. And so I started doing these that came out of a session that came through. You know how it is when like you're like working with someone and all of a sudden something new comes through and it's like, oh, something new. So yeah, so I have a live event, a Zoom event where you can come and be part of a group, and I do a spirit glyph for you, and then I give you a reading, and I take you all through a guided meditation, and that is Sunday, the last Sunday of this month. What's the last Sunday of the month? Or the Monday, it's the Monday, it's the last Monday of the month, sorry. So I'll put it'll be on my link tree. So, and anyway, so that's what I got. Anyone got any comments or questions? There's a burst for you. Did I wake you up? Oh, really?
So the last Monday is the 27th.
Yeah.
Is that what written?
Yeah. It's gonna be on my link tree. If you go to my link tree, and I don't know what to do about the link for the special offer. I'm gonna have to fix that. So, I'll fix that after this call.
Well, Lily put something up for you guys.
Oh, that's good. Oh, good. She put oh, good.
20.
Thank you for that, Lily. She put our offering there. And yeah,
Yeah.
we have a special discount. And there it is. There's a special discount. But yeah, I've worked with Lily a bunch of times and I'm so honored to collaborate with her. And so it'll be a really beautiful offering for those who feel called to receive it. This kind of the work I love painting people's dragons. It's one of the things that I just love to do the most in my life. And so please do it. But yeah, thank you for that. And I'll try and figure out the free gift. Maybe I have to change, maybe I have to go into YouTube and change the setting. Maybe it's like on private or something like that.
It actually says the URL isn't valid when I clicked on it, the special offer on your Calendly.
I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to, I guess if any of you guys want it, I'll just, you know what I'll do? I'll post it in the Dragon Summit. Because I don't know how to fix it in this announcement.
This URL is not valid.
Someone just said the YouTube link works fine, so I don't understand.
Oh, I just brought it up. The YouTube link, your free gift. That
No,
yeah.
Hi everyone.
I just pulled it up. It works.
I just pulled it up too.
Actually, so if you click where it says on the special offer, Dragon Painting Channel, if you click on that, that doesn't work. That's why.
Oh, I don't think that's a link. I think that's just text.
No, it goes where it says, yeah.
Well, it goes to Calendly. I see what you're saying. It goes to Calendly, but doesn't open up to anything.
Yeah.
So maybe that wasn't supposed to be in there. That might have been my bad. Oops.
Oh, you mean where it says Facebook, Solely Dina Art, recent book, that one?
That last one says,
says
if you click on it, it
Dragon
says it goes to Linktree, but it doesn't.
National.
I don't know. But okay, well,
Opens up and the other work fine. Everything else is working. That last bottom part, the special offer, dragon painting and channeling special. That just
so yeah, I'll update the link for the Spirit Glyph event. So if anyone wants to go to that, just send me a message and I'll send the link. But yeah.
I colored dragons. Meditation.
You did. Love that. Did anyone else draw anything while they were? Thank you. I'm glad you did. I knew at least one person would.
I got out my markers. Scribbled.
Oh, thank you for posting that, Lily. Yeah, well, I mean, I am really grateful to be here and I'm grateful for all the feedback and you know, this has been a journey and I know that we all have our place here, you know, all our gifts. We all have our own unique magic to bring to this world reality. And I feel like I've had to learn how to drop the comparison thing and to like not try to compare myself to anyone because, you know, we're all really came here to be our own version of ourselves and not try to get lost in the we all have our unique stories and I just think it's important to own that and so that's really all I have to say and that's been my journey is like owning who I am and being okay with being very kind of like childlike. I mean I'm like 53 going on 5. But anyway.
I think it's a way of life. You know, think young, be young. It's very good.
True. That's true. I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's been an experience and I think I've met so many amazing people through Dragon Summit. I've met so many amazing people through Dragon Summit that, wow. So 59 going on 5. Oh, yeah. Like how many of you have dragon plushies? I got about 3 or 4 dragon plushies and probably about 10 to 15 crystal dragons. Like it doesn't stop. I mean, I got a dragon plushie from my 53rd birthday. Like that's what I buy myself, a dragon plushie. Name Ishi. Anyway.
Name your plushie.
Name your plushie. And I did get another dragon in today too, which I thought was really interesting. That of all the days when we were to receive another dragon, it arrived today, and it's like clear with a pink tone. And I got it from my friend Rachel Baxter, who also sells Andara crystals as well. So yeah, we gotta own that. We gotta be like one with our inner child, like in the best possible fun way and enjoy life. Yes, thank you. Plushies. Well, I think I'm really happy. I'm glad I got to do this, and thank you all for your wonderful comments.
You were great, Dina. It's awesome having you here. So glad. And it's wonderful to hear your presentation and see your playfulness. You have one of the most beautiful, unique energies and of the child energy of innocence. I love that about you and loved that about you from the moment I met you. And it's quite precious and wonderful to see you light up, share, and be you. And your art is amazing. And keep doing what you're doing, sister. So fun.
Thank you. I have fun. Well, thank you very much.
Fun. So fun, so beautiful. Well, we're at the last 3 moments here with our friend Dina. If anybody has anything they want to share real quickly, there's a 2-minute window here. Otherwise, we're going to bop into getting ready for I believe, our last speaker. Yeah. Barbara's going to be introducing her, and we're just going to be wrapping up the tale of the dragon here in the US. So I don't see anybody or hear anybody. So Dina, that's a wrap. You're great. That was awesome. You're fantastic, and so glad we were here with you today, experiencing all your share. Thank you for that. Lovely, lovely, lovely. All right, so gearing up here, we're going to get ready. Let's take another deep breath since we have a minute or two to pause before we start this next and last speaker. We have been holding strong here. We still have about 26 people, is it? Or 28? My glasses. 28 people still here.
So I'm going to say, if you've been with us from the beginning, like it's been a ride, is what I'm going to say. It's been an interesting ride for 10 speakers this time. I think Kelley and I didn't realize it was 10.
Yeah, last year it was 8.
8, I know. And we were like, there's 10. And she's still got some time. It's not daylight here. It's now 9 o'clock EST. So yeah, fooled you. Yeah, Kevin said fooled you. Yeah, we're like, yeah, we're doing it again. And then we were at 10. Oh. So Kelley was up early. She didn't get much sleep. And yeah, it's been a long day, but it's been really interesting.
I spoke at 10 o'clock last night in Australia. So I was up till like 11 speaking. And then I was jazzed and kind of buzzed. So I didn't get to sleep till like 1 in the morning. And then I was like, okay, finally. Then got up really early. So yeah, we're rock and rolling.
Yeah, we're rock and rolling. So we're literally at the hour. And I know Michelle's come ready to also do a closing for us, because she actually told me that she chose to be the last speaker. So we're really excited to hear your presentation. Let me just tell you a little bit about Michelle. Michelle Hawke began practicing shamanism in 2003. Her lineage comes from Hungarian and Celtic shamanism, a naturally gifted psychic and intuitive channel. Michelle's work with alchemy, shamanic energies, and multi-certifications as master healer allow her to offer the deepest level of transformational work. She mentors and trains practitioners in shamanic alchemy and the healing arts, and helps people master their intuitive gifts and magical birthright. So we're looking forward to what you have to share with us, Michelle. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. And for the record, it wasn't my decision to sign up for the last slot. It was the dragons. So we'll see what they would like to share. I probably would have rather done a little bit earlier in the day, but that's just human me. So my invitation to all of you who are still here, my invitation and my appreciation, congratulations. My invitation to you is to allow this to wash through you like rain. When I show up to work with the dragons, I show up as a channel. I show up as a priestess because that is an agreement that I have with the dragons. They are working with me as they are working with many other people on the planet to anchor their energies, their magic, their wisdom transmission into the earth plane. And so I always show up, most of the time not necessarily sure what is going to happen or what they're going to say, but it is an act of deep trust and surrender in that. So my invitation to you is to join me in that trust and surrender, and to invite what they're offering to wash through you. Don't necessarily try to mentally remember or hang on to parts, but trust that you will receive what you need, and what they're offering will activate or resonate within you what is needing to be catalyzed. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a moment, and I would like to invite everyone to kind of wiggle around in your seat, feeling your seat and all the areas of your body that are supported, feeling your feet on the floor, feeling your back resting against the chair. And we'll take a few breaths together to drop fully present here into this moment that is now. Beginning with the exhale, breathing everything out. Deep breath into the belly. And exhale with a sigh. Again, deep breath into the belly. And exhale with a sigh. 2 more, deep breath in. And out. 1 more deep breath into the belly. And let it go. Continue to flow with the breath, feeling it wash in and out like waves, carrying you deeper into a space of relaxed receptivity, touching into that trust and surrender. And before we offer an invocation, the dragons are instructing me to share with you, in case there are people who are watching this who are not familiar with a channeled transmission. I imagine that many of you are. I will open the channel and the dragons will speak through me. You can usually tell a difference in my intonation, my tone of voice. Sometimes there's different word choices or accents. And if they're asking me to elaborate or they're showing me an image, I will usually clarify that it is me speaking to describe what I am seeing or receiving from them. But otherwise, what you will hear will be in as close as possible to the dragon's own words themselves. It is with so much gratitude that we call upon and invoke the power and the presence of our own innocent hearts. We call upon and invoke all of our guides and teachers, beings of the light and love. We invite and invoke the Sapphire Dragon line, keepers of the egg, dragon clans, librarians, and alchemists. We ask that you please be present here with us in this moment that is now for this great work for the highest and greatest good. Please help us to be clear, grounded, centered, cultivated. Surround us each individually and collectively in a triple shield of protection. Keep our energies separate and safe. Please help us to be clear channels to allow these messages, information, and energies to flow through with ease and grace for the highest and greatest good, for the benefit of all beings everywhere. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the blessings. And they're immediately beginning to invite me, or they're asking me to explain why I cast the circle in the invocation in that way, because there's something specific in there that is part of the message that they will offer. So I was speaking on behalf of all of us, and of course this is you and your higher self, or I would invite you now if you would like to silently say, yes, I agree to be part of this invocation. Yes, I am agreeing to receive this transmission. And if you don't want to, that's okay. You can listen from outside the container, but there is something different about stepping into the crucible. And so they're showing me everyone who's participating in this, both people who are here live now and those who will tune in later. I'm seeing the spaces where their higher selves are holding this container together. And so the dragons are inviting me to point out to you that I am requesting on behalf of all of us here that we may be clear channels, not I, Michelle, as the medium, but we may be clear channels to invite these messages and information and energies to flow through us for the benefit of all beings. So for those of you who are choosing to participate in this transmission in an active, anchoring way, they're showing me it's almost like all these people like acupuncture needles into the earth to receive in these energies and conduct the frequencies. So this is on behalf, we are doing this work on behalf of all beings everywhere. And by choosing to participate in this, you are also anchoring in this transmission. We speak to you as emissaries of the sapphire flame. We are some of many beings who anchor in this frequency, and you may know the others by names such as Saint Michael and Mother Mary. There, of course, are many more. And we also work with the sapphire flame. We are the sapphire dragons. There are other names for us in many cultures. And we have already appeared to some of you who are here present at this time. You often see us as brilliant blue, the color of the sky or the color of deep ocean. But it is not our color that makes us unique. It is the color that we hold as an emanation of this sapphire flame and the energies of this frequency. And they are asking me to elaborate, and they're showing me that there are other blue dragons, but don't mistake a blue dragon for a sapphire dragon. That is a specific lineage. We who work within this lineage are specifically agreeing to collaborate with humanity at this time. We have been working with humanity in relatively recent Gaian history, which for you embodied humans may seem like a very long time indeed, but we assure you on geologic time, it is really not that long. We are unique in this way. There are many lineages of dragons that may collaborate with humans, but not as their primary function, or may choose to not work with humans at all. But we, the sapphire dragon lineage, are specifically anchoring in energies to collaborate with humanity and modern human consciousness. You see us in many representations throughout the archaeological and mythopoetic record. You see us as feathered serpents inlaid in lapis lazuli in the temple walls. You see us in the crowns of the royals. You see us laid into stonework in fountains and places where people gather to pray. You see us holding glowing orbs. Part of the reason that we have chosen to collaborate with humanity is that we are a relatively young dragon lineage, and much of our history has taken place alongside the evolution of humanity. We feel a strong kinship with humanity as a result. Yes, of course, we are very ancient beings. Dragons are all very ancient earth beings. And yet there is a particular affinity that we have to working within the human consciousness and working with the human bioform that makes our lineage more compatible for you to work with than perhaps you might find with other dragon lineages. We have been stepping forward in increasingly obvious ways throughout punctuated moments in the evolution of humanity. Our work is particularly noticeable during times of great change, during times of anchoring great wisdom and power, during periods of technological and intellectual and artistic and creative and spiritual revolution and transformation. Our work emanates from the void as the foundation of creation. This is part of what we do. With the sapphire flame, we are building with the blue ray the bedrock of civilization and of culture and of consciousness as you know it. This is why our medicine is particularly strong during periods of great transformation and evolution. We are laying the foundation upon which humanity continues to build and grow. We are sure that none of you here can deny that Earth is in a period of tremendous change right now. All over the planet, there is very rapid transformation. And we know that in your relatively short human lives, things may or may not feel rapid, but we do assure you this is a period of tremendous acceleration. And the flood of energy and the flood of ideas that are springing to life in the earth plane is as an explosion. We have been working and weaving and collaborating with this energy, and we are sure that you do feel these effects. We are sure that those of you who are here to weave and collaborate with this frequency have felt the tendrils of our power. And perhaps you did not know our name, but you have already been working with this magic. We are here to support creators. We are here to support the weavers. We are here to support the way showers. We are here to support those who are laying the flagstones of a new version of earthly embodied consciousness. And we are here now to present to you this energetic transmission and a teaching with the keys of creation. As this one here already instructed you, we invite you to allow this to flow into your subconscious and trust that it will anchor into your wisdom consciousness in the way that is most beneficial and aligned for you. This first key of creation that we wish to discuss with you is one that many of you here have already begun to develop and explore, some of you to great extent, and this is your intuition. Your intuition, when in its infantile form, comes as a background perception and perhaps may not be very clear, or perhaps may come in flickers. And we encourage you to continue to listen and continue to act upon intuition as you deem it appropriate to do so. For those of you who wish to strengthen this muscle, there are techniques and exercises available to you, such as this one offers here. And there are many others who support developing intuition. If there is support that you would like to receive, we encourage you to seek out a teacher to help you. This is a practical skill. This is not something that some people are born with and some people are not. This is a skill that one can learn and develop and strengthen in themselves. We encourage you to do so. However, with intuition, as with all keys and all tools of power, we invite you to anchor this into your personal lived wisdom. This is advice that we offer to any channel. Even though we know that many of our relations who also work with humanity are attuned to frequencies of integrity and truth and creation, we know that sometimes translating these frequencies into an embodied earth experience can be very uncomfortable. And we know also that as we are not embodied in a Gaian bioform in the same way that you are, that perhaps our guidance may need fine-tuning or adjustment in order to be more compatible with your earth field. We invite you to exercise your discernment when enacting the transmission that you receive through your intuition. This is the second key, is your discernment. Not only with the energies that you receive from us and the messages that you receive through your intuition, but also through the feedback that you are receiving through the Gaian bioform and through the embodied experience. This is the unglamorous work of weaving the fabric of creation, is listening and perceiving and noticing how your work is coming into manifest in the earth plane. And I'm feeling in the background this sense of humor experience and kind of gentle compassion about, oh, humans, yeah, you have to actually pay attention in your body and in your life and respond to what's going on. That's part of working with intuition as well. And knowing that for people who have a very activated upper chakra centers or people who are working with very high frequency energies, that translation piece into the embodied realm can be a little bit uncomfortable or challenging. So they're cushioning that with some kindness and also a little bit of humor and kind of like tough luck, you have to do that part too. This discernment that we are discussing leads us to the third key. They're showing me an image of an Ouroboros, and I'm asking if there's a word associated with it, because the sensation is really about like a feedback loop. It's like the cycle of energy cycling from the etheric field into the embodied, so from energy to form and on, etc. And they're looking at me and saying, that's your job to translate. So I don't know what word they have in mind for that, but they're showing me the symbol of the Ouroboros with the sensation of the cycling of energy and moving in this continuous feedback between energy and form. As this one says, the word feedback may be an appropriate term for this, but we invite you to consider the wisdom code anchored in the Ouroboros, this sacred symbol that appears in many traditions. As the serpent eats its tail, so life moves in and out of an embodied state. Consciousness moves in and out of form. And the bioform that you experience and the bioform of Earth, the Gaian body of this planet, oh yes, she has an energy body. And her Gaian body, her physical form, lives within the energy body, just as is the same for all of you humans and all other children of Earth, is continually moving in and out of the etheric, in and out of form. And so as the serpent eats its tail, energy is moving through, in and out of form. And this feedback is the third key of creation that we wish to share with you here. I'm taking a moment to ask them how many there are, and they're saying there are many more, but those are the three that they're sharing right now. And now they're inviting they're offering a blessing of the sapphire flame. So if you would like to receive the blessing of the sapphire flame, they invite you to bring your hands cupped in front of you as if you were standing in front of a waterfall. And they are offering to, if you step forward and you are inviting and agreeing to receive this blessing of the sapphire flame, they invite you to simply breathe in deeply and receive as they are pouring the sapphire flame into your hands. And they are telling me specifically not to tell you what they're doing with words, but to invite you to sense and feel and notice what you are noticing. And they are instructing me to allow them to do what they're doing and not talk. And then they'll let me know when to start speaking again. They are now stepping back, and they are not leaving, they are simply stepping back. And they are inviting, if there are questions specifically for the sapphire dragons, they're taking questions specifically for the sapphire dragons or specifically in relation to the sapphire flame energy. So if anyone has a question that they would like to type into the chat for the sapphire dragons or about working with sapphire flame energy. And of course, continue to enjoy and breathe into whatever you received in that blessing.
Don't see anybody asking questions. And
How-
anyone?
I'm
Right.
seeing, how do they recommend we use the flame? Okay.
Yeah.
We invite you to work with this flame specifically when you are weaving with the fabric of creation. There is no task too small, no task too insurmountable. All things rooted in creation will benefit from this infusion with the sapphire flame. You may return to this in your personal meditation practice after we complete this transmission. And you may call this flame into your hands as you are performing actions in the world that are particularly aligned with the foundations of creation. This is our recommendation to you at this time, is to weave the sapphire flame into that which you are creating as the foundation of new life, new growth, transformation, new form, new consciousness, new state of being. All the foundations that are woven with the sapphire flame will be anchored into its frequencies, which are that of truth, integrity, creative power. This is the first emanation of the void. And all the foundations that do not include this are doomed to fall. Consider this as you are weaving the magic of creation in your own life and in the world. How to weave with this sapphire flame. Draw upon this in your meditation practice and continue to grow this flame within you. You may feed this fire by working with it consciously. In your own practice, feel the sapphire flame in the palms of your hands just as you did in this blessing and transmission. Breathe life into it. When you behave in such a way as to honor the values of the sapphire flame, you grow the power of the sapphire flame in yourself and in the world, and you amplify its life force in all of the weavings where it is held. When you behave in such a way as to dishonor or work out of alignment with the sapphire flame energy, you diminish this light in yourself and in the world. We invite you to look and observe in your life and in the behavior of others around you. Are they acting in such a way as to honor and uphold and nourish this energy of sapphire flame? Or are they behaving in such a way as to step away, deny, or diminish it? There is no action too small nor too large for this work. As long as it is in service to creation, truth, and integrity, the sapphire flame belongs there.
Dina asks if they are associated with the sapphire rose dragons.
The Order of the Blue Rose is another emanation that is connected with the blue ray. We are kin with the Order of the Blue Rose. And this is my interpretation of what I'm seeing and what they're showing me, that perhaps, Dina, the words that you're using about the sapphire rose dragons, like it is feeling like there's crossover to me. They're not saying that specifically, but I am feeling like there is crossover. Okay. I'm seeing Marg is asking a question. I have 2 blue dragons in my team. Could they be sapphires? So I'm referring back to what they, and that this is me talking, I'm referring back to what they shared earlier during their transmission about there are other blue dragons that are not sapphire dragons. So just because a dragon is blue does not make it a sapphire dragon. That is a particular frequency. So that would be up to you to connect in with your dragons and to see what their lineage is and what they're anchoring. Blue, dreaming, love, sapphire dragon. Wonderful. People are noticing it moving into their throat chakra. Can you share more about the blue ray? Let me see if that is fitting with what they were saying, specifically asking questions for the sapphire dragons and about the sapphire flame. Let me see if they're wanting to speak to the blue ray. There are other emanations and expressions of the blue ray to which we shall not speak. We are only speaking now at this time about the emanation of the blue ray that flows through us as part of our magic and part of our frequency. This is a teaching that exists within other mystery schools. If you wish to find out more and to learn more and to emanate and practice emanation with other frequencies of the blue ray, there are other resources available to you. All of those who emanate from this blue ray are kin. We are relations with these other emanations as well, and yet they have magic that is unique to them. They have transmissions and initiations that are unique to them. The transmissions and initiations that we offer in the particular emanation of the blue ray that flows through us in the sapphire flame, and we, the sapphire dragon lineage, is very specific to those who are working within the grid of creation of Gaia and working within dragon consciousness for the purpose of weaving with creation. There's a question, do I to include electric blue as part of the blue flame? I am not totally sure what you mean by that, Robert. So if you'd like to clarify your question, please do. Do they have their own language? So they're inviting me to interpret what I am hearing for them as they're answering in dragon language. And so they are, and dragon language, it's not like we would consider English or like other human languages. There are dragon, this is dragon language, but they are speaking now through me in English as a universally agreed upon language of this particular container. People are feeling resonance with the sapphire dragon as their energy blueprint. Arrange in blue hues. So they're like puffing a little bit of steam at me, it's like a humor, but also a like don't get caught up on the semantics of the color of blue. They're real, and they're showing me like actual sapphires come in many different colors, but they're like, it's not that we are they're saying don't think about it like you would look at sapphires on Earth. Like they're using that as like a particular frequency. It's not about the color. So when they're appearing to me, it's usually this very deep, saturated blue, like you would kind of consider a stereotypical sapphire color. In the visions that I'm receiving, it is generally this very rich, deep blue. I haven't seen them in other colors. I don't know how they would appear to someone else. But they're saying don't get so hung up on the color. It's not about like which color blue it is, because it's actually not about like sapphires as we think of sapphires. Love to learn more. Paint with sapphire. Great. Okay. Awesome. If there are any other questions, please chat them in. I am incarnated sapphire dragon. Cool. I will, so this is me, they haven't gone away yet, so they're kind of sitting in the background if there are more questions. I do offer initiations into the sapphire dragon lineage, and actually they're correcting me. It's not me who's offering them, it is them who offers initiations through a container if people want to receive an initiation to work with their magic. So that is something that I have been offering for about 5 years now, and holding containers for people to come commune with the sapphire dragon lineage specifically and receive initiations to work very deeply with this lineage. So if you're interested, then you can reach out. Do I channel ascended masters and ancestors? Yes, I do. I feel like I got initiated tonight. Great. Okay. Yes, it's not me. It's not human Michelle doing the initiating. It is always the dragons initiating. I am the human channel who anchors that in, just like now as the human channel, the medium to translate the messages, and it's them doing the work. And also it's really helpful to have a human teacher to make sense of what people are noticing and to ask questions, and for that skill development, like they were mentioning earlier, to help with exercises and training to increase our connection with the dragons. A conduit, yes. Okay, let me see if they have anything else that they would like to share other than receiving questions. Azurite energy, nice. Okay. So they're asking me to offer clarification, and again, it's not about the sapphires, so they are resonant with other gemstones. They're mentioning like kyanite as an example, lapis certainly, And they're showing me, they're just showing me like all these very beautiful blue gemstones. And again, they're usually that really rich, deep, sure, like azurite, topaz, blue topaz. And so it's not that they're only, like, it's not about the sapphire. Like, you can almost think of sapphire as like the title or the, like, it's the closest word that we have in English to the nature of the frequency, but there is, like, sapphire is their closest, the closest one, the closest association. But if you don't have any sapphires and you have some nice blue topaz or something like that, then, and you would like to meditate with that as part of your connection to the sapphire flame, then that would be appropriate, they're saying. Okay, let me see. We are very happy that all of you here have received us so enthusiastically. And we know and we acknowledge that for some of you, we are already familiar faces or familiar energies, and perhaps you were already calling us by name, or perhaps it is just now that you have learned of our name. And we do invite you to ask us to join you. If you invite us in to work with you, to come into your meditations, into your practice, we are happy to collaborate with humans who are working with our energy. Again, this is part of what we are here to do. This is part of our soul work, to collaborate with humanity. It brings us great joy to know that there are those of you here who gather to connect, to enjoy, those who love to work with dragons, those who feel excitement in working with dragons. We feel similar excitement to meet with you and to work with you and to share with you the joys of weaving creation. We recognize also that this is the final transmission for this container of the entire event. And so we would also like to acknowledge our dragon relations who are not of the Sapphire lineage, all of those dragons who have come to offer their transmissions and their blessings, their messages, all of those who have powerful working relationships with human allies, and all of those humans who work with dragons. We offer our sincere gratitude and acknowledgement to be part of this collective container. This is part of why we requested to offer the final transmission. For part of the practice of creation is to lay the keystone piece. And so we would like to offer our seal on this transmission to help to close and integrate and anchor the frequencies of this entire event for all beings who have participated here. All of those who are here live now, all of those who were participating earlier, all of those who will tune in later. We invite you to receive this seal now, to anchor in fully all of these energies and transmissions from the Dragon Summit, From this council, this gathering of wisdom, we offer this seal to support these energies anchoring into the consciousness and the bioform in the most beneficial and aligned way. We offer our support to you as you integrate these wisdom transmissions and these energies into your lives, into your hearts and minds, and your etheric bodies. And you translate these wisdom transmissions into right aligned action in your lives and in the world. The seal is now complete. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for your participation. We offer you our blessings. And now we are closed. They have stepped away.
Mhm.
I'm going to peek back through the final comments and see if there's anything
That
else.
was timed beautifully.
Great.
And
They
say,
always do.
"We're done." I know. I love it when they do that, when they're like, "That's it. We're done. We're closed."
Yeah, that they certainly do. I'll take a moment, if I may, to, sorry, Barbara and Kelley, were you going to say something?
No, I know Kelly's just put all your information in the chat.
I was just gonna say something. I wore a kyanite crown tonight, which I never wear, and I thought that was kind of funny intuition, like last minute. I never wear this, like hardly ever. Anyway, but that was beautiful. I felt a fire in my hands. And then like my whole body was like doing like a dance, like all of a sudden, like as I was receiving the energy, and it was almost like my dragon body was like stretching itself to receive it. That's what
Yeah.
I was sensing. It was really interesting, and thank you. I've been connecting with sapphire energy for a couple of years, but I didn't really dive into it, so I'm really grateful for your transmission.
Thank you. Yeah, it is very, very powerful stuff. I'll share very briefly that I received an initiation into the Sapphire Dragon line in 2019, and it was the most incredibly viscerally powerful initiation I probably have received yet to date in my life. And the Sapphire Dragon lineage came in incredibly strongly with lots and lots and lots of downloads and practices and teachings. And they began instructing me to offer these initiations, or offer the container of these initiations, to other people. And I've never really advertised it. I just sort of, hold it, and then people find me for it. It's very wonderful how that happens. And I've had, I don't remember exactly how many people, probably 10 to 12 people at this point since then, come very organically to receive this initiation. And what people say is universally knock your socks off, like showing up in ways they never expected. I had someone say it's the most powerful psychedelic experience they've ever had without actually partaking of plant medicines, but that level of incredibly powerful experience, physical reaction, or responses, Dina, such as what you're mentioning. Yeah, so I would love to, if anyone feels called to learn more about my work, or to work more with not only the Sapphire Dragon line, but to develop their skills in working with dragons, I have a free channel dragon transmission that you can download from the links that I just put there, and that is from the Dragonheart Council, which is a collective body of dragons that I also channel. So if you'd like that one, I think it's about a 15 to 20 minute video of a transmission that they're offering, so you can go download that for free. And then I have the Dragonheart Council Teachings and Transmissions, which is a series of 6 videos with exercises and integration prompts. Again, it's all channeled transmission stuff, and I'm giving you $100 off. So you can use that code Thunder100 and go download that for self-study. And then if you are interested in the Sapphire Dragon line initiation, go ahead and download that guide or the free channeled transmission, and then I'll send everybody a follow-up email afterwards if you would like to talk about if that initiation is right for you. Or you can contact me directly through my website, michellehawk.com. That's Michelle with 2 L's and hawk like the bird.com. And that's where you can find the rest of my work. I live just outside of Portland, Oregon on beautiful forested land. I host retreats, I teach shamanism and alchemy, and I help people answer their shamanic calling and develop their intuitive gifts and magical birthright. And
Michelle,
I have a podcast, Shaman Sister Sessions. Sorry, go ahead. Yes?
I'm sorry. I'd like to share with you what my experience was during your meditation.
Certainly.
Just like Dina said, I felt the fire in both of my hands. And I felt like I was being told to connect the fire and to raise it up above my head. Which is not what you were directing, but what was being transmitted.
Great.
So
Way to go with it.
that's a gift, truly.
Which part?
You
The fire is a
you
gift?
have, well, that, but the fact that your spirit can take another spirit there, that's a gift.
Thank
Not
you.
a lot of people have that.
Thank you. I have been studying and practicing shamanism, alchemy, and mediumship for over 20 years. So I have a very strong practice, and I have worked, like I said, with the Sapphire Dragon line, the lineage of dragons, since 2019. And they came through with a big ol' initiation for me and very clear instructions to help offer this to other people. So thank you, Robert, for sharing. I'm very happy that you experienced that so powerfully. And for all of you out there, what I did is a skill that you can learn. This is something that I help people work with, is to develop their mediumship practice there. And so what I did also is a form of incorporation mediumship, where I brought the energy of the Sapphire Dragon line into my body to speak through me and to offer transmissions and to help all of you link into that. So if you are called to develop your mediumship practice, again, reach out to me through my website, michellehawk.com.
And I was going to say, Kelley is another person in Oregon.
Oh, wonderful.
So Kelley's in Oregon. I'm on the
Where in Oregon?
West Coast. She's in Talent.
Hi, yes, I live in Ashland area, Talent, Oregon.
Okay, great. Galactic Ashley, I know, is in Oregon as well.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. We've had it's the West Coast has been here today.
Well, the Ring of Fire. We've got the Ring of Fire here. Can't help it. Yeah.
Pretty amazing. Yep. The mouthpiece has to.
I know we've got a few minutes before it hits 10 o'clock. I think Kevin is here somewhere, if he's still awake, if he wants to pop on.
He is. I'm very impressed. This is a long time to be tuning in with big energy. I'm also, if anyone has any other questions for me about my work, please feel free to type it in. Kev, if you're here, power to you.
I put your website up again for you, dear. Also, it's there. Thank you for that. And of course, you can go on the website to get all of Michelle's information off of her bio that's on Dragon Thunder website for all of you. And tune in there too. Oh, good. So wonderful. All right. Any other questions or Yeah, Simone, 4 a.m. Girl, you hung in there with us.
Wow.
I was actually
Yeah.
going to say, it was funny, my Fitbit told me that it was time to get ready for bed.
Just
I'm
say,
like, right, my Fitbit's telling me. It's like, come on, jump.
oh my goodness.
Well,
Oh, wow. I wanted
thank
to
you. Thank you for everyone. I now know why they wanted to go at the end. That seal was part of what they're offering for this work. So I'll take a moment to just close the container since we opened with an invocation. We'll take a moment to close. So I invite everyone to take a moment. If you'd like to place a hand on your heart, and take a moment to just simply breathe into whatever you have noticed, whatever has arisen for you in this transmission. And let us intend that all of these healing energies and the sapphire flame transmission, all of this work continue to flow as long as it is needed, pouring in from the sapphire dragon line to ground, actualize, and manifest here in the physical plane. With peace of heart and peace of mind, we seal in this work today, intending for it to integrate gently as we come into perfect union of self and spirit on this path. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the blessings. And thank you so much to all of the guides and teachers who have been present here for this work. Particular thanks to all of the dragons, all of the dragon lineages, and especially the Sapphire Dragon line who have been present here for this work today. Thank you so much. We see you, we feel you, we love you, we honor you. And thank you to the Sapphire Flame and those who also work with the Blue Ray. Thank you so much. We see you, we feel you, we love you, we honor you, and we are so happy and grateful for your presence. The channel is now closed. Go if you must, stay if you will. Thank you and many blessings.
Thank you, Michelle, for that closing blessing and for shutting all those portals, all gates, all doors, all passages as we come into this containment field of really just look at the beauty of this incredible whole 3 countries, 30 speakers, so much in the library of the soul, pumping through all of our veins right now with all of your shares and everybody talking and dreaming up dragons. So it's been amazing 2025. Thank you, Kevin, for all of your effort, work, and your incredible heart of give to the dragons and to bringing us all together. And we want to thank everyone who stayed on, stayed live, and stayed with us through the journey. And thank you to everyone who recorded and left your voice into this library. And please encourage people to still come and sign up and get access to the library. It's still available. And I'm going to invite everyone to just take a big, deep breath for our closing moment here as we ground in. And we say thank you with a great place of gratitude in our hearts for each other and for being here, for listening to everyone today. Thank you to my co-host and sister podcaster, Barbara Worsley. We're going to be meeting this week about our next, we're recording our next podcast this week sometime. So we'll be sharing that. And I'm so happy that we got to co-host again for the second time. And Dragon Thunder for the 3rd annual event. Wonder what's going to happen next year. Oh my gosh. So, so many blessings to all of you. Thank you for being here with all of us in this journey and in this beautiful moment of realization on our planet, our world, our consciousness, and our expanded selves. Such a beautiful, delightful gathering of wonderful, beautiful beings and souls here today, and appreciate every single one of you. All hearts. Blessings, blessings, blessings.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you, Kelley. It's always fun doing this with it, even though my voice is now going. Like I talk too much. So it's like, but thank you. Thank you for also being here. And thank you to everybody. I think I agree with you. What's for 2026? We will have to wait and see. Everybody have a good, if it's late for you, then go to bed. If it's not, have a good rest of the evening. And these will all be up in the next few weeks, the recordings. So you've got a whole 30 to get through. That's 30 hours. So good luck with that. So have a good evening, everyone, and good night.
Blessings.
Thank
Bye,
you.
everybody.
Bye.
Bye, Dina.